Well, a very good morning and welcome to Beckenham here on the Surrey live stream for this Metro Bank 50 game between Surrey and the Blaze. Lovely to have you with us on a very nice day, as you can see here at Beckenham. Blue sky, a bit of white fluffy cloud, bit of a strong breeze, I have to say, blowing straight across the ground and into our faces. But it's going to be a nice warm day and we're back into 50 over action. Of course, we've had the first block of T20 games and now Surrey and the Blaze turn their attentions back to the 50 over competition. Surrey at the moment sitting in third spot in the table, having played 8, won 5, lost 3 on 22 points. The Blaze sit on top with a very good record this season, played 8, won 7, lost 1. That one loss against Yorkshire in their second game of the season for Surrey. Just to remind you how they've gone in the competition. Won their first 3 games, beat Warwickshire, Yorkshire and Durham, then went on the road and lost 3 straight against Somerset. The Blaze, the one game these two have played against each other already. In that game, Surrey batting first, all out for 164. Priyanaz Chatterjee making 45. The Blaze at one stage trying to chase that down for victory, were 61 for 5, but then Georgia Alwis got together with Emma Jones. Alwis making 76 not out and Jones making 36 not out, and the Blaze eventually winning that one by 5 wickets. So sorry, those 3 straight losses, but then came back to the Kia Oval, beat Essex and then beat the Lancashire Lightning. So nicely set up for today. As I say, the Blaze sitting top and Surrey sitting third in the table. We've had the toss of the coin already. The Blaze have won the toss and decided to bowl first. Let's run through the two sides for you. Now, of course, there are some names missing with the T20 World Cup getting underway last night. Of course, England beating Sri Lanka last night. Danny Wyatt-Hodge with 105 not out. So a very straightforward victory really for England last night at Edgbaston. So there are some names missing, but let's run through the Blaze side for you. So Marie Kelly and Tammy Bowman, Charlie Knott, the overseas, the Australian, Georgia Alwis, and then we have got Prisha Thanawala, Emma Jones, Lucy Hyam, Grace Ballinger, Charlie Phillips and Maria Andrews. So that is the Blaze side. For Surrey, of course, they are missing players as well. The Blaze missing the likes of Orla Prendergast, Sarah Bryce, Catherine Bryce, Kirsty Gordon, all away at the World Cup. From a Surrey perspective, the likes of Alice Capsey, Sophia Dunkley, Tilly Courtine Coleman, Danny Wyatt-Hodge, who I just mentioned there with the 100 last night. So those names missing, but still a strong looking Surrey side. So I'm not quite sure what the batting order is going to be for Surrey. All will be revealed in a few moments time, of course. But Ailish Cranston and Kira Chatley, the captain, and then Alice Davison Richards, Laura Harris, Jemima Spence, Paige Schofield, Alice Monaghan, Kalia Moore, Rihanna McDonald-Gate, and then Izzy Sidhu will make a professional debut for Surrey in this game, and Danny Gregory. So those are our two sides for you. As you can see, the Blaze are making their way out to the middle. You can see 3 spectators there who have brought their deck chairs and are already sat getting ready for action. The block of flats away there to the left, the one stand here at Beckenham. And it's a lovely ground, Beckenham, very open, and spectators can have a nice wander around the boundary's edge. The pavilion away to the left of the pictures that you're seeing at the moment, and then we are on the balcony of the indoor school for commentary today. Pleased to say that Kirsty White will be along in a moment, no doubt, and Mr. Jeremy Coney is also with us today, which is very, very nice. So the Blaze are out there, and we'll wait to see who is coming out to open for Surrey after the Blaze, as I say, won the toss and decided to bowl first. I'd expect Alice Monaghan to be opening up for Surrey. It's just who she's going to be opening up with. But as I say, in a moment's time, all will be revealed. And it looks like it's going to be Rihanna McDonald-Gay. So it is. It's Rihanna McDonald-Gay and Alice Monaghan are going to be opening up for Surrey. So that is a change at the top of the order for Surrey. McDonald-Gay on the left, Monaghan on the right. But weather is set for today. Well, those two will have to bowl their 10 overs as well, so they're going to have busy days. Messrs McDonald-Gay and Monaghan here at Beckenham. So we are all set to get underway. And just a reminder of how this all works. 50 over game. First power play is the 10 overs for the power play. It's going to be Grace Ballinger to get us started from the football ground training end, because of course this is where Crystal Palace train, Crystal Palace Football Club. And it'll be Alice Monaghan on strike. There's a slip in there, as you can see. So first ball, Ballinger left arm over. And the first ball swings. That did swing back in, and Monaghan's forward, thickish inside edge. And that will run away into the leg side. Monaghan's off the mark, and it is a joy to say, here on the Surrey live stream, a very good morning to Jeremy Coney.
Morning, Churchy. Morning, everybody. Nice ground, Beckenham. Lots of runs scored here.
Very much so.
I've just had a look at last year's scores, and the average first innings score is 298. So that means, of course, if it's an average, there are plenty above that.
Yes.
So runs are plenty if you can get yourself in. We'll see how quick it is. There's a bit of a breeze coming across the ground.
Usually absolute cracking pitches here. First ball for McDonald-Gay, and again swings back in from Ballinger. McDonald-Gay just playing that one back up the pitch. They're usually terrific pitches and high scoring games here at Beckenham. Last year we had a tie with 342, I think it was, playing 342
for 9 as well.
Magnificent day.
Yes.
Magnificent day that was. Again, just swinging back into McDonald-Gay. Nicely played into the leg side. Strong breeze today, as you say. And I made the decision to wear shorts today, Jeremy Coney, which seemed a wise decision first thing this morning until we actually got here, because it's not the warmest of days. And the good thing is the sun does sweep around. So by this afternoon, fingers crossed, the sun will be in our faces. Oh, now that's a big inside edge. Again, it's this late swing. That's away for 4. Down to the fine leg boundary road. But this is interesting. Ballinger is getting that ball, left arm over, to swing back late.
Well, if that's the case, I'm not quite sure why there isn't a fine leg. There is certainly a person behind square. But they don't have a fielder at fine leg, and if it is swinging, it'll have, it will tend with both right-handers. It's going to want to go down fine leg quite often, I would have thought, if you don't get your original line right.
Again, just swings back a touch at McDonald-Gay, plays this one back up the pitch, but the previous delivery started about middle stump, swung late, big inside edge just past her leg stump. So Ballinger will be encouraged by this. The one that could be deadly is the one that doesn't swing and just goes across the right hander.
Well, the slips in, as you can see, just to the left of the keeper there, wide-ish.
Final ball of the first over, and that is the one that goes across, and McDonald-Gay has a big old drive at that, beats the outside edge. So end of the first over. Surrey put in by the Blaze, 5 without loss. Those little umbrella tents that you can see, that's a very nice area down there, because there's a couple of benches under those as well. And we had a little circuit of the ground this morning, and there's a little bar there as well next to those umbrella tents. A little
not so
wooden,
busy at the moment.
Not so busy at the moment, but by this afternoon, there may be a few dotted around, having a little look at things. from there. So Phillips will get us started. Charlie Phillips from the City End, as it's now known, here at Beckenham. Number of names the ends here at Beckenham could have been called, but the City End of the ground. We can also just about see Canary Wharf from here. See the tops of the towers from Canary Wharf. So Charlie Phillips to get us started from the City End, named in that England A squad. Charlie Phillips, a number of the Surrey players as well in that England A squad, to be captained by Kira Chatley. And her first delivery, Monaghan's just pushing away into the offside. Monaghan just rehearsing there. You can see her rehearsing, driving through the covers, getting better every game. Alice Monaghan, very talented cricketer. And I was saying that Monaghan and McDonald Gay will have a busy day because they'll have to bowl their 10 overs as well. Standing with that bat raised high in the air, as you can see, leaning forward is Monaghan, and that's just coming back. It's the top of the front pad, always going over, rolls down towards backward point. A few spectators in. I think it'll build up as the day goes on. But the nice thing here at Beckenham, Mr. Coney, is you can bring your own chair. Isn't that lovely? So you can bring your own chair and sit where you want to, as long as it's not behind the bowler's arm, of course. Ooh, that beats the edge. Nicely bowled. Little bit of late swing again there, and Monaghan, again, as you can see, rehearsing away. But there in the distance, you can see one person by the covers there. They brought their own chair. They're all on their own, sat watching away.
Quite a specific choice, isn't it?
Well, I think
to place your chair.
But I think it's sensible because it's wind behind.
Yes.
So it's not the cold wind blowing straight into your face. So it's not a bad position to be sat, really. As beats the edge again, looking to cut this time. Monaghan, so that's 2 consecutive deliveries that have beaten the outside edge of the bat.
Well, it's an important, actually, component about the game too, I think. The wind coming across the field from the chairperson. We'll call them that, but they're not in charge. But it means scoring runs and hitting the boundaries over towards that person are going to be more difficult against the wind.
Nicely bowled again by Monaghan.
And throwing also
Yes.
from that side should be easier with the breeze behind. So that needs to be factored in, I think, when you're batting at the time and trying to steal runs perhaps to mid-wicket. There's just the 3 on the onside at the moment for Phillips bowling. It's mid-on, mid-wicket and a sort of wideish fine leg again.
Good over this from Phillips. Can she bowl a maiden? Good looking shot from Monaghan, but hits the cover ring, and it is a maiden. First up from Phillips, very nicely bowled by Charlie Phillips. So a couple of overs gone. And Surrey 5 without loss, as you can see there. Monaghan and McDonald Gay get together for a bit of a natter about everything.
Yeah, well, the first 2 overs, you'd say 10 balls of the 12 not yet scored from. So dead batting is going to become an issue. If you can't get these bowlers away, it puts a lot of pressure on not just the 2 openers, but also, in other words, to start a total, but also the next person in as well. And that can have ramifications further down the game. So they'll want to start to knock this ball around if they can. Make sure they get bat to ball.
Ballinger to bowl the third. Again, swings, but started on about leg stump. That'll be a leg bye. Just hitting the pads and rolling away into the leg side. It's really encouraging this for Grace Ballinger.
Quite nice late swing too.
Yeah,
It's not coming straight from the arm, which is always more of a curve towards you. You can see that very quickly and anticipate where it's going to be and get ready to play the stroke. This is a bit later, and you notice they didn't get hold of that as it was off the pad.
Again, swings.
You can also see where the batsman is setting up at this You know, they're just expecting and anticipating. You can see 3 stumps, can't you? So they're anticipating the swing coming towards that side. So they want the ball on the offside. They want it out on the offside of themselves so they can play their strokes and bring the bat into play.
Well, they've got the cover ring there, as you can see. The Blaze. Oh, that's nicely bowled. That is the one that just holds. Talked about that. Ballinger, when you're getting the ball to swing back into the right-hander, the really deadly ball can be the one that just holds. Holds its line. Of course, you'll go across the right-hander as well. And Monaghan there was expecting that swing. Didn't swing. That one, nicely bowled by Ballinger. Very nicely bowled. Very good start, this, from the Blaze. Good looking shot from Monaghan, just slightly over pitch. That's hit the gap in the cover ring, and they are going to get back here for a couple of runs. So nicely played by Monaghan. She'll move on to 3. Didn't try and overhit that, just pushed it away through the covers for a couple of runs. Nicely played.
Good stroke, cover point. And because the ball is swinging from Ballinger, she's pitching the ball up. So you can expect a few drives, I think, on the front foot.
Oh, that hits the edge, and that's going to run away down to the 3rd boundary. They've got the slip in there, but it's more of a second slip. And again, it's the one that just went across. It's our first boundary off the outside edge. It's always going down, though. I'm not even sure this would have carried, but that's nicely bowled by Ballinger. And away down to that 3rd boundary rope for 4. So our first boundary of the game.
Almost a backward defensive stroke, wasn't it, actually? And she's just played it down, and it's run off kind of an outside middle of the bat.
This one beats the edge, goes across again on the angle. Natural angle for the left arm seamer.
I think the slip's too wide for what we've seen for the straighter deliveries going across the right-hand batsman. You want to be, it's not as if it's going to swing away unless it starts wide. But that's not happening, is it? It's just sort of just outside off stump and carrying on its line and holding its line. So really, I think that first slip has got to be closer to the keeper. In fact, 8 of the runs have been off edges, haven't they? One leg side and one to the offside from Ballinger so far. She looks dangerous.
She does.
She looks actually a handy bowler. I think she's got a few wickets probably in this. 12 wickets so far.
Yeah, and she's always been a good bowler, as Ballinger. And Tammy Beaumont is at slip, but she's sort of covering 1st and 2nd slip at the moment. Charlie Phillips to bowl our 4th over. She's more 3rd slip there, actually, is Tammy Beaumont. She's very wide.
You get that sort of position on surfaces that are slow. But I think with the new ball, it's always better to sort of play your options a bit more, and the ball's going to come on a bit more, I think, and bounce a little bit more, for the first perhaps 4 or 5 overs with each ball maximum maybe, and I think you want to go a bit finer.
Driven by McDonald Gate. Really timed that. Made a bit of a funny noise off the bat. There, from Rihanna McDonald Gay. Oh, another gentleman's arrived with his chair. Oh no, he's nicked a chair from the pavilion. I thought he got his own deck chair, but I think he's been in and just nicked a chair from the pavilion. That's one way to do it. We've got a little scoreboard here at Beckenham as well. A little electronic scoreboard just down where the ground staff work. Solid looking defensive shot again from Rihanna McDonald Gay. But yes, there'll be a few spectators about today. But yes, that gentleman, he may be a member of the written press, actually. I may have done him a disservice there. And there is a tent for the written press. He may well be the only member of the written press here, but he's gone to get himself a chair. Oh no, he doesn't know where he's going now. Forward again. McDonald Gate, good line, good length this from Phillips. Solid start this from the Blaze. So these first 10 overs could be quite hard work here for Surrey. And both the opening bowlers, Phillips and Ballinger, just causing some problems. But as I say, Tammy Beaumont is very wide there. Oh, third slip, got a lot of ground to cover. Drives up towards mid-off, good half stop. And they will get a single. So McDonald-Gay will move on to 5. A good bit of fielding, diving away to the right there at that wideish mid-off position.
You'd think the breeze coming from over the right shoulder, if you like, of Phillips at the moment might assist her with an outswing. And you're certainly getting it from the other end, aren't you, Ballinger, blowing the ball and helping the swing.
Ooh, leading edge. Monaghan just trying to turn that one through mid-wicket. It'll roll down to deep third, and they will pick up a single. So 4 gone, 14 without loss. Are you going to eat your custard creams, Jeremy Coney?
No, they're not.
No, are they your custard creams?
They're not.
No. I've just seen as you came and joined me, you picked up those custard creams. They're just a tempter for the day.
Well, they're actually a useful little weight.
Is that what you're using? Because the other thing, just to let everybody know, is that is a good point from Jeremy Coney. All our papers are getting blown in the breeze. We've gaffer taped down the rotor with some hazard tape. That's doing the trick on our table. But not only is the strong breeze difficult for the players, it's difficult for us up here at times. 5th over, Ballinger playing this off the back foot is Monaghan. Nicely played. It's a good length delivery that to be playing off the back foot, but she's guided it very nicely down to third and will pick up a single. But yeah, just played that off the back foot, but it's nicely bowled again by Ballinger. Sun's going to hit us in probably, I would say, about half an hour's time as it sweeps round the ground. And by this afternoon, it'll be directly into our faces. Nice looking shot from McDonald-Gay, and there's a misfield in the covers. So that will enable McDonald-Gay to get back for 2. So nicely timed by McDonald-Gay. Little misfield in the covers. McDonald-Gay just indicating there, I think, to Monaghan what Ballinger's doing with it. But this is a change at the top of the order. McDonald-Gay bumped up to open. Kira Chatley, the captain, of course, has done it, but McDonald-Gay getting the opportunity today to open up with Alice Monaghan. Well bowled. That's the one that just goes across. Lovely length delivery. That beats the outside edge. That was very nicely bowled. And a Claridge behind the sticks today for the Blaze. I was looking at the names. We both were this morning over breakfast. The names that are missing from this game with England in the World Cup, and of course the World Cup starting. And Surrey, the likes of Alice Capsey and Danny Wyatt-Hodge, who made that 100 last night. Priyanaz Chatterjee, of course, who's away with Scotland, and then Paula Prendergast and
Sophia Dunkley's not here.
No, Sophia Dunkley. Tilly Coulter-Coleman.
Yes.
I do hope she gets a game or two in the
left arm orthodox,
yeah, left
isn't
arm
she?
orthodox. But of course, Smith does that job so well. As that just hops a touch on McDonald-Gay. She was trying to force that through the leg side, and it just bounced, hit the splice of the bat. That's nicely bowled by Ballinger. The Bryce sisters, of course, as well, away with Scotland, and they're going to lose a few more both sides with the England A series coming up as well. It's not very well scheduled, really. All that inside edge this time onto the front pad from Phillips. End of the over, 5 gone. But yes, with I know they have to have these games, There's the Blaze subs with all the drinks you saw there, sat on the bench, because it's quite a long walk from the middle back to the pavilion here at Beckenham. So very sensibly, a bench near the boundary rope with all the drinks. Otherwise, you might never ever get your drink, because it could take quite a long time to get to you. But it is a long old walk back from the middle to the pavilion. 6th over. Driving. Monaghan, good looking shot. Just slightly over pitched. This could be a boundary. It will be a boundary. Great dive after it's gone over the rope there. Fantastic. What a dive that was. But it had already hit the boundary rope. But beautifully timed by Monaghan. Over pitched by Phillips and nicely put away.
Saved the 5.
Very good, this. Here we go again. Look, here we go. It's hit the rope, then the dive. And it was spectacular. That would have... I think that's Emma Jones there, who, of course, knows this place extremely well. A fantastic dive from Emma there. Just pushed away. This one from Monaghan. Tell you what, that would have got top marks at the Olympics in the gymnastics from Emma. Just has to be a little bit careful with that. It's great commitment, but you don't want to injure yourself doing that. And she's had her injury problems, has Emma. That's a very nice shot, though, from Alice Monaghan. As I say, she gets better every game I see her.
Square drive.
Alice Monaghan. Extremely good cricketer. Turns this one nicely into the leg side. Should get to... No, just the single. With the deep backward square coming up.
That's the sort of thing I was talking about before. Someone running hard, getting to the ball. I'm very interested in seeing a few things here, because it's about the first time, maybe 15 years, I've actually commentated on a women's match. I'm looking for certain things. One of them is the athleticism of the players, the general movement to the ball, and then the throwing as well, diving.
Driving. Here's McDonald Gay straight back up the pitch.
And the shots and already we've seen shots through the offside, which is quite pleasing, I think. That's a development that from those times that I last watched, that it tended to be more pulled to the leg side, like hockey players, you know, that
bottom
hit
hand
to the legs and they hit powerfully through that way, but not so much through the offside, and they don't hold their shape quite so well, but they are here today, much better.
Yeah, very good. It's punched off the front foot. Really timed again by McDonald Gay. Lots of noise out there from the Blaze fielders. There's a few people as well. We've got one stand here at Beckenham with the green seats, and there are a few people dotted around in the stands. They're getting the sun at the moment. Beats the edge. Good length again from Phillips. Big drive that from McDonald Gay. Beat the edge. So one lovely boundary in that over. Interesting start here. Ballinger and Phillips bowling nicely. Couple of lovely shots from Monaghan. And everybody sort of getting used to being back into 50 over cricket. That block of 8 games. And then we went straight into the T20. Now we're back to 50 over. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the World T20 is going on. Then we've got a series for England A. And then at some point, we'll get back to the domestic T20. In fact, I think that's next week. Off the top of my head, I think there's a bit of domestic T20 next week. It's all very confusing. Must be confusing for the players as well. What competition are we playing in today, everybody? But it's the modern way of things. Start of the 7th. Goes across Monaghan there, looking to drive through the offside. Nothing on it at all. Very good win for England last night in the opener.
Comfortable, wasn't it?
Very much so. Great innings from Danny Wyatt-Hodge. 105 not out for Wyatt-Hodge, who scored a lot of runs for Surrey in this competition this season. Well bowled, well played. Swings late up on the toes of Monaghan, who drops the bat down on it. potters away into the offside. But no, it's a terrific, great start as well with Amy Jones. What was it they put on? 120 odd for the first wicket.
How long
Good
has she been
time.
opening, Amy Jones?
For a while.
Has she?
Yeah, for a while. She's done a lot of it in the 50 over stuff for England. Good looking shot again from Monaghan. It's driving beautifully here into the covers.
Well, the length that the Blaze bowlers have been operating from has been encouraging the front foot shots. They're giving it the ball a chance to swing. We're nearly 40 balls into this game, and you know there's about this 42 would be after this over, wouldn't it? And this high 30s already haven't been scored from.
I'm hoping it's going to be high 30s in temperature by this afternoon.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
nice,
you might be on your own. I might be thawing out.
Well,
inside.
You've also chosen to go with the
Short
shorts.
sleeve.
Of course, you've got short sleeves,
Well,
no socks.
Can I be
You really
honest?
anticipated this
I
being a
woke
nice
up
day.
this morning and the sun was shining, and it hasn't been around for a while. And I just thought, how lovely. Pull the old shorts out, bung the old t-shirt on.
The older man showing great experience.
That's a
got
lovely
the coat.
coat.
Got the coat on. Yeah.
Well, I have got the long coat in the car, but
Doesn't
I
go
was
with the
slightly
shorts?
concerned walking
was.
around in a long coated shorts.
Okay.
I may have been asked to leave the ground at any point. Which, yes, who's that strange man wandering around in a long coat and shorts? But I am keeping my fingers crossed that when the sun has swept around on this balcony later, you'll all be far too hot and I'll just be in perfect clothing. Good looking shot from Donald Gay. Oh, misfield up at mid-off. That was struck firmly. But a little misfield at mid-off enables them to get through for the single. Charlie Phillips up there at mid-off. So, end of the over. 7 gone. Solid start, I'd call this, from Surrey against some good bowling from Phillips and Ballinger, who haven't made life easy.
No, there's been movement there for them, and they've extracted that nicely. They've used the breeze. They've been bowling the bowlers from the correct ends to encourage that, but then they've bowled full too. And while the field set has been, orthodox, I would say, there's been some good saves because of the big drives that have been played by the batsmen.
8th over. Outside edge. Oh, it's gone straight between Beaumont and the keeper. And we said Tammy Beaumont is so wide there. She's almost at third slip. Never getting either of them. And not ever going to get anything on that. And that's between the two. Despairing dives, left and right. Claridge going to her right. Beaumont going to her left. It went straight between the two of them. And it's 4 runs for McDonald Gay. Be interesting to see where Beaumont stands now. I'm sure she'll have moved a little closer towards the keeper, because that was a huge gap between the two of them. Still pretty wide as forward goes McDonald Gay.
Yeah, that's not in play quite at the moment. That width of the first slip between the keeper and then a big gap. You really want your bowlers, if you're going to do that, your bowler has to bowl a lot wider. And I don't think with a new ball you want to be taking the stumps out of play, to be honest. And it's also, both batsmen have looked to play the big drive too, haven't they? They've been quite keen to get on that front foot.
Well, I'm sure they haven't, but it almost looks as if they've fallen out as driving up to mid-off is McDonald Gay. They'll get a single, but it also, that they won't have done. But it almost looks like Claridge and Beaumont have fallen out and don't want to be anywhere near each other.
Well, that's happened before between many sorts of teams.
Changing the slip cordon. Everyone tactically looking at why is there a new fielder in the slips? Having had a row with the keeper on the way out. Just nudged away with the wrists by Monaghan. Down towards 5 leg. Oh, look at that. The 3 lovely chairs there. I do apologise to everyone, but I get slightly obsessed when I'm here at Beckenham with what chairs people have bought to sit and watch. And as that ball rolled down towards fine leg, 3 people with very comfy looking deck chairs looked as if they sort of had a cushion for the head area built into the deck chair down there. It's excellent. Can get the ones these days with sort of cup holders and things. This is outside edge. That flies through the backward point region. And they will pick up a single. Ballinger doing the fielding down there. So McDonald Gay on to 14. Monaghan comes on to strike. Leaning forward there, Monaghan. Just getting that weight moving forward. Nice defensive shot. Just played away into the offside. So that big outside edge for McDonald Gate going between keeper and slip. In that over 8 gone. That's the Crystal Palace antenna you can see away there in the distance, our equivalent to the Eiffel Tower. Not quite as romantic as Paris, the Crystal Palace antenna, but and you can also see the tops of the buildings at Canary Wharf from here as well, over in the distance. So we are very close to London. We're on the outskirts of London. So easy for people to get here on public transport. Two stations to pick from.
Yeah, way to our right. 4 cranes. That's exciting.
Yeah, very well. The new building.
Henry Blofeld would be very
excited
yes,
by that. Well, every time you come here, they seem to be putting a new building up. I always thought that was a garden centre. As this is a short ball. This could be our first wicket. No, toe ended and doesn't get up to the fielder. Stood up there at mid-off. And so, McDonald Gay there, I think she was in 2 minds, really, whether to cut or pull. Didn't really do either, and it just came straight off the toe end of her bat. And it was one of those tantalising ones for Phillips. And actually, it dropped quite a few feet in front of her. Turned into the leg side, went back of a length there, did Ballinger, nicely bowled. Pick up a single. So yes, next time we have a shot across the ground, there is what looks, or what I honestly thought for a couple of years was a garden centre. But it turns out, it's like a big aircraft hangar. Turns out that's Crystal Palace's indoor pitch. No expense spared, of course. So if the weather isn't very good, Crystal Palace have got a pitch to train on indoors. Full toss, driven away by Monaghan, nicely placed. Low full toss, nicely placed by Alice Monaghan. She'll move on to 20. Just a question of hitting the gap here, which is exactly what she did.
Yeah, a bit of a gimme. We've seen the driving so far from the opening batsman, and that one was full toss and didn't really move too much, and so it was a case of placement. 5th boundary of the innings.
Beats the edge. Nicely bowled again. That's the one that doesn't swing. And as I said, that will be the deadly one.
You're keen on
here.
that, aren't you?
I like it because
of this one that comes moving back.
They have set themselves up now for the ball that swings back. Now she's just gone straight across Monaghan there.
Well, it's interesting too that where they're setting up their stance, where they stand as the bowler runs in, you can see this player, Monaghan, is actually across the stumps a little bit more.
Drives. Nicely played again. That'll swing deep third round. Get back for 2. Nicely played by Monaghan. This is what I do like about Alice Monaghan, is she's now 22 off 27 deliveries, and it hasn't been straightforward, but she works things out very quickly, and she's also, as I say, for me, getting better every game with bat and ball.
Okay. She
very,
bowls as well.
yeah. Oh, yeah, she'll
Yeah.
bowl the 10 overs. She's a very talented cricketer. Here's Alice Monaghan. Oh, well bowled. That's gone straight over the top of off stump. No. Brilliant from Ballinger there.
Can't believe it.
Takes the shirt, puts it over her head face. So that was really nicely bowled by Ballinger, that final delivery. 9 gone.
38. It's not a defining total, is it, in terms of the first 10 overs and the power play? But they haven't lost any wickets. I guess they still therefore are able to play more aggressively.
Blaze
later
fans
on. Well,
in.
yes.
Blaze fans in.
Wow.
Although slightly muddled up there and wearing a Blaze shirt,
Yes.
a Northern Superchargers hat, and another hat underneath that one.
That's called playing the field.
It
isn't
is.
it? Yeah.
Options. Phillips to bowl the 10th, final one of the power play. But yes, nice to see some Blaze supporters having made the trip down from the mighty Nottinghamshire. I was there myself only a few weeks ago, the home of Robin Hood. And the band of
Perhaps it's the
merry
hats,
men.
you see, it's, yeah.
Yes. Statues everywhere of Robin Hood in Nottingham. Interesting Nottingham. It's sort of, they seem to be pulling a lot of buildings down and building new ones. This is clipped very firmly into the leg side. And there's no run there as Maria Andrews does the fielding at mid-wicket. It's changed a great deal even since last year at Nottingham. And all the buildings when I walked to Trent Bridge, because of course the walk to Trent Bridge is fantastic because you go past Notts County football ground and then you've got the city ground for Nottingham Forest as well on the River Trent, and then you're at Trent Bridge. So all within about half a mile of each other. And yes, on the walk there, lots of the buildings I was used to, they're not there anymore. New buildings are sprouting up everywhere. It's a lovely city, Nottingham. It really is. So very nice to see a few Blaze supporters down here today. Wondering if the ice cream van might turn up a bit later, obviously when it warms up. Not here just yet. It's normally sort of part to the right of... Oh, where we are. That one has come back the other way, beats the inside edge and goes over the top of the stumps. Terrific piece of bowling that from Phillips. That's probably gone over middle and off, I would say. See it from this angle. It's good bowling. This will nip back to where it's pitching. Just nips and bounces. Cool, that's a cracker.
Yep.
Absolute cracker from Phillips.
Yep, over the top of the off stump. Batsman playing the original line of the ball, and so once it moves, once it hits the surface of the pitch, has nipped back, created problem and bounced.
And looks to drive, thick inside edge. It's nice action that Phillips has. It's quite a slingy action. And that probably helps with that coming back as well. But nicely bowled. Good over again, this.
Hasn't needed the shirt over the face yet,
Not
though.
just yet. No, that was brilliant from Ballinger, wasn't it? Just stood in the middle of the pitch as the ball went over the top of the stumps. So Phillips, this would be her second maiden. It will be her second maiden. Very good over again. So that is the power play. Done and dusted for Surrey. 38 without loss.
10 overs gone. So
Actually, I think that's pretty good for Surrey. I think
completes the power play.
Ballinger and Phillips have bowled very nicely there. They've had a couple of moments of luck, McDonald, Gay and Monaghan, but I think that wickets column's the key. In fact, they haven't lost a wicket. I think Ballinger and Phillips have bowled well enough to pick up a couple. So now 4 allowed outside the fielding circle.
And a change of bowling at the Beckenham end. Number 88, Emma Jones.
Emma Jones into the attack. Former Surrey player, of course. Emma Jones knows this place extremely well. So Emma Jones into the attack. Good bowler, Emma Jones. Got a bit of pace about her. sort of turned herself as well. When she wasn't able to bowl due to injury, all she could do was bat. And now she's making quite a few runs as well. Very powerful batter, lots of shots. Now from the Beckenham end. The Beckenham end. I always thought that was the football training ground end, but the Beckenham end. So the city end, I suppose that's talking about the city of London. Emma Jones with her first delivery then, starting the 11th over. Goes short first up. That's just tucked away by Alice Monaghan. And we'll get a single. And Lucy Hyam does the fielding.
Well, the release of the field restrictions now, of course, but now that the first 10 overs have been completed, this is a field setting of 5 on the offside and 4 on the onside. Normally, that would mean that the bowler is going to be bowling pretty straight, and at the stumps, bring them into play a little bit, so they're covering the field more evenly.
Beats the edge on the drive. McDonald Gay hasn't quite found her timing here. Monaghan's got into it. Just looks a little frustrated to me at the moment. Rihanna McDonald Gay.
Yeah, 3.8 runs, obviously, from the first 10 overs per over run rate.
There is a game taking place this morning in the Women's World T20. Scotland women in action against Ireland women.
Oh, well, those are some of the players you mentioned.
And Scotland women 62 for 3. And the Bryce sisters,
yes,
20 and 7 not out.
And Kirsty Gordon plays there as well too, doesn't she? And Orla Prendergast for Ireland.
For Ireland.
Yeah.
So they're all going head to head today. Oh, Emma Jones wasn't happy with something there. About halfway through her run and decided against it. Might have been the breeze. And again, it might not have been. Wobble. Bounce again. She has got a bit of pace about her, Emma Jones. And that was the extra bounce did for McDonald Gay there.
That's about the second or third time we've seen the ball carrying through nicely. Bowling from
the Beckenham end.
The Beckenham end.
Yes, the Beckenham end. It's about a 10-minute walk to Beckenham High Street. Very nice. Very artisan as this rolls away out towards Hyam at deep backward square off the thickish inside edge of McDonald Gay's bat. And Monaghan comes back onto strike on 23.
Pottery,
art. Gastro pub.
Right.
Gastro pubble too. Yes.
That sounds like us.
Well, yes.
We could buy a piece of pottery, perhaps.
I'll buy you some pottery.
No.
Wobbled right up on the toes of Monaghan. Nicely played by Monaghan. Drops the bat on it. Jones does the fielding. Off her own bowling. So tidy first over that from Emma Jones. But yes, anybody who's thinking of coming down this afternoon might be watching the Surrey live stream. Do come, because there's plenty of space to sit. Bring your own chair, comfy chair. The sun's going to be out in a minute. Well, it's out anyway, but it's just that we're not getting it. But it's a pleasant day, I would say today. Charlie not into the attack for the first time. Our first spin of the day here. So that'd be interesting as well. See Charlie not bowling. McDonald Gay will be on strike. Be interested to see how McDonald Gay goes about this, because she hasn't really found her timing yet. Now she might try here to get after the knot. Well, that's a loopy full toss first up, which McDonald Gay can sweep out towards deep mid-wicket. Beaumont doing the fielding out there, and we'll get a single. But it may just give McDonald Gay the opportunity to find her timing.
We find in New Zealand that couches can be brought down to the ground as well, mainly down in the south. where it's quite chilly
So
from Dunedin. Sofa, yeah. A couch,
it's quite
we call it.
transportation of that.
It is, and they tend to leave it there at the end of the match. Sometimes they'll set it alight. Because it is, as I say, quite a chilly spot.
Take it to an older sofa.
Yes.
You wouldn't be taking a
Correct.
quality
The students.
student.
That's what
Oh,
I'm
that is
referring-
so student.
I'm
That
referring
is
to.
so student. Not really giving this some air here. And that one looking to sweep. McDonald Gay, but hits the fielder at short mid-wicket. Well, if you want to bring a sofa down this afternoon, bring your sofa down. You may have to hire a truck, as this is swept by McDonald Gate out towards deep backward square. Jones will do the fielding out there. Oh dear, throw straight over the top of the keeper. That's messy. That's messy. Now, of course, wind behind. Emma Jones' strong arm, and that has soared straight over the keeper's head. And they picked up an extra run there. So a little bit messy, all that from the Blaze. It's nicely bowled by Knott. Bit of drift there. Finds the edge. McDonald Gate with the drive. Running down to the deep third boundary. Ballinger goes sprinting back. They're going to come back for 3. Good running. Excellent running from McDonald Gay and Monaghan. That was a nicely flighted delivery again from Knott. So McDonald Gay 22. Now has just got ticking in this over. Not coming off the middle of the bat as such, but just got her score moving. Monaghan pushes this one from Knott straight out to extra cover. There is no run. It's the end of the over. 47 without loss. I'm going to leave you, Jeremy Coney, because you are about to be joined by Hector Vickers.
Yep, that's good. For off spin, really flighty off spin, and I'm interested to see whether either of these Surrey batsmen are prepared to use their feet to get to the ball on the full toss, not allowing it to bounce and to then grip and turn, usually back in, of course, from an off spinner back into the right-handed batsman. And very, very high flight as well. So interesting. Let's just wait and see what they're prepared to do about that. A couple of full tosses, but then drag the length down a little bit. Hello, Hector. All right?
Morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Jeremy.
How are you, Hector? All right?
Yeah, very well,
Okay.
thank you. Lovely day here at Beckenham. Jones continuing. What have you made of the start?
Well, I think the runs have been without really piled on at all. I think we've seen some nice drives from Monaghan in particular. And they haven't lost a wicket. That's the key part about it at the moment. Plenty of overs left.
Nicely driven up to mid-on.
So while it's not threatening at the moment as a large total, there are, because they've still got all their wickets intact, that they can at some point in the innings make a decision, are we going to really go after it here? And they can play a higher number of aggressive shots and get that score going along a little more quickly.
Short and a attempted pull there from McDonald Gay. Just looked to up the ante, playing a miss through to the keeper.
Quite pleased to see that too. It was one of the things I mentioned, the fielding before. It's been a long time since I've watched women's cricket closely, and it's the movement. We've seen some movement in the field quite nicely. A bit of few fumbles, I'd have to say, but the throwing seems a bit more powerful than I last remember.
Jones in again. Bit full of this time, back to the bowler.
And the bowling, as far as that's the first time we've seen a short delivery and a bouncer as such to the batsman. So they were never bowled before, and so that's an addition too to the quality of what you're starting to see from the women nowadays. I'm interested to see what the power hitting, whether that can actually occur as well.
To come here for Emma Jones. That's his short and pulled again, top edged. It's going to run away for 4. Bit of fortune for the Surrey continues. but good intent from Emma Jones there with another short ball.
It is not through the stroke, so that, in other words, the pace of the delivery has actually beaten her, and she's not through the shot, and it's bounced a little bit more as well, so it's got the top edge of the bat and flown almost directly behind the keeper. So you'd be encouraged, I think, by that from Jones.
Yeah, she does come in with some extra pace. Emma Jones, previously from Surrey, signed a 2-year deal with the Blaze at the back end of last season. 0 for 6 so far, last ball of her second over. Fuller and driven again, nicely placed, even better. Beats mid-on, bit of a misfield actually, and it's going to run away. It's a quick outfield, it's going to get all the way for 4.
Yep, very full ball and really punched rather than driven hard. Beat the bowler in the follow through, and then also beat Manon going to her left, and then managing to get through to the boundary. Perhaps could have got something on that there, the mid-on, as she dived to try and save that.
Grace Ballinger there. She did the hard work. She got there. Just slipped under her grasp. I like this decision to move Rihanna McDonald-Gay to the top of the order. The last time out in the One Day Cup last season against Warwickshire, she batted at 10. So pushing her up today, Surrey bat a lot deeper now. Laura Harris set to come in at 8 on the scorecard, but not going to continue.
Now, can we see, with this kind of floaty off spin, the batsman being prepared to step down towards and prevent it bouncing and try to get to it on the full?
That one is full, but just clipped away down to deep square, who's not actually on the boundary. None of these fielders, they're all just a couple of paces in off the boundary, it appears, from up here. Charlie Knott making her List A debut for the Blaze, came in for the T20. She's been playing well so far for the Nottingham side. Again, pitched up and driven nicely out to mid-on, run through for a single. She's bowling nice and full, Knott. As you say, Jeremy, a couple of paces down the wicket and most of these balls will be turned into a full toss.
Yeah, the danger sometimes is that they will wait, the batsman, and try and sweep those full balls, and I think that's a bit of a danger then. That's pulled back again, goes to cut, and it's made a contact. There's no slip at all, and that's going to run away for another boundary here. So this is a good over, going nicely now. There's certainly an increase in the tempo of the game.
Certainly looking to up the ante against Knott. 7 from her first over, 6 so far from her second. Just a touch too short, dragged her length down a bit. 2 balls to come. The Australians 0 for 13. Short again, and this will be easy pickings for Alice Monaghan. She moves into the 30s. 4 more for Surrey.
Yeah, this is a drag down, and it's drag down on the leg stump area, and that's easy pickings, and pulled away just to the left of someone catching at 45s, trying to save the single there. So as soon as you got it past that was going to run away. So a couple of boundaries, that helps.
Not immediately under pressure, having been brought into the attack as a first change, first sign of spin we've seen today. Fuller and just turned down to that deep square leg. Good over for Surrey, 11 from it, 66 for naught after 14.
Yeah, it's going to be, you're going to get these kind of overs during a 50 over match where the batsmen get on top, or the bowler doesn't quite bowl exactly where you'd like them. And so you just give them a little rest to go and think about, I can do better than that. What was the problem? And let's work on that. And so that's okay for Jones. Not the end of her today at all. She can come back for other little spells as well. But I think I'd be keen to keep bowling the mediums at this stage. I think that's going quite nicely. Yep. And it seems to be one of those days where the mediums might enjoy things a little more.
Emma Jones in and immediately cut away. That's a beautiful shot from Alice Monaghan. 4 more to her. She moves to 38. Surrey now 70 for none.
Yeah, we're seeing a wider range of shot from Monaghan now. We've seen but principally drives. This one's a little shorter outside off, and she's taking a position where she's got plenty of room to play that cut, and she's got a good contact there. So another boundary. This has been quite a nice little productive couple of overs here, and the scoring rate, as you can see, has accelerated quite dramatically.
Jones coming in. She's bowling with good pace today so far, as this one's fuller and driven. Nicely, it's a good stop at backward point. A diving stop, saved at least a couple. But Emma Jones, you feel she's probably the quickest in this Blaze attack. Charlie Knott at the other end. She's had a tough start, but she has taken a fall for in the blast this season for the Blaze. She's an effective bowler, but as you say, Jeremy, you wouldn't be surprised to see a change back to some medium pace. This one's shorter and cut. Looks like it's going to be full fielder, cuts it off from third man. They'll run back for two. Monaghan's just upping the ante here. Moves to 40, had a run of ball now.
Just a little wide again, and this one's deliberately uppercut. No attempt to get that onto the ground at all, to beat the person at backward point, and got it away comfortably and mopped up by the third man.
Yeah, a bit too wide as well, you feel, from Jones. If he's going to bowl short, try and straighten up a touch. Here she is again for her fourth. This one, yeah, nicely directed into the hip of Monaghan. He just balloons into the offside, no run. .72 for none now, Surrey. It's a lovely day here at Beckenham. Their first match here of the season. They've been playing all their home games at the Oval. 8 games in the One Day Cup, 6 in the Blast. Currently third in the table. The Blaze, of course, are table toppers, having only lost 1 this season. Jones has 2 to come. It's a nice shot, clipped in to the onside. Looks like they'll get a couple. Lucy High in there at deep square leg, running round to deep mid-wicket. Fields nicely. 2 more to Monaghan.
Monaghan's shown quite a wide range of shot, hasn't she? So I mentioned the straight driving. She picked out mid-off a couple of times, but I mean, it's a safe stroke. It's a full blade of the bat. We've seen some cuts. We've seen some. That's a nice tuck as well. We've seen a cut run down off the, a later cut as well, really, to allowing the ball from Jones, the spinner.
Oh, and this one seems to be a bit of a leading edge. Fielder does well at third man. Diving stop down to her left, but actually slips through her and runs away for 4. So another big over for Surrey. 12 from it to back up the 11 of the previous over.
I think that's kind of deliberately played down there, just opening the face at the last moment. Valiant effort down there. That's third, but the ball's run away and over the boundary. So very useful over. So 78. So that's 40 runs coming from those last 5 overs. So there's been a definite. It was 38 and now it's 78. So without loss, no loss of wicket yet. So that's certainly an acceleration at this time of the game. And the pressure now is starting to just ratchet up a little on the Blaze.
Yeah. For those of you just joining us, Surrey were 38 for none. After a cautious power play, Monaghan had 22 of those and McDonald Gay 15. We're going to have a change of bowling here. Georgia Elwis comes into the attack for the first time today. Right arm medium fast. Keeper standing up to the stumps. Eric Claridge it is, the USA international keeper. Here comes Elwis for our first lick of her today. Slightly over pitch. That's a lovely drive from McDonald Gay. And Surrey are going nicely now. They're flying. McDonald Gay moves to 35 and Surrey 82 for none.
Yeah. A decent start from the bowler, really. I mean, at the stumps and of a length that's just a little full, and Monaghan's into her work, isn't she? She's really starting to attack this. Good to see the keeper up for the medium pacer. I think that's another little notable thing I can see.
Just drags her length back. That's much better from Elwis. No run.
And that keeps often the batsmen at home. They don't like to sort of charge and give themselves a bit of room, a la Harry Brook.
Yes.
That kind of approach. So that's you know, it's good. It's good to see the keepers doing that.
We've seen that a lot more recently. Of course, the Ashes in the recent Test match was in again, bit wider this time and carved out to Lucy Hyam at deep cover. Surrey wanted the second, but good fielding from Hyam reduces them to a single.
Yeah, need to be aggressive in the running, because of course with the breeze coming from across that throw was going into the breeze, so they'll just start to build on this a little bit more here.
Monaghan back on strike and play a miss. Good bit of work behind the stumps from the keeper, Claridge. Whisk the bails off. Monaghan, highest score of 49 so far this season against Essex. She's got 173 runs for Surrey and about 22. She's played all 8 matches so far. She's been ever present in the squad. 2 to come for Elwes. This one's full of dug out nicely to points. Bit of a misfield, so a comfortable single in the end, but good running as well.
Nice little bounce throw too coming in from the sweeper. Often you don't have to lob it straight over, so it looks good. Much flatter throw, one bounce into the keeper is a good quick throw.
Last ball now for Elwes' first over. It's a good length and a lovely drive as well from Rihanna McDonald-Gay. They'll just saunter through for a single. End of the over, Surrey 85 for none.
So 7 off the over. So once again, it's Surrey pushing hard now. They're starting to get this partnership really flowing. And both of them have to work hard, keep the running going. I think a run was missed in that last over, but you know, they've taken some time while the ball was new, while the ball swung, and they've got themselves established in those 10 overs. 38 isn't a huge total there for a power play, but since then, you know, the accelerator has certainly gone down. So they're coming back strongly, I think, in this second phase of the game.
Yeah, they've been resolute in their plan, and part of that plan was to move McDonald-Gay up to the top of the order. As I mentioned earlier, came in at 10 in her last one-day cup appearance, but it just lengthens that Surrey batting order even more. They've got plenty of batting to come as Jones is going to continue short and wide ball called.
Yes, I don't know the players, I'm sorry, so you'll know a lot more about that than I will, Hector. So they've brought a number 10 up, and that pushes all the batsmen down one, basically, doesn't it?
Yeah, Bryony Smith is just resting this week, managing her workload with a T20 blast. Cuts, but to mid-off was a good bit of fielding there. Had to dive, did Monaghan, but in the end was comfortably in.
Yeah, I like the desperation from Monaghan, though. You know, that she knew that she left late. She had to wait and see. You know what her partner was going to do. Was she going to take the single? Well, only went to mid-off, so she had to really throw a dive and a bit more desperation. It was good.
Leaning forward is Monaghan and drives that. Third man's got a bit of work to do, but gets round. And Monaghan's pushing for the second. Good running, Jeremy, as you mentioned. She wasn't going to let that one go. Moves to 49 now.
Yeah, much better. It's a good stroke. It's a little bit wide, and it's actually as she's made the contact with the ball, it's more of an open face of a bat. So it was always and deliberately done that way to get it down to third man, and took the second very quickly. Again, that wind working for the batsman, throwing into it.
One away from 50 now is Monaghan. This is short, pulled up in the air. Could it be a wicket? Is a wicket. First wicket to fall today, and Monaghan one short of that half century. Batted so nicely, but in the end a comfortable catch at mid-wicket for the Australian Charlie Knott. Emma Jones, the former Surrey player herself, gets the breakthrough. Surrey 89 for 1 now, and the Blaze needed that.
They certainly did. Certainly we were almost getting a shot a ball, weren't we, to that phase of a partnership. It's been dragged down. It's middle stump, and the problem that Monaghan has that she didn't get inside the line at all. You need to have a nice wide base too. Get inside the line so the ball is to the left of your head, and you can actually strike it much more easily. She had to sort of hook it across from outside her, outside her head, and so that made it very difficult to get a good contact to the ball. So that's been the downfall of her, but she's played a very good innings, I think. She's showed a wide range of shot. It's not a huge mistake, but it's always a good thing to short ball like that, and the short ball has brought about the wicket. And so I mentioned that before. It's good to see those are being used. And so Jones gets her first wicket, the first wicket for her side as well. A decent partnership for Surrey. And as you mentioned, there's still plenty of batting to come, Hector.
Yeah, and here's an example of that. Kira Chatley, the captain, joins McDonald Gay at the crease. Chatley, of course, about to head off to England A to captain for the 3 T20s and ODIs that they have against India A, starting next Saturday. Chatley's had a good season with the bat and with the gloves behind the stumps as well, averaging 31 in this competition, 189 runs and a couple of half centuries to her name. But the Blaze will just have a bit of wind in their sails after a slightly demoralising start. Emma Jones with that extra pace undid Monaghan in the end, 49, so she tied her highest score for the season. Just couldn't quite time the pull shot. Rose up on her. Here's Jones. Again, she has 3 to come. Some filler and just played cautiously out to short cover, no run. Bit of a breeze here at Beckenham. She'll be hitting downwind with the pull shot, which Monaghan would have had in her mind when she went to take that on, actually. Full again and scooped an interesting shot out to fine leg. Will just yield a single. Chatley off the mark.
Yeah, just helping out. It's on its way, really. It was going down leg side slightly, and she did get inside the line, you see, and was just able to help it and angle it away. Not looking to overhit it. 2 men behind square at this stage, positioned for the catch.
90 for 1, Surrey. Jones in for a last, very short, and bounces through to the keeper, but a good over the wicket from it, and just the 5 runs. Jones has 27 for 1, Surrey 90 for 1 after 17 overs.
Yeah, good wicket there for the Blaze, who are needing it, of course. Principally, she's bowling now short of a length and even shorter still, isn't she? And she's using her height to get some bounce from the surface and some response. That's forcing the batsmen back. So far in the game, they've been coming forward quite nicely and playing drives and getting it down to third man comfortably. And so there's always a chance, if you don't play the hook shot well, that it can bring about your demise, and that's what happened in that particular over to Monaghan. Good innings for 49, and now let's see if a partnership can develop between these Chatley as well.
Yeah, it's going to be Georgia Elwes to continue. As we mentioned earlier, Ella Claridge standing up to the stumps is a good call, because Chatley just standing back in her crease a touch. This one's cut, just beats backward point. It's going to run away. Third man comes round, does well. Out there was Grace Ballinger who came round, but they'll come back for a second.
Just dragged down outside off, and it's cut deliberately again with an open blade to the left of backward point, and mopped up by third man coming round.
This one's fuller and driven nicely from Chatley, but straight back to Elwes. Nice bit of fielding. Chatley, of course, in her first season as captain for Surrey in the One Day Cup.
She captain of the A's as well, the England A.
England A's, yeah. Starting next Saturday. A few of these players playing today, actually, will be present. That's clipped nicely. out to a wide fine leg. So the run through for a single.
Yeah, good stroke, wasn't it? A controlled little
Mm.
pickup. Only got a single, but it's one of the ones that could slip away to the boundary quite easily if you get a little bit more on it,
Yeah.
or less, and it goes fine.
Yeah. 3 to come for Elwes. A nice drive from McDonald Gay up to mid on, no run. Couple more left for Elwes. She has 0 for 10 from her first over and a bit. Surrey 93 for 1. McDonald Gay facing up. Pushes this one out to Lucy Heim, who's had a lot of work to do on the deep cover boundary, just the single. .298 the average first inning score here.
It is here from the last 7 or 8 games, I think. And that's just the first innings.
Yeah.
So if it's an average, then of course there's going to be some totals that are much in excess
Yes.
of 298. So 300 is possible on this ground. You can see that. It looks to be a decent batting pitch here today. If anything, just a tad slow, but we've seen some bounces being bowled. We've seen some spin hasn't quite worked. So it's been an interesting construction of an innings so far. It's been slow to start, in a lot of dot balls in the first 10 overs, and then particularly Monaghan, I thought, started to play her strokes, and she dominated that next phase. And we're getting to that nearly towards the 20th over, and that's quite a good time when you can sort of start to evaluate how are we going in this and where are we aiming at, how are we looking for setting a target here for the Blaze in the second innings.
It's going to be Emma Jones to continue as Jeremy Coney makes way for Kirsty White. Jones in here, the wicket taker, of course, full and driven nicely out to mid-off. It's going to be a run-out chance, a direct hit. Umpire's finger goes up. That's a brilliant piece of work to undo McDonald Gay. She was going nicely on 39. But a fantastic run-out from mid-off. McDonald Gay has to go for 39. Surrey now 94 for 2. And all of a sudden, a couple of wickets in just a few overs. Just having a look at this replay. Yeah, brilliant piece of work. Morning, Kirsty White. What a way to come on.
Yeah. Is that a commentator's curse? Curse change? I don't know. Set batter though, so the two set batters now gone. Not an ideal scenario that Surrey will find themselves in, but lovely piece of fielding from Blaze. That's just what you want.
Yeah, fantastic. What did you make of the decision to push McDonald Gay up the order? I quite liked it. Nice show of intent.
Yeah, I was quite surprised actually. I think she's of this team. I think she's probably one of the only batters actually that hasn't opened the batting for Surrey or for South East Stars. But she's got a really nice mindset, really clear, doesn't panic, takes her time. So I think it was a really positive move actually, and one that's worked. It's just a shame that she couldn't quite get over that first landmark of 50 runs, but it does bring Alice Davison-Richards to the crease.
Yeah, a lot of experience out there for Surrey. They did the job, the openers. Partnership of 89 between Alice Monaghan and Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Emma Jones was the one to dismiss Monaghan in her previous over. Just a short ball pulled to mid-wicket. Didn't quite get enough on it, but that piece of work at mid-off. Brilliant to unstick McDonald-Gay, but the partnership and the foundations have been laid.
Alice Davison-Richards decided she just wanted to come in and take the strikes straight away, and umpires have identified that, no, in fact, it was a run-out when you run out at the bowler's end, so you need to start at the non-striker's end. ADR, please.
Strong start, strong show of intent. Chatley's going to face, she has 4 from 6. Jones has 5 to come. Short and cut nicely. Good stop, actually, at point, diving to her right. Just got a hand on it, so potentially saved a boundary there, and they run through for a single.
Yeah, a little bit of width on offer there for Emma Jones. Surrey will look to capitalise on. She's very quick, So any I think short and wide, they will look to get their hands through 100% here. Kira Chatley and Emma Jones used to be housemates, so they know each other very well. Before Emma Jones moved to the Blaze this year.
Well, here she is to Davison Richards. That's a full toss down the leg side, so given a wide. Did you play much cricket with both of these?
Yeah, all of
players?
them as well, yes. Yeah, at South East Stars. So Emma Jones, Kira and ADR. Jones had a bit of a turbulent couple of years with her bowling, struggled to find a bit of rhythm with her line and her length. But she's going well here for Blaze, which is nice to see.
Yeah, very solid all-rounder. She's bowling with good pace today as well. This one just played underneath the eyes from Davison Richards. Good-looking shot to backward point for no run. 26 for 2. It was a slow start, 38 for none out of the power play. But I guess when you're coming up against Grace Ballinger and Charlie Phillips, you kind of just got to... They're so threatening with that new ball, so they did well, did the openers, to see that power play through. And then, as we mentioned, up the ante now before these couple of wickets. 3 to come for Jones. Shorten again under the eyes from Richards.
Yeah, and I don't mind it actually. I think sometimes the way when you move away from that short format competition, batters come back in and their eyes are really wide and thinking, I have to score quickly, and I'm in that headspace of being really aggressive, but actually just absorbing some pressure and working out the wicket. This Surrey team will be used to playing here at Beckenham. They've spent a lot of time here, but haven't played a lot here this season. So working out the deck.
Short and again down leg side, so have to re-bowl that. Couple of wides in this over.
But just showing the class that they have actually, and being able to absorb dots and not feel that there's the weight of the world on their shoulders, and build that partnership with McDonald Gay and Monaghan has just set a good foundation. Obviously losing 2 quick wickets isn't ideal, but now they can rebuild.
They've been unhappy with being put into bat here at Beckenham. Yields quite a lot of runs in the first innings. Short and cut. Out, there's a fielder there, but decides just to take it on the one bounce. Might have been a wise decision.
Oh, I don't know. I think it was a refusal.
Refusal.
Emma Jones didn't look too happy.
Ah.
We were hoping for a run in and a diving catch.
Yeah.
Certainly would have wanted them to at this stage of the game. Yeah, to go back to your point. Being disappointed to be put to bat. No, I don't think so. I think this is Beckenham is a 300 par.
Yeah.
And they know it. It's a really good batting deck, so I think it doesn't really...
Fine leg. So a single to end the over, 99 for 2.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much whether you bat first or second, as long as you back your batters to really put on a good total. But you know that there's no demons in the decks here at Beckenham. You can play a natural game. Jeremy mentioned there wasn't too much spin, so again you can use your feet quite nicely.
Yeah, well, the last time these two teams met at Beckenham was, of course, the tied match, high-scoring thriller, 346 for 9 both sides. Alice Capsey with 100, Amy Jones with 80 for the Blaze. Georgia Elvis as well batted nicely, 82. Plenty of runs on offer.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be short of entertainment today. This is going to be a really big clash. This is that top of the table clash. Blaze are in incredible form at the moment in both formats. So I think Surrey win here will be great for them.
Absolutely. Elvis to continue. Pushed out to back point. Can't quite get a hound in it, so take a single down to third man. Brings up the 100 as well. 100 for 2 off 19.1 overs. Surrey going about 5.2 and over. So, of course, I mean, plenty of batting to come. So, I don't think they'll be worried about the run rate as of yet.
No, I don't think so. And it's just going to continue to get drier throughout the day. Obviously, we've had quite a lot of rain over the last few weeks, but the surface will be quite damp and a little bit of moisture around. But with this wind and the sun, the outfield's just going to continue to get quicker and quicker.
As you mentioned, Blaze top of the table, played 8-1-7, lost just the 1. So they're top of the One Day Cup. And the blast has just played into the foot of Davison Richards. That looks uncomfortable, just hopping away. It's a good ball.
Just dug that out almost nicely, just straight into the toe. Didn't quite see it first, but it's gone straight Oh, into the inside of the ankle, it looks like, actually.
Whacked it
Right
into
on
the
that
ankle.
knobbly bit of bone.
Oh,
Those ones give you a bit of a lump in the throat.
never nice.
Tammy just giving some comfort to ADR.
It's a good ball from Elwes. Nice Yorker. So actually, Davison Richards did well to keep it out, but whacked it into the ankle. Just trying to walk it off.
I think if they run a 2 or 3 the next delivery, I think that should sort it right out.
Yeah. Dust off the cobwebs. Surrey as well. They're in third in the One Day Cup, 22 points, so 10 behind the Blaze. But as you say, Kirsty, a win today will be massive for the season. Davison Richards just watchfully plays this out to mid wicket.
Yeah, just a short spell now of 50 over games, but quite a few on the road for Surrey before they then break again for the 100. So racking up as many wins as they can in this phase to put them in a comfortable position for the back end of the season. And it comes.
This one's Furlan. Davison Richards leans into a drive. That's going to race away off the square. It's going to pick up a bit of pace, but it's not going to get there. So they'll stroll back for a second. Lucy Haim again running back to do the fielding. Nice shot. Yeah, Surrey slightly struggled away from home, actually, in the One Day Cup. Lost to the Blaze earlier on in the season up at Trent Bridge. Lost to Hampshire at the Rose Bowl and Somerset at Taunton. So that was the sort of hat-trick of losses that slightly curtailed what looked to be a pretty good season after 3 consecutive wins to start their campaign. A couple of balls left now for Elwes. Straight and just defended back to kind of a catching mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's nice. There's certainly not any one team really dominating. I know obviously the bottom of the table is quite sparse. There are teams that haven't really picked up any wins yet, but there's some good competition at the top of the table, not much separating Hampshire and Surrey. So all to play for in terms of those eliminator semi-final roles.
Good bit of fielding from Elwes to end the over. 20 overs gone, Surrey 102 for 2. Yeah, Hampshire 23 points. They had a no result. Warwickshire sitting in 4th with 18, so Surrey will suddenly be looking upwards here. They say we'll close down the gap between the Blaze for win today. Similar position in the Vitality Blast, just coming off the back of a 6-match block. The Blaze top of the table, having lost 1, 20 points. Sorry, just 1 point behind on 19, having tied to Hampshire earlier on in the season, having played 6.
Change bowling.
Seems to be a recurring theme for Hampshire and Surrey at the moment. Ties.
Yeah.
Tied at the Utilita for the T20. I was there. It was a really intense game at the end. And then obviously, that tie in the 50 over as well. Hampshire playing Somerset today and Warwickshire playing Lancashire.
Yeah, well, they love a tie, Hampshire. They also tied to Somerset in the T20 so far this season. We're going to have a change of bowling. Maria Andrews, first look at her in List A cricket for the Blaze. Left arm, good start, driven back up to the bowler. Left arm orthodox, Maria Andrews.
Yeah, nice flighted, slow start just to see what she can land. It's nice. Get that first ball out of the way.
Touch shorter and just gets down on one knee, does Chatley, and helps it on its way slightly aerially to Grace Ballinger at short, fine leg.
Big change of pace here. Very slow left arm is Andrews. So good adaptation to make here to not run down the wicket and end up running past the ball by playing your shots too early.
England under 19 is Maria Andrews, signed a short-term deal. Down the wicket goes Davison Richards, up in the air, over cover. He was in close, so they'll just get a single. Davison Richards looked for a second, but turned down by Chatley. Yeah, Maria Andrews, left arm orthodox, short-term deal until the end of the T20 campaign here for Blaze. She's a T20 regular for Derbyshire. Down in League Division 2, 3 to come. It's a bit flatter through the air, but nice ball pushed up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, good start here from Andrews. It's a good way to frustrate a pair that like to use their feet. Use the crease.
Swept hard by Chatley. That's going to two fielders out on the leg side, but it'll pierce the gap. That raced away for 4. Chatley moves to 12. Not much you can do about that from a Blaze point of view.
Yeah, that's an absolutely textbook sweep there. Head position, right out to the ball, splits the fielders beautifully. And I think that is absolutely the way to play a slow left armour.
As you say, Chatley likes to move her feet, but got very creative then. Here she's back and just prods that out to backward point. No run. End of the over. First lick at Andrews. 6 from it. Pretty good over. Apart from that sweep, Surrey 108 for 2.
Yeah, Surrey also have a debutante today, don't they? They have Izzy Sidhu. Be looking forward to seeing her left arm unorthodox bowling. I won't give too much away if you haven't seen her bowl yet, but if you channel your inner Paul Adams, then you'll be looking forward to seeing her. Fun fact about Izzy Sidhu, she's a triplet.
Really?
One of 3, all a cricketing family. I think I've seen her dad pacing round the boundary already. So the nerves will be high for him.
All sisters, brothers?
All sisters, yeah. Identical triplets.
Wow. Playing professional cricket.
Not all playing professional cricket.
Oh, a start short. Pulled nicely from Davison Richards. Will find the fielder at deep square leg for a single. That's incredible.
Yeah. All played county at some level.
Yep.
Yeah. Really lovely family. So yeah, looking forward to her making her debut. She's been on the fringe of the squad. It'll be nice to see today.
Yeah, she played a bit for the seconds and also for Suffolk County. Elson again, and Chatley's back and just guides that one down to third man. Saunter through for a single. Yeah, Laura Harris as well, making her List A debut, I guess, for Surrey today. As we saw with Charlie Knott, who's already into the attack, and Maria Andrews.
Yeah, name I wasn't expecting to see on the team sheet actually. Laura Harris. Thought that we'd only see her in the blast, but it'll be nice to see how she goes today.
Yeah, it just makes that batting order look pretty imperious from a Surrey point of view. Paige Goldfield, Jemima Spence, Ailish Cranstone, Laura Harris, all still to come. So plenty of firepower heading into the almost at the halfway stage. 28 overs remaining in the day. You'd imagine Surrey looking at 300 plus. This one's clipped up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, it really is an exciting batting lineup, and let's not forget missing Sophia Dunkley, Alice Capsey, Tanni Wyatt-Hodge. So, I mean, it's a team sheet that you're hard to get your name into if you are a batter, I'm afraid. But what a dilemma to have as a head coach.
Yeah.
And a selection committee.
Incredible. Also with the England A stuff.
Yes.
From next week, I think Surrey will be missing 8 players, 9 if you count Alexa Stonehouse, who's on loan.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So plenty of cricket, international and domestic, for the women this summer. Watched the opening game of the World Cup last night. It's driven nicely, beautifully timed, but good stop at mid-off. So they'll just get a single.
It's well fielded there. Misfield there would have cost 4 runs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that T20 international last night was a sigh of relief, I think, for me to see England peaking at the right time and that actually, showing their potential. And it was a real all-round performance.
Tanni Wyatt-Hodge just made it look so easy out there. I just love watching her bat. Anything wide, up and over, sort of infield, ring field around cover, and that's just sort of free runs for her when she's in form, isn't it?
Absolutely. The last 2 seasons she has been on fire. And let's not forget she's had a break. She's probably not getting as much sleep as she was used to, and still firing and putting in match-winning performances.
Andrews continues. As Davison Richards just uses her feet, but decides not to make a scoring shot from it. Yeah, incredible. I like the celebrations as well, the cradle.
Lovely.
Lovely touch. Nats Brunt as well had the same against Sri Lanka over the winter. Again, uses her feet. Davison Richards finds Marie Kelly. She's been fielding brilliantly. The captain. It was her run out and that stop the over before. Certainly setting an example for her team.
Yeah, looks like ADR is just starting to tick here. I think she just needs to relax. That'll help.
Yeah, Lovely shot, cut out to deep point, runs through for a single. 7 from 17. Davidson Richards. Chatley has 13 from 15. The run rate's just dipped below 5 for the first time in a while. But a good rebuild from Surrey so far. It's been blemish free, you'd think, just finding their feet on this wicket. As you say, it's the first time back at Beckenham all season. Chatley's back and defends.
Yeah, this is a good phase for Blaze here, just collecting some dots. Andrews bowling nice and tight, stump to stump. So I haven't quite worked out the method that they're going to accumulate from her.
Coming quite wide of the wicket, just angled into Chatley, who turns this one out to square leg. She'll get another single.
Good strong breeze blowing across the ground here. There always is at Beckenham, the Beckenham breeze that we like to call it. Doesn't matter where in the country you are, it will always be windy in Beckenham.
This one, another good stop there from Marie Kelly, the captain. But they'll get a single from Davidson Richards to end the over. So Surrey now 114 for 2. It's a nice day at Beckenham. Yeah, it's sunny, but as you say, Kirsty, a bit of a breeze into us in the commentary box.
Yeah, I've got my coat on.
Yeah,
I
wise.
had to go to my car and get my emergency coat out.
Very good decision. I didn't. I, as Churchy had as well this morning, just looked at the sun and thought, that'll do me. At least I didn't wear the shorts.
Yes, tell I haven't been back here for a while. I got out of the car and thought, oh,
Really?
it is cold.
Have you been abroad?
No, not at all. This is just this microclimate
Yeah.
here at Beckenham.
Yeah. Still
It's
trying
lovely
to
and
work it
warm in
out.
the car. The sun's shining through, and I was thinking, oh, it's going to be quite warm. It never is here.
Yeah, Surrey been playing a lot of their cricket at the Oval, so first time back at Beckenham this season. Ellis going to continue. Spell of 5 overs. Just head out to cover from Davidson Richards. Out of these two, Kirsty, who do you think will look to put the screws on a bit more? Who would want to be the aggressor in this partnership? They both seem quite naturally strong strikes of the ball, driven nicely back up to the bowler.
Yeah, I don't see that partnership working that way. Actually, I think both have their strengths. Obviously, ADR strengths are down the ground, and she likes to use those little paddles. Kira Chatley very strong wide of the wicket, and off her pads. So I think it will just be a case of, if it's there, let's continue to put pressure on and continue to rotate the strike. I think they'll want to ensure that the number of dot balls they're conceding per over is starting to reduce. I'm not sure that there'll be an allocated role at this stage. I think they'll probably be having a conversation about if Andrews has another, what's our plan? I think they're letting her bowl at them at the moment.
Was 3 to come. Just the one so far from the opening half, hit up to mid-off. Yeah, with someone like Maria Andrews, would you, as Chatley and Davidson Richards, both very senior batsmen, they know that Andrews is her list A debut. Do you think consciously they'll think we need to put a bit of pressure on here, see if she might crack a little bit under the pressure of one-day cup cricket?
Yeah, potentially. And it's the unknown as well. You haven't faced this bowler. It's driven nicely out to deep cover. When you haven't faced a bowler and you haven't seen a lot, and you go through all of your scouting meetings, and actually there's not really a lot of information on these bowlers and what it is that they do, you're kind of learning on the job, but you've got to be really conscious of how long it takes you to do that. For me, I think they need to use their crease a little bit better. I liked when Kira Chatley was sweeping, so I think that's a really solid option.
Last ball for Elwes, full and driven again. We've seen a lot of drives up either to the bowler or the fielders inside the ring, so no run, 2 from the over, 116 for 2 after 24.
And there's not a lot of pace on the ball from Maria Andrews as well, so working out, right, how am I going to generate the pace, how am I going to beat the ring fielders without chipping into the hands. Interestingly, Charlie Knott's only had 2 overs so far.
Yeah, she was one of the victims to Monaghan and McDonald-Gay just turning up the ante a bit earlier on in the innings, but Andrews is going to continue. She said, we're good to see Chatley use the crease. She swept nicely the over before. 0 for 9 from 2 for Andrews. Left arm around the wicket, and there it is. There's a bit of a reverse paddle, and it's going to run away all the way up to the boundary. Inventive from the skipper. She moves to 19. That's a brilliant shot.
Yeah, that's exactly what this Surrey team need. Really clever. And this is how you now put pressure on this young bowler. So you actually have two fielders behind the bat. I'm going to try and score from there. So now you need to decide who you're going to move. So they have a mid wicket in at the moment. So the goal will be to get that mid wicket into a backward point position and open up that leg side region.
Chatley uses the feet out to long on. There's a catch. There's a chance for a catch. It's put down out there on the long on boundary. It was a good effort to get in from the boundary rope, but spilled. Might have just landed short.
Yeah, that's an excellent diving effort. I think it may have just held in the wind there.
Andrew straight back into her work to Davison Richards, who just a bit of a bottom edge out to short mid wicket.
So the cover point region, they have a deep cover that's quite square. There's a big gap between point and third.
So I'm a bit slower this time, so just pushed out to deep cover and they'll jog through for a single. Chatley looks as if she's going to take on Andrews. Couple of balls left in this over, 6 from it so far. She's on her list A debut.
Yeah, Maria Andrews is actually quite a similar bowler to Bethan Miles. It's that slow left arm. So if they can channel how they play Bethan Miles, they probably work out the best method to play. That mid wicket has now gone into a backward point to protect the over.
Coming in wide of the crease and just played back to Andrews. You've seen the reverse sweep and a aerial drive back down the ground from Chatley this over. 20 from 22, run rate just below 5. Last ball here for Maria Andrews. This one's a bit flatter and it's guided out to backward point. So end of the over, Surrey 122 for 2.
Yeah, that's a really good over there from Maria Andrews. She's recovered well after going through a boundary off of her first delivery, but moving that mid-wicket into backward point to protect the over and not give away any more boundaries towards the back end of that over has done a really good job. Let's have a quick look through this match summary scorecard as Mark Church joins me.
Hello. I've just gone downstairs and thawed out.
Ah.
As you leave here and go out of the building, it's lovely out there.
Fantastic.
Very warm. Very, very warm.
Very warm.
Yes, interestingly poised all this at the moment, at the halfway point.
As you'd expect it to be with these two teams.
Yeah, it's a good game,
nice.
isn't it?
I think we're in for a good game. I think it's going to be a final over thriller.
Oh, lovely.
If I could bet on cricket, that's what I'd
We were
do.
reminiscing about the 3-4-2 for 9, played the 3-4-2 for 9 last year. That was a fantastic day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It really was.
Yeah.
But I think very good opening partnership. I think both will be disappointed in the way they went. And now that has enabled the Blaze to get a bit of a hold on the game. Maria Andrews has got lovely drift. Just watching on the stream pictures, got lovely drift.
Yeah, and it's a very strong breeze coming across the ground as well. So she's controlling that and using it really well. She's gone quite wide of the wicket too, so getting that angle with the drift.
Enjoyed the first 10 overs because Ballinger and Phillips started very, very well. Ballinger was getting the ball with the breeze to swing back in from left arm over the wicket. But Monaghan and McDonald-Gay did a very good job there. It easily could have picked up 2-3 wickets in that first 10. Didn't pick up any wickets in that first 10. Very good opening partnership. Then the Blaze get a couple of wickets. And now Chatley and Davison Richards are Chatley in particular, just beginning to just try and get on top of the bowling again.
An interesting stat that I'd like to get my hands on, if anyone's listening, Hypercourse, our good friend, is how many 50-over games that Surrey have played and not lost a wicket within the power play.
Very good. Very, very good.
Because I, not to be negative, don't know that I can recall one, or if they have, just a handful of times. So I think that would be a really interesting stat to pull up. But no, you're right. I've really enjoyed that opening partnership. Everyone's had a start, looking good so far. The disappointment will be then not kicking on. Big
Well-
responsibility now for ADR and Kira Chatley to do that.
The other key thing here is, and it was interesting, when after the last T20 game, I wandered down to do my interview and I bumped into Mr. Byberg and I said, well, got the right batting order now. Everybody seems to be in exactly the right spot. He went, well, you know me, I'll change it again for the next game. But what I liked about the last T20 game was Laura Harris walking into bat with a platform underneath her. Now, today, that is another point, is when Laura Harris does march out there, if she marches out there, I think she's far better when there are runs already on the board, enabling her just to play the Laura Harris way.
Yeah, and I think she will really enjoy a deck like this. Nice flat deck, not offering too much.
Because, of course, we have seen Paige Schofield at 3 in the 50 over, and she's still to come as well. So Lucy Hyam to bowl our 26th over, and Davison Richards will be on strike. So after a drinks break, we're off again. Hyam over the wicket to Davison Richards, and then Davison Richards just cutting to the sweeper on the cover rope, and we'll pick up a single. Chatley's had the life in that last over. Yeah, good effort to get there, but I think having got there will be a little disappointing not to have taken the catch.
Yeah.
Chatley will pick up a single here, just cutting away out towards the sweeper on the cover rope.
Lucy Hyam looks like she's just searching for a bit of spin. She's throwing it a little bit wider outside of off just to see if she's got any grip off the surface. Nothing from the first two balls that we've seen. Yeah, I think you're right. I think they'll be disappointed not to have held that catch. I said to Hector, I think it may have just held in the breeze ever so slightly and then ended up landing in the fingertips.
The breeze will be here all day, and it is going to make a difference. It really is. We've seen that already today. It's a strong breeze coming across the ground. As that's nicely bowled. Chatley looking to drive, beats the edge. Kira Chatley, of course, named as the England A captain. How mad is that schedule, though? So you've got a T20 World Cup going on, and then you take players away to play in an England A series. Meanwhile, you're scrambling to find players for your domestic competitions. It does seem madness to me, as this is driven by Chatley, won't get a run.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you've got a team like Surrey who have such depth, who can probably just about manage that, flood some new players, which they've done quite well, and today's probably a good opportunity for Izzy Sidhu, knowing that those England A competitions are coming up. But when you've got a team like Essex who are losing, I think, four players, they've lost one to the World Cup. So they've now only got 10 professional players available. So it's mad scheduling. You're absolutely right.
But the logic behind it doesn't make any sense. In that, yes, you're meant to be providing players for the national team. I understand that completely. But if you're then taking the players out the domestic game, you're then weakening your domestic product. And, you know, we're only in the second year of professional women's cricket. And all of a sudden, you've got one of your teams, as you say, that has only got 10 professional players. And you're playing your domestic competition. It just, yeah, again, I'm not sure it's all been thought through, really. Andrews to bowl the 27th. And the reverse sweep is out. That's a good shout. That's out. That is a good shout. Looking for the reverse sweep was Alice Davison Richards. And that looked adjacent. And Davison Richards has gone LBW. Good time to get a wicket. Coming around the wicket. Left arm around. Looking for the reverse sweep. It's pitched on. Yeah, that's out. That is definitely out. And, yep, nicely bowled by Andrew. So Davison Richards goes for 12.
Yeah, that drift's really sold Alice Davison-Richards up the river there. She's planted her front foot
Alice
well
Davison
outside
Richards,
off
LBW
stump,
to
and it's
Maria
actually
Andrews
struck
for
her
12.
on the back thigh as she's kneeling down.
The new batter for Surrey, number 67.
Does bring Jemima Spence.
It
to the
does, and
crease.
whenever Jemima Spence comes to the crease, everybody gets very excited because this is a huge talent walking out to the middle. Back-to-back 50s in the T20, last 2 games, and joins her captain Gira Chatley. Out there in the middle, there's Jemima Spence. Now, people are using the benches now under the umbrellaed tents
Yes.
down there in the distance. I'm slightly fascinated, Jeremy Coney slightly concerned about me, in the chairs that people bring to Beckenham.
Okay, go on.
Well, I'm of that age where all I remember is a deck chair or a sort of stainless steel chair that was very uncomfy. These days, there are 3 people down at deep third with the bowler coming in now, Andrews, from this Beckenham end. First ball for Spence. She's forward, nicely bowled, just held a touch on her. She looks to turn into the leg side. And they have 3 of the better chairs I've ever seen. They had sort of inbuilt cushions for your head. A cup holder. Backs away to Spence, gets off the mark nicely, just punches through the offside. I've been under a bit of pressure as well. Mr. Coney is staying with me at the moment.
Oh, okay.
So we went for a libation last night together, and we were discussing today's game, and I was talking him through Alice Monaghan, who I think is a special cricketer, and Jemima Spence. So Monaghan's already proved my point on the batting side of things. I need Jemima Spence as well, just to keep doing what Jemima Spence does, really.
Yeah, I agree. But what she's also brought to the team, let's bear in mind that she's a wicket keeper. Her fielding has been outstanding. She's probably worth a good 30 runs in the field at least. She covers ground quickly. She puts her body on the line. She's taken some really special diving forward catches on the boundary.
The one she took, Meg Lanning, that was a cracker.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Surrey's out cricket has won them a couple of games this season, without a shadow of a doubt. Sweeping, here's Chatley, down to short, fine, won't get a run.
Going back to your point about the chairs, I think being a cricket spectator is a lifestyle, and therefore your chair is a reflection of your lifestyle.
Yes, I like that. I do like that.
If you've got a good chair, you know that you're in it for the long haul. You've picked your spot. You don't just pick where you're sitting around the boundary, just at random. You know exactly the spot at every ground you're going to sit at, and you know where to find the sun.
Well, here as well, you just keep out the wind. I think that experience would tell you to possibly use the big block of flats just as a windbreak.
Many Surrey and especially Kent players of Kent origin will sit in front of those blocks of flats. That's where the Farrants would always be found.
Absolutely. It acts as a perfect windbreak. It'll be lovely down there. Temperature will be excellent. Hyam to bowl the 28th. Lovely sweep from Spence off the stumps. Out there to Emma Jones at deep mid-wicket. So Spence 3 or 4 straight away from Jemima Spence. Chatley coming back on to strike. Interesting and important passage here. Hyam is in. Now Chatley's looked to cut bottom edge. Straight behind her. So Kira Chatley goes for a little wander there. Just to rehearse that shot. 3 to have gone Monaghan, McDonald Gay and Davison Richards. That's hitting the pad, looking to sweep, always going down the leg side. You can see there the strength of the breeze. Really breezy old day here. But out of that breeze, it's lovely. That really is tossed up by Hyam and driven to cover by Chatley. Well, Hyam's giving it a chance here. I think this is clever bowling. I think Hyam's just tossing this up as high as she can into that breeze, and it's just holding. It's coming across the ground, so it's going to take the ball away from the right hander as well. This is punched by Chatley out into the offside. We'll take a single out there to a sweeper again. Yeah, I think this is clever bowling. Bowling from the city end. So that breeze going right to left. So it's just naturally going away from the right hander. Sweeps again to Spence. Powerful sweep from outside her off stump out to Emma Jones. This is what I like about Jemima Spence. 4 or 5 balls straight away. Walked out there. Sweeps are coming out. 4 or 5 balls immediately. She's into her work. End of the over. Tidy over. 3 off it.
Yeah, just keep an eye on that run rate. It's just dropped now below 5. So Surrey will be conscious. Oh, here we go. What chair have we got here?
Well, I'm not sure that's a great chair.
No,
That's good
the
use of the bench. Is Bryony Smith, that is,
Not
using
great,
the
not great for the
bench.
back. Not great for the back, the bench. You do need a cushion, for sure.
Well, of course, it's a very long walk from the middle to the pavilion here at Beckenham. As here goes the paddle from Spence. So we've seen the orthodox sweep. Now we've got the paddles for the first delivery from Andrews. And Spence will get back for 2. On to 6 she goes. Just working with the angle from around the wicket there, Jemima Spence.
Yeah, that's a great attitude to start. Jemima Spence has seen that her teammates have probably allowed Andrews to bowl at them, but she's directly put her under pressure.
Oh, she's pulled this and is dropped. Now that is not great, that mid-wicket. Jemima Spence there, faked to go back and then came forward. That's come off the toe end of her bat. That is a huge stroke of luck. It turned a touch, but that's got to be taken in there at short mid-wicket. It's come straight off the toe end of the bat. That is not a good moment.
It's almost like she's put some top spin on that forehand going back over the net. Maybe she's been watching a bit of tennis down at Queen's.
Well,
it's just gripped, hasn't it? That's just
spin.
held and gripped in the...
Did spin that one as well.
So keep an eye on that. Beckenham wickets do tend to turn, but there has been a lot of moisture around.
She's paddling again. Beautifully taken. Going down the leg side.
It's a good decision there from the umpire as well. Just on the profile. It has gone down the leg side, but Jemima Spence has moved out of the way. Probably only just missed the leg stump.
This is short. That's going to be another single out there towards the sweeper. Emma Jones again doing the fielding. Back onto strike is Kira Chatley.
Yeah, Marie Kelly's got a good decision to make here around whether she's just going to continue Andrews and just bowl her 10 straight through.
I think it was Tammy Beaumont who dropped that. As looking to flick through the leg side is Kira Chatley on this occasion. Got a leading edge, but it just ballooned in front of her. And really, Tammy Beaumont will say to herself, I've got to be taking that. And that is a huge life for Jemima Spence. Good over again from Andrews. So 21 overs remain for Surrey. Now that's the way to do it. Look at that. That is organisation.
What have we got?
You got there, and then down here. Look at this.
Yeah,
you see, you've got
absolutely.
the baby chair there. Look at the comfortable chairs near the bin. Excellent. That near the bin, so you can get rid of your lunch or the packaging for your lunch. So it'll be Hyam again to bowl the 30th over. Spence gets outside her off stump and then sweeps down to short fine. Get a single. The thing I like about Jemima Spence as well is she's got a number of sweeps in the bag, really, hasn't she? She's if you sort of equate it to golf, she's got all those different clubs in the bag, and it's which club she's going to pull out.
Definitely. Sorry, just need to look to rotate the strike here.
That really is tossed up. And Kira Chatley, that's really good bowling, because Kira Chatley's seeing that and thinking, right, I'm winding up here, I'm going to go through cover. And then all of a sudden, it's just getting caught on the wind and was in two minds about what to do with that. Goes a little shorter and flatter here, pushed away by Chatley into the offside. But yeah, Hyam's just using the breeze here.
Yeah, Chatley's really in two minds at the moment, isn't she? I think she just needs to use the depth of the crease now and try to rotate like that. Just start rotating and picking up singles. Boundaries will come. They haven't been for a while. I think if you can rotate and go at fives and sixes, just rotating with ones.
And the other thing is what's lurking in the pavilion at the moment, in the shape of Schofield and Harris. That's nicely bowled again by Hyam. Using her feet was Jemima Spence, but wasn't quite to the pitch of that, and can just push it back up the pitch. And the other thing with Hyam is she gets through her over very quickly. All of a sudden, we're on the last ball of the over. In she comes, sweeps again, hits the pad outside the off stump. Got herself outside the line of that, but it's a good over again from Hyam. She is whipping through these overs. Just a couple off that one.
Yeah, this is a really good partnership that Hyam and Andrews have pulled together here between them, squeezing that run rate of Surrey's and restricting the number of boundaries that are being scored, putting the pressure back on these batters, making sure that they're in two minds, and most importantly, that they don't have a clear plan on how to take them on.
Just to say elsewhere, Durham Women are 165 for 2 against Essex Women. Hampshire Women 174 for 4 against the Somerset Women, and Warwickshire Women 131 for 2 against Lancashire. So those are the other games taking place in the Metro Bank 50 today. Andrews continues. That's gripped. That deep grip. And Chatley was forward, and that hit the outer edge of the bat and rolled away. This will be interesting. If this starts happening now, it's not going to stop happening. So when the Blaze go out to bat, Surrey will be noting this. Down the ground goes Chatley. That's nicely played. Chipped it up and over the top of the mid-off. Get back for 2. Wasn't trying to go over long off or anything like that there, Kira Chatley. Just chipped it over mid-off and came back for 2. Very nicely played by Kira Chatley. This time she's sweeping out towards deep mid-wicket. And of course, last night we saw England's women win their opener very comfortably.
Yeah.
Danny White-Hodge with 105, not out.
Yeah, absolutely. For 63 balls.
Played very well with Amy Jones at the top.
Very, very well.
Lovely start for England, that, actually.
Really, really good start. Excellent intent.
Well, it's very businesslike, as this is Spence looking to slog sweep top edge. Beaumont's dropped another one. Tougher this one, though.
Tough catch.
Yeah.
Swirling, spinning over the head with the breeze.
It's 2 chances now, though, to get rid of Jemima Spence.
And 3 dropped catches total so far.
That is swirling in the breeze. That is a tougher one for Tammy Beaumont. Will still feel she should have taken it, Tammy Beaumont, I'm sure, but those are always horrible over your shoulder running back. But
Yeah.
Spence has another life.
Yeah, those are probably the most difficult catches in the game. But hopefully they won't. Well, hopefully for Blaze, they'll be thinking they don't cost them too much. But watch this space.
Inside out goes Chatley. This time, another chance. Another one dropped. That's 4 now. Goodness me. Well, the coaching staff will be tearing their hair out, I would have thought, wherever they're sat for the Blaze. So 2 in that over.
Yeah, poor Mia Andrews on debut should have 3 for by now. 4 for.
Yeah, she should have 4 for.
4 for.
That one's just gone straight through the hands.
Yeah, Marie Kelly with that excellent direct hit earlier to dismiss Rihanna McDonald-Gay.
It's that old adage. It's tough enough taking 10 wickets, let alone 15, which is sort of where we are, where we are
Yeah,
at the moment
yeah,
from a
right.
Blaze point of view. So Chatley life, Spencer's had 2 lives now. Surrey won't complain in any way, shape or form. Higham from the city end. Start of the 32nd. That's nicely bowled again. Little bit of bounce on this occasion. It's lovely stuff from Higham.
Yeah, sorry, haven't scored a boundary since the 25th over.
Yeah, they've tied it up very well here, the Blaze. This is, again, tossed up, but you saw that getting caught in the wind, and Jemima Spence is desperately trying to get to the pitch of that, but it's just getting caught in the wind.
Yeah, she's done well to reach that and not sneak under her bat.
Highams in again, sweeping this time. Getting right on top of this sweep is Spence. Get a single out there to Emma Jones, and the game taking place at the moment between Scotland and Ireland in the World T20. Scotland 161 for 5, and Catherine Bryce 60, her sister 49, and Priyanaz Chatterjee 5 not out, and Ireland in reply 27 for 1, and they're in the 5th over. Because we've lost a lot of players to that game, for this game. As cutting is Chatley. Get a single out there towards backward point. Here we have, we've lost, I think it's 5 players to the Ireland Scotland
Yeah, so
game.
who have we lost? We lost Kirsty Gordon, Catherine Bryce, Sarah Bryce, Priyanaz Chatterjee,
and Prendergast as well.
Orla Prendergast,
Yeah.
of course.
Sweeping is Spence. That's powerfully struck out there towards deep backward square. We'll get a single. Spence moves on to 11, but again, tidy over from Higham and got through it very quickly. It's one of those, Kirsty, and you'd have had this in your career where you suddenly look up at the board and you think, oh, hang on, where have those 5 overs gone?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think one thing that maybe the Surrey batters will be grateful for is that Kirsty Gordon isn't here and captaining today, because you can be very certain that she would be letting these batters know that they are absolutely under the pump and need to start scoring some more runs.
Andrews to continue. 1 for 29. As Kirsty said, she could have 4 for 29. Looking for the reverse paddle on this occasion was Spence. Got nothing on it. Bounced over the top of her stumps. Down the pitch she comes. That's well bowled. Just dipped at the last moment as she looked to sweep. They've combined beautifully here, Higham and Andrews.
Yeah, they have. You sense that there must be a little bit of frustration in this Blaze team that they've not taken those wickets. You can just begin to hear them on the effects microphone.
Round the wicket again. Just turned by Spence off the pads. Into the leg side. They'll get a single. Just saw 3 gentlemen there using the bank to have a sit and a watch. That's the 150 up for Surrey. So the 150 comes up for Surrey in the 33rd over. Chatley pushes off the back foot. Get a single out towards the sweeper. Emma Jones out there doing the fielding.
So, Churchy, if Surrey lose a wicket now, who would you bring to the crease?
Schofield. I go next with Paige Schofield, and I keep Laura Harris. Just keep Laura Harris back.
Yeah.
Forward goes Spence, because the other thing that does is it gives Schofield a license, because they've still got Laura Harris to come. I suppose actually you could swap they could both be thought of like that, really, couldn't they?
Not Ailish Cranston, left-hander, take on these two.
Actually, do you know what? I would split. I would have one of Scott, and I would say to them, get out there and get after these two. And if it doesn't come off, don't worry, because we then have Ailish coming in who will be able
Yeah.
to knock it around.
Yeah.
So I would split Schofield and Harris and have Alice Monaghan in between those two. But whichever one it was that was coming out next, I would say just get after these two. And if it doesn't come off, it doesn't come off. But I think you've got that lovely with Ailish, that clever cricketing brain, the left-handed option. So yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I'm sure there'll be. Well, we know what Mr. Myberg's like. As I say, the batting order is never the same
Oh no, there'll be
in
pad
any
rush.
game.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Pad rush for sure.
34th over. I am continuing. Oh, that turned a touch as well, and that's pushed down the ground by Chatley into 36. He raised his eyebrows at me after the last T20 when I said, "Ooh, I like that batting order." Everybody's was, well, you know me, I'll be changing it for the next game. Forward goes Spence and turns this one into the leg, so I won't get a run on this occasion. Of course, we've had that amazing thing, haven't we, with in the T20, the sort of at home games, it's Bryony Smith and Chatley, and in away games, it's Alice Davis and Richards, as this is swept in front of square by Spence, and that is a boundary. So that's gone in front of square. That's our first boundary for quite some time.
Since the 25th over.
25th over. That's a great shot, actually, because that was very wide outside that off stump. It got taken on the breeze as well. So terrific sweep from Jemima Spence. This time she's on the back foot, just pushing this one through into the offside. And I was racking my brains trying to work out, hang on, seems to be odd numbers. It's Kira Chatley, and even numbers, it's Alice Davis. But then I worked out, they're at home. And the boundaries, as this is whipped into the leg side by Chatley, out towards deep mid-wicket. And they will pick up a single. So I think what we've worked out now is it's Bryony Smith and Kira Chatley for home games. Bryony Smith and Alice Davis and Richards for the away games in the T20. Well bowled again. Just throwing it up there with the breeze. Beat the drive of Spence. And again, you blink your eyes and I'm through another over. So just the 16 to go now. That run rate, as you can see there, 4.65. I want that to go up a touch from here.
Yeah, absolutely. This final phase now, these last 16 overs are going to be huge for Surrey. I think it'll be the difference between who wins this game and who doesn't.
Oh, look at that. Brought your own loo roll. That's good
Oh dear.
for blowing your nose.
Must be the hay fever, the pollen.
Andrews will continue.
Don't know if I had. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe it's just a cold. But if I had hay fever, I certainly wouldn't be laying on the grass.
35th over. Down the ground goes Chatley. This is out. Caught at long on. So Kira Chatley there, trying to go over the top. And picks out the fielder at long on. And Kira Chatley goes for 37. Andrews, you have to say, does deserve that wicket, having had at least 3 or 4 dropped off her bowling. But again, with the breeze, didn't quite get all of it. Safely taken. And now we'll get our answer of who is going to come out next. And the captain making her way back. I think it's Paige Schofield. So Paige Schofield coming out at 6.
Yeah, I think Kira Chatley almost hit that too cleanly. She hasn't hit many cleanly in the last 6 or so overs. She's just connected too well with that one, and it's drifted into the hands of long off, bringing Paige Schofield to the crease, who we would suspect is on some very specific instructions to play her natural, powerful game.
Yes, indeed. She had that wonderful innings, didn't she, against, was it Yorkshire, second game? And what was it, 80 odd in no time? She was on for the quickest 100 at one point.
She was, yeah.
Played beautifully that day.
Yeah, phenomenal innings.
So she's making her way out to the middle. I'm getting so old. Do you know what? I have lost my glasses about 10 times today.
They're there. That's right.
Oh,
right in
they're
front of you.
behind my cup. Excellent. Thank you
Yes.
very much indeed.
You needed your glasses to be able to see where
Thank
they
you,
were.
thank you very much. Yes. So appreciate Thanawala taking the catch. But didn't really have to move down there. So, Paige Schofield getting ready for her first delivery. Forward she comes, turns it into the leg side. We'll get a single. Gets off the mark straight away. More and more people coming down to Beckenham. If you're watching on the live stream and you're not too far away, do come down because it's a nice day, sun shining. You can sit wherever you want to. You can have a lap of the ground as long as you don't walk behind the bowler's arm, as this is pushed away by Spence off the back foot. We'll get a single. Emma Jones. Good to see her fit and firing again with the throw one bounce over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, she's an excellent fielder. She brings a lot to her team. She's dynamic. She's got absolute gun arm. And she can hit a long ball.
As this hits the pads of Schofield. Well, of course, she had that period where she wasn't bowling due to injury, but her batting came on leaps and bounds in that period. And won the game at Trent Bridge. Big part of a very fine partnership with her skipper. At one stage 61 for 5 the Blaze, and it was that partnership that then they actually eventually won by 5 wickets. But I think Emma Jones made 35 not out in that 6th wicket partnership. Spence, and last ball of the over. We'll just turn this into the leg side down to short fine, and they'll thought about. Yep, they've taken the single. There was a moment there where there was a little bit of yes-no wait, but Spence safely through for the single at the end of the over.
I don't think Spence was expecting it or even realised the ball was being thrown to her end. And actually, if I'd hit the stubs, I think she might have been a bit of danger. Just went for the casual in, plonked the bat in.
So, 15 overs left. What are we thinking Surrey would want from here? If they could go at 5s, that would be another 75 on top.
I don't think they'll be happy going at 5s, not with the batting that they've got in the hatch now. I think they'll be wanting to go at 7s or 8s, realistically.
Hyam continues. Outside the line of that off stump, just looking to sweep again. Hyam's, I think, bowled beautifully here.
Yeah, that was quicker. She's been flighting and flighting and flighting, and that one was just darted in. Very clever bowling here from Lucy Hyam.
Spence sweeps again off the top edge, high in the air into the leg side. Couple of bounces out there towards deep mid-wicket. Good running. And Paige Schofield almost taken out Lucy Hyam there. I think that's good running from Spence and Schofield.
Yeah, that's excellent intent there, and that's exactly what's going to be needed in these final 15 overs or 14.4 overs.
Forward, driving again. Out into the offside is Jemima Spence.
This pair are very dynamic at the crease, so expect lots of movement.
Swept away once more. Out towards deep backward square. Pick up another single. Spence moves on to 22. There's the bowling figures thus far. All tidy figures. Suppose the only one there was not going at 9 and over is driving, toe end of the bat. Well, just stuck a hand out at mid-off.
The point that I was going to make actually just before that ball was bowled is that what is important now in this final phase is that Surrey are at least picking a boundary up per over and then continuing to rotate. That's going to be the difference here now between whether they get to 280, 300 or post a subpar total.
Looking to slog sweep on this occasion. Bottom edge rolls away into the Offside. End of the over. I think Mr. Coney has forgotten that he's meant to be. I'll tell you what, Kirsty, you need a break here.
No, I'm good.
Are
I'm
you
I'm
happy?
carry on. I'm
Oh, good.
happy.
All right.
No,
Excellent.
fancy an ice cream, to be honest.
Well, is there an ice cream fan here?
Sure, disappointed if there's not.
There isn't at the moment. Probably waiting to see. Well, how long do you have to wait to see? There's blue sky and sun today.
Yeah, I know the ice cream man will certainly be down my road today for sure.
I haven't seen a van.
Wow, that's disappointing.
From memory, it's normally sort of down to our right-hand side, so
yeah.
there's no sign. Absolutely no sign yet.
Andrews is continuing, so it looks like she's going to bowl through here. What a debut to make.
Fantastic, isn't it? Now we're reversing. Jemima Spence got a lot of bat on that. And it's gone up and over deliberately short third. It's good batting from Spence again. It's another one of her many options. On to 24 from 34. She sort of opens the ground up. When you've got this many options with the sweep to the spinner, you open up all different areas of the ground. I suppose it is that modern 360-degree player. A little shorter this time from Andrews. Cut away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rate. Jones again with that very strong arm. Looking forward to watching Monaghan and McDonald-Gay sweeping up on either side. Key part of Surrey's game, those two. As that hits Schofield in the chest as she's going down to sweep as well. Nicely bowled again by Andrews. It's been a very good debut, this.
Yeah, it has. You wouldn't peg her as being on debut. Looks very relaxed. He understands what she's trying to do.
Tosses this one up.
And the conditions.
Well, it's actually just gone square of the wicket, I think Schofield was looking to go finer than that, but sort of got through the shot a bit early.
Seems to hit the toe end of the bat, didn't it? Kind of just get wedged in the ground.
We have rattled through these middle overs, though. That's been the other thing with Andrews and Hyam. Oh, well bowled. That has turned. That's a lovely piece of bowling. Just from the angle, left arm around the wicket, drifted it in, and then spun it away. Lovely bit of bowling.
Yeah, the Surrey spinners will be watching on curiously. Callie Moore, Danny Gregory, Izzy Sidhu.
Izzy Sidhu on her professional debut as well in this game.
Yeah.
As down the pitch comes Schofield, drives this one firmly up towards mid-off, but won't get a run. So again, it's a good over. 37 gone. 13 remaining. I do like coming to Beckenham. Do like this ground.
It's a nice open family ground, isn't it? There's plenty
lovely.
of space to have a little play around with the kids if you want to. You're close enough to the action.
Oh, there you go. Look, sat in the bottom tier of the stand, having a nice watch. Nice day.
Returning to bowl from the City end,
So,
number 19,
Charlie Phillips back into the attack. So a bit of pace on it now for Schofield and Spence to work with. They've had, well, Spence in particular has just had spin. So now got a bit of pace to work with in the shape of Charlie Phillips, who was very tidy. Bowled the first 5 up top from the City end. That's a McDonald, Gay and Monaghan. And you can see there, none for 14 off those 5 overs. Starting the 38th. Spence just stands up straight, turns this one into the leg side.
It's kept quite low, that. It's just kind of skidded on.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's the breeze or it's... But I'm not sure this is your typical Beckenham surface. There is
not for this time of year.
Not for this time
no.
of year, but we have had quite a bit of rain around lately, of course.
Have we?
And that's why I woke up this morning, opened the curtains, and thought, "Hooray, blue sky and sun!" and put my shorts on. Slightly regretted that decision when I arrived here. I'll pick up a single, one more to the total.
Yeah, I can see the pitch. You know, we're seeing it starting to take a bit of turn now, which Beckenham wickets do.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's probably just a little bit of moisture sitting in the surface. It would have been spent a lot of time covered this week. So there's that surface moisture is just drying. There's offering a bit of grip.
Well, I hope we're entering a hot snapper now. We've got the World T20 on. We've got Test match next week. We've got 50 over comp going on. We've got men's championship cricket being played at the moment. Can we just get back to the blue sky, the sun, and hot weather, please?
Yeah, or just blue sky and sun. Doesn't have to be too hot, does it?
No, exactly. Just then we
just
know
no rain.
we know what we're up to.
Yeah. A full day's play. None of this off-on nonsense.
Oh dear, it's no fun. Actually, with the World T20 as well, as here goes Schofield driving straight into extra cover. The other thing with the World T20 and any T20 competition, what you do not want is games, 5 over games, and sitting there in the rain, and because then it becomes an absolute lottery.
It does,
really, doesn't it?
It does.
Phillips at the top of her mark once again. Driving again is Schofield. It's good fielding at extra. Really good work from the Blaze there on the edge of the circle. They may have dropped some catches, but that was a wonderful bit of work.
Yeah, Charlie Knott is a fantastic fielder. Patrolling that extra cover region takes a lot to get past her. She's a wall Australian, of course.
Absolutely.
Prides herself on her fielding.
Nicely timed from Schofield. So final ball of the over from Phillips. And it's a full toss. Ooh, and Spencer feels she's missed out there. So, end of the 38th. Hector Vickers is going to join you, Kirsty. I think then Mr. Coney will come and relieve you over there. He very sensibly brought his big coat as well today. I left mine in the car because, I'm not at the height of fashion at the best of times, but I did think me in shorts and a long coat, they'd ask me to leave the ground. 38 gone, 176 for 4.
Work to do here for Surrey. That run rate's really dropped. Schofield 8 from 11, and Spence, although she'd started positively, struggling to pick up runs and rotate the strike. Welcome back, Hector.
Kirsty. Andrew's going to bowl 10 on the trot. This is up in the air from Schofield. It's another wicket for Andrews. It is indeed. She has 3. Schofield, the dangerous Schofield, has to go for just 8. And the Blaze have a firm grip on this game.
Schofield with the intent at the start of the over. Just holding in the wind and gripping in the surface. From the minute she cleared that front leg, I think she knew that the only direction that ball was going was up.
It's a good catch in the end from Tammy Beaumont. She put a couple down off Spence earlier on in the day, but she wasn't going to let that one go.
A little bit of chuckle brothers between Marie Kelly, and Tammy Beaumont. A to me, to you moment. Is it yours? Is it mine?
Well, the Blaze, 176 for 5. They're going to want to push north of 270, you'd feel, so they've got to get a move on.
Brings Ailish Cranston to the crease, so we've got a bit of a left-hand, right-hand combination.
Ailish Cranston, just the one match for Surrey so far in this campaign. 47 she scored against Durham earlier on in the season. Went away to Glamorgan for a lone game, T20. Played a bit for the England developments against New Zealand as well early this summer. She certainly can bat. Laura Harris as well to come. But you feel that's quite a big wicket for Surrey, losing Schofield.
Yeah, big wicket, but plenty still to come. Ailish Cranston will be, again, quite dynamic at the crease here. She might watch a couple, may even see Andrews off, finish her spell. Obviously, spinning into her, not away. Slightly easier when the ball's turning into you. Very strong sweeper of the ball. Plays off the back foot really, really well, Ailish Cranston.
Well, left-handed Andrews, what a debut she's had. 3 for 39. She's got 5 left in her spell of 10, which is bowled through. This is full and driven. Out to cover, no run. What do you think it is about Andrews that's made her so hard to play today?
I genuinely think it's her pace. She's just taken so much off of it that there's so much time to decide what shot you want to play that you've got through a big range in your head. And you're having to generate that power to score runs and to break that infield. And this is a Surrey team that like to be aggressive and like to pierce the infield. And they've really been challenged to think outside of the box into how to rotate the strike.
Just defended back down into the pitch.
1 ball to come from Andrews' final over on debut, and it could finish as a wicket maiden.
Yeah,
2 balls to come, apologies.
What an introduction into the Blaze side for Andrews. Just a short-term deal with the club. She's played a bit of T20s for Derby and the England under-19s. And she's again, and just uses the feet, does Cranston, but yet to get off the mark. Full balls now. 176 for 5.
Yes, it's really good captaincy from Marie Kelly, just to put all of her eggs in one basket with Andrews.
Last ball of this spell from Andrews. It's flat and just guided down to backward point. It's off the mark for Cranston. Nicely played beneath the eyes, but what a spell that is for Andrews. 40 for 3 from her 10 overs. Thank you very much, Kirsty White. See you in the next innings. Making way for Jeremy Coney. 11 overs to go here. Sorry, 177 for 5. They've slowed down after a very strong start, thanks to the openers, Alice Monaghan and Diana McDonald-Gay. 89 for 1 they were, but since then they've slowed down considerably, and it's been spin for the most part. That's done it for the Blaze. Charlie Phillips is going to continue. She's got 4 overs left in her spell. Jeremy just taking a seat, getting accustomed back into the commentary box.
Well, the game's changed since we were last here, hasn't it? Really, the spinners, particularly Hyam and Andrews, have just really weaved a web around the batsmen that I've actually been told are really good hitters. There's been very little movement of feet from some of the ones that have been pitched high in the air and saying, come and hit me. But they haven't been prepared to do that. They don't mind sweeping or trying to sweep.
This one's cut firm to backward point. Good stop.
When the ball is coming to you so slowly, it's very hard to time the sweep, and you end up missing it more often than not, and which is what we've seen in LBW, and we've seen really some difficulties getting that sweep away. A couple have gone, of course, but really, and if it's a little bit short and there's no pace on the ball, you need to be punching it with a straight bat into the offside.
Again, just played underneath the eyes. It's a shot that Cranstone has looked to play early on in this innings. She'll run through for a single. That's actually what Kirsty White was saying earlier, is the pace off from Maria Andrews. 3 for 40 on her debut. And Surrey just didn't quite have the answers to it.
And good on her. She was basically on a line, pretty much just on the off stump and outside. The occasional one just turned more than others. But really, the batting in terms of use of the feet has been exposed a bit today, I think. They haven't been able to get in control of it.
Here's Spence charging down the wicket, advancing a couple of steps. In the end, just guides it down to fine leg, paddles it down, gets a single.
Much more comfortable, aren't they, against more pace on the ball, and they can use the pace a bit more. But when you're playing the spinners, you may as well be stumped by a yard than by 3 inches. So you've just got to be bold to take a big first step and use your second step as an adjuster. So if you've got close to the ball, it's a smaller step. If you've still got to get a decent one in, you just extend it a bit.
Yeah, and Spence, she's been in great form all season, really. She's coming off the back of back-to-back 50s in the T20 Blast. It just looks as if she's struggling for a bit of rhythm, put down a few times.
She's lucky to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, she's been dropped, twice? 3 times?
3 times.
3 times.
Third one was, albeit a difficult chance. Tammy Bowman put down twice, but a good catch to dismiss Schofield just a couple of overs ago. 179 for 5. Sorry. Cranston's cutting this one in front of point, out steep cover for a single.
So they've left themselves now. They started quite nicely, did Surrey, and got to about 90 off 17, something like that, and the run rate was reasonable. And because they'd only lost one wicket at that point, there was a number of options available to them, but they've been really, strangled through the middle part of this innings by Hyam and by Andrews.
End of the over.
So we see them in this situation now where they've got perhaps 10 overs to go, or maybe just under that, and they really have to lift the run rate if they're going to get to some of those numbers that I was looking at earlier today. 313, 348, 346, 313 again, all at this ground. And I don't know whether this pitch is similar to the ones that I'm discussing and those runs scored, or whether it's just the spinners who have not been used and not been so effective as they have been today.
Yeah, we're going to see some more spin. The Australian Charlie Knott back into the attack. Just the couple of overs earlier on the day when we were on air, Jeremy, 0 for 18.
Well, she certainly gave it a lot of air, didn't she? And she was bowling a lot of full tosses. So here's a second go. And she'll have learned from that, I think, and also from looking at the other two spinners, what kind of flight is necessary here, and not to supply too much pace, but not give a full toss as well.
Here she is into her second spell of the day. This one just down on one knee goes. Cranston sweeps it out, just finds a short. Fine leg, runs through for a single. Charlie Knott, wisely character. She's played a lot of cricket in franchises, played a lot in the WBBL and the W Premier League for UPZ Warriors, London Spirit, Southern Brave. She knows what she's doing. She's going to bowl to Jemima Spence here. 27 from 41, so not quite the impact that she would have liked so far, but the main thing is she's still there with 10 overs to go, just under it. Laura Harris as well to come, the Australian international, can certainly hit a long ball. Turned out into the onside. They'll want two here. Spence is quick, but Lucy Hyam again, she's been fielding nicely on the boundary, hits the stumps actually. Just a single for Spence.
So even if the batsmen are able to get 1.5 runs per ball on average, that will only, release 90 runs because there's only 60 balls left, which would get them to about 270 odd. So they're not going to probably get to that 300 unless there is some larger, bigger hitting.
Looks like it'll be below the average score, and Cranston again gets down on one knee, looks to turn it down to square leg, just hit on the shoulder, no run.
And as soon as you miss a ball like that, obviously you're wanting 3 or 4 off another ball in the over. So there's a bit of pressure building on Surrey here, and certainly the Blaze have brought this game, and that's stumped.
Yeah, used the feet, did Cranston. 4 from 11. She had to start pushing this game forward for Surrey, but in the end missed the ball, and a comfortable stumping for Ella Claridge behind the stumps. And the Blaze, a firm grip on this game, 182 for 6.
Yeah, it's just a case of having a range of options in your mind, I think. And when you have, if you see a ball that she's really just charged as whatever was going to happen, she was after this. And this is not really a ball that you'd be wanting to go. This is a ball you want to go back to.
Yeah.
And she's just made the error of the situation getting a little bit large for her, and so she was just going to want to hit it.
Yeah.
And so you really must still keep your calm about your judgment about what sort of shot you're going to play. And if she's going to go flatter, then it opens up shots on the offside, using the flat, the whole face of the bat to punch for 2s and 3s. So pressure coming on again. So well done to Hyam and to Andrews to create this difficulty for Surrey.
Yeah, it's been a day for the spinners and a day for pace off. So far from the Blaze. Surrey have got plenty of spin themselves, but to really put them into play, they're going to need a few more runs than this as Laura Harris joins Jemima Spence at the crease, the Australian international, sister of Grace Harris, who played such a large part in Surrey season last year. Harris brought in for the T20s, so making her List A debut for Surrey today.
Well, she has a reputation of hitting a hard ball, doesn't she? A long ball with her whack bat.
Yes.
Sponsored
yes.
by. Yes. Well, let's see if she can.
Well,
Got to give herself a bit of a chance to get in for a start, have a look and see, and then really chance her arm after that if they're going to get a decent total.
bit of a breeze here at Beckenham. That's Furlan hit out to cover, no run. Get over this from not just the 2 from it and the wicket, which in the final 10 you can't afford those from a Surrey point of view, but Australia to Australia it is for the last ball of this over. And that's all pace off and driven slightly uppishly, finds the captain at mid-off. Really good over from not 2 from it and the wicket. 182 for 6 now with 9 overs left.
Yep, successful over again for the Blaze, and it just continues. It's the slow bowling that has done the job. Anything that's a medium pace or a little bit above, certainly the batsmen like that pace on the ball, and they are able to sort of access different parts of the ground because of it. But I mean, there's a lot of practice at moving their feet. I think that's the thing that's come out of this today. Slow bowling and quite loopy bowling, to be honest, that you can get to once you see it.
Yeah.
But see it first. Don't make the decision before the ball has actually been let go.
Well, we're going to have another look at Grace Ballinger here. Back into the attack. She bowled 5 overs inside the first power play, none for 23. Left arm round the wicket. There's those army helicopters in the air, looks like. Ballinger, 9 overs left for the Blaze. And defends this one, does Spence. 28 from 43 now. Might start to feel a bit of pressure creeping in.
As anything over that's up on the drive, if you are able to get it up into the air with mid-on and mid-off up, also the cover up inside the circle.
Ballinger in off a long run up. Keeper standing up. It's Furlan. She's been given a bit of air and Spence looked to drive. Missed the ball completely. Claridge has had a lovely game behind the stumps, actually. Standing up to a lot of the pace bowlers. Got a good stumping earlier on as well.
So we're into the last phase, aren't we? That's 4 allowed out in the women's games.
Yes.
They've got the 4 out at the moment, but nothing straight. So you would be thinking you're going to bowl just short of a length, but that's not. That's very full once again. So
Yeah.
you've got an opportunity to pierce those straight fielders. And I think that's an area you've got to target as a batsman and have that certainly as one of your shots, as possible run-making ones in your mind as they run into bowl.
It'll be interesting to hear from the players what they think par is on here, because 183 for 6. 8 overs remaining. Ballinger in. Driven back up the pitch, but no run. I don't know what they'd be happy with. There have been a few scores actually around 220, 240 in recent matches here at Beckenham. But a few big ones as well, as we saw last time out here actually between the Blaze and Surrey, tied for 346 apiece. So if that's a metric to go by, it's very much below par so far. But Spence facing up to Ballinger, who has 3 left. That's driven nicely, but again finds the fielder. Slightly frustrating. Barring that wide ball, 4 dot balls for Ballinger. So Spence, he's just been harboured in here really. 28 from 46. She's actually hitting the ball quite nicely, but finding the fielders. .183 for 6. 2 balls left for Ballinger. It's round the wicket. Just guided out to Lucy Hyam at deep cover. Gets a single. Harris back on strike, yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, if it's straight, she's having difficulty finding a gap. She'll know straight away where the gaps are in the field and where the areas she would like to attack. But if it's close to you, you've got to give yourself some room, so you angle your body slightly, and even if she can get it you know, to the cover area between backward point and extra cover. There's quite a large gap. Yes, the other fielder looks as if they're going into that gap that I've just been describing, and they're pushing the two mid-on and mid-off are going back now.
Might look to give herself a bit of room. Access up and over the offside Ballinger. Last ball here. Driven nicely, but again finds the captain out on the ring. So end of the over, a good one. Just the two from it. Pressure starting to build. 184 for 6, just with 8 overs left on the board.
Yeah, so only 8 overs remaining now, and they've really got to try and get even at 10 and over. Oh, that's 260. This is not going to be one of those innings and the numbers that we've been talking about. Maybe looking at the what's the run rate at the moment overall the innings? 4.3.
4.3.
Yeah, so if they continue that, then they're only going to get about another sort of 40 or 50 runs.
You look at the Blaze top order. Marie Kelly, Tammy Bone want to open up. So much experience between both of them. Then Charlie Knott in at 3, who's continuing to bowl now. Gives it a bit of air. Spence back up the pitch to a very straight long on. Hannah Waller out there.
Now there's probably a 2 if you went down and knocked it to mid-on, or just not with real power. You could probably get a 2. There's the rest are on the boundary on the leg side.
Gets down on one knee. Does Laura Harrison sweeps it, but just sets off amiably for a single. Finds Tammy Beaumont out there sweeping on the onside boundary.
You know, 5 2s would do it, and that would put pressure then back on the bowler and on the captain and the fielding side to start to change the field a little bit more, bring more people inside the circle to stop those 2s. Then you can go for the big shot.
Spence just goes back and playing a miss. Could take behind the stumps from Claridge, but
that's what you can't do. You cannot miss the ball. When you've been in for this length of time, you cannot miss the ball.
Yeah, almost 50 balls Spence has faced out there so far. Here's her using her feet, and that'll be 4. Much needed boundary for Surrey. Just beats the diving captain at mid-off. But as you say, Jeremy, used the feet and instantly found some reward.
Yep, that's going at the ball. You could see that was going to be very full. She made it even bigger than that and was close enough to it that she was able to beat mid-off in the circle. So that's the sort of thing. Now, where does she go now with this next one? Is she going to just flatten it out a little bit? So just beware of that. You might tuck it into that leg side square. Try and pick up 2 here.
Just pace off completely. And Spencer's back and pushes that out to deep cover. 7 from the over so far. 1 to come. You think Harris would have to look to access the boundary here. Make it an over to write home about for Surrey, who are in need of a few of those, with just over 7 left in their innings. 191 for 6. Harris deep in the crease there. She just misfield at cover, and they'll get a single from it. End of the over. 192 for 6 now. 7 remaining.
So something like 5 or 6 off that over, was there?
8, I think.
8 over, yeah, okay. Well, that's more like it, isn't it? That's what they need to continue every over from here on in. And that's just really getting one boundary shot and over. That's all we saw off that over. And the rest, collection jobs, knocking it about, making sure, as I say, you don't miss it, and run hard. Be aware of which side you're hitting the ball because of the breeze today helping the throw sometimes from certain areas of the park. So just use your brains, get bat on ball and try and get a run every ball. And if it's a bad ball, put it away.
Yeah, Grace Ballinger is going to continue to Harris with a formidable whack bat in hand. She's going to want to put it to some good use in this over. Ballinger begins her 7th of the day. Just slow, and Harris looked to try and access the onside but had to adjust.
Yeah, smart from Ballinger actually, providing a much slower ball than really was expected, and so she had to change the shot halfway through and was unable to find. And there's missing the ball again.
Just moving Lucy Hyam up from cover to inside the ring. Oh, and there it is. Straight away stopped from Hyam. I thought it pierced the gap just for a second, but good stop, diving down to her left, no run.
Yep, opportunity was there to just pierce the field and it would have gone through. Well done. They've taken a risk in bringing up all the field on the offside, apart from the long off.
Going to have to bowl straight here, Ballinger, you'd think. This one's short, but gets a bit of bat on it and finds a good diving stop there at short third man. Just gets a single from it. That's the one for the over as well. Spence facing up 51 balls now. She's had 35. Dropped a few times, but she should have her eye in by now. She's been in fine form, as I say, coming off the back of back-to-back 50s. She's enjoyed herself in this competition as well. High score of 79 against Warwickshire earlier on in the season. The opening game, actually. Ballinger has 3 more. Short and Spence, yeah, that'll be 4. Short and a bit too straight, and Spence just turns the hips, helps it down, beats deep square leg, and again a much needed boundary for Surrey.
Yeah, drag down, a little bit quicker from Ballinger this time, but always leg side-ish, and that was just help it on its way to the boundary. That saves a few things for Surrey in this over so far. They've still, you see, just two dot balls, and those are the killers at this stage when they need to make sure they're getting at least a run to 2 runs a ball.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of dot balls in this inning so far, especially the spin in that middle phase. Maria Andrews, 3 for 40 from 10, which he bowled straight out, tying up one end. 2 to come. That's slower ball from Ballinger. Nicely timed from Spence. Hyam's got a lot of work to do. They'll need to come back for 2, you'd think, but in the end, Harris can't make it back. Bit indecisive on that first run. Spence into 40 now. 7 bowlers used from the captain so far for the Blaze. Ballinger will have 3 left after this, so does Phillips. 5 left for Jones. This one's short and pulled high in the air. There's a fielder at deep square, but it won't matter. It's going to be the first 6 of the day. And Laura Harris, surprise, surprise, is going to be the one to deliver it for Surrey.
Yeah, good contact. This one's dragged again. 4 earlier on in the over. This one again bowling around the wicket and dragged it down leg side. And good contact this time. Handy 6 for Surrey. So they break the 200 barrier, if you like. And 6 overs remaining?
6 overs remaining.
So 36 deliveries. They're looking like maybe 50 runs. Can they get 50 runs from those 30? I think they can, if these two obviously remain at the crease. These are the better ones too. They're already in. They've both faced a number of deliveries now, 50 in one case and just 10 from the others. So the Harris has to just knock it around at this stage, get 2s, and then once she feels comfortable, and you get a bit, by just even running up and down the pitch, you're getting some perspiration, you start to play a little bit better and realise the options you've got.
Yeah, will that 6 reignite anything? Charlie Phillips back into the attack. Driven back to the bowler. Charlie not taken out of the attack for Phillips, the opener. 18 wickets for Phillips so far this season. Surprisingly wicketless, but she's been tight. 0 for 19 from 7.1. Took 5 for 49 earlier in the season against Durham. She's a prolific wicket taker for the Blaze. Steaming in here to Spence. It's full, and Spence used her feet, but just back to the bowler for the 2nd time in a row.
Now the keeper's back at this stage. The keeper's been up for most of the game. Keeper's back. Now that allows you, you can either bat out of your crease and shorten the pitch if you like, so you can actually go at the bowler a bit, or you can shimmy down and get, and even if you don't hit a boundary, you can hit it over the bowler and you would probably get a 2 or might run away.
Stays back, and it's a short ball over the head of Spence. It's the one for the over, no wide called. Spence standing out of her crease as well, importantly. No run, so 3 in a row, 3 dot balls in a row now.
Got to look at the field closely to see where the gaps are. Have 2 or 3 ideas, no more than that, in your mind about which areas. If it's full, it's going there. If it's short, I'm going to hit it in another place, there.
Spence now back in her crease. It's full, and again, that's 4 dot balls in a row now, which in the 45th over of the game, 57 balls faced. It's not what she'd like. 40 from 57. It's good bowling from Phillips. Smart stuff from the Blaze opener. 2 fielders out on the leg side. Tammy Bowman at deep mid-wicket. Lucy Hyam at deep square leg. Fine leg in place. Deep cover. Those are the 4 out on the boundary at the moment for the Blaze. Again, that's 5 in a row. Could be a maiden over here. Frustrating for Surrey. You feel something's got to happen off this last ball. She's a strong reverse sweeper, actually, and there's a bit of a gap between backward points. Banjo Phillips in for her last. This is driven nicely, but a good stop at cover. So just the one from the over. Frustrating for Spence, frustrating for Surrey. 205 for 6 now, just the 5 overs left.
Well, 3 balls missed. That's half your over for a start. And then looking to play big shots for the rest of them and hitting them back to the bowler mainly. And then a very good stop, as you mentioned, that last ball of the over, a one-handed stop diving. Excellent. If that had run away, you feel a little bit better, I think, as a batsman. But it's not the way, I don't think, to accrue runs at the moment. I'm not seeing kind of those skills of someone saying, here are the gaps. If it's wide out there, I'm going to make sure I hit it. And then move on from there and get somebody else on strike. And they should have similar kinds of plans, but they will be looking to score the ball, hit the ball in different areas. So that's the thing that is handy, to have 2 different players who play differently at the crease.
It's looking so promising for Surrey. Just a couple of hours ago, 89 for 1 they were after a strong partnership. Georgia Elwes back into the attack. Short and goes for a scoop. Does Spence. Beats the keeper, beats the fielder, and it's going to go away for 4. 4 byes it was in the end. Just missed the batter Spence, and Claridge standing up to the stumps. Couldn't do much about that. So 4 to Surrey.
Attempted ramp. Didn't really, or scoop if you want to call it. Modern day shot. Didn't get anything on it, but put the keeper off enough.
Pace off, and again goes for the ramp, and again beats the fielder. And that's 4 back-to-back 4s now.
So using the pace of the bowler again. I thought it was almost going to go to the man 45, but didn't. Came inside that and then ran away. So this is a better start.
Yeah, they need a big over to Surrey. There's a bit of pace off there from Elwes as well, so almost found the fielder at short fine leg, but they're staying up. There's a short third man and a short fine, so it wouldn't surprise me to see Spence go for a hat-trick of these. Hat-trick of these ramps and scoops. Elwes just moving short fine leg a bit straighter, so Spence will be aware of that. And again, this time goes for the sweep. That's timed perfectly. Pierces the gap. Great effort out in the field there from deep mid-wicket, but 4 to Spence. That's a hat-trick now. Surrey finally picking up some momentum here. 217 for 6.
Slower ball, a little bit short. encourage the pull stroke, and there's a gap there at mid-wicket. There's a very straightish mid-wicket and then one behind square. So good gap there, and decent power to get that across the boundary.
Spence just the one away from 50 now. Short and playing a miss. Through to Claridge. He's having a good game behind the stumps. So it just leans on her bat there. Close to the wide line. Harris walking down the wicket, just having a chat with her partner. 49 from 63 for Jemima Spence. She's got 150 in this competition so far in the opening game against Warwickshire. That's full and dug out back to the bowler. So 2 dots after that. Brilliant start. 12 from the over, last ball.
Just needed to open the face a little bit more and you'd have got it out sort of cover area for the single.
Ellis, can she get out of this over? 3 falls to start it. And back-to-back dot balls coming in for her final delivery. And that's driven beautifully. Spencer's going to run. And she's going to get through for her 50. It hasn't been chanceless by any means, but that's the half century. That's a hat-trick of half centuries as well for Spence. 2 in the T20 blast. Transitioning seamlessly back into the One Day Cup, and an important knock for her side. Surrey 218 for 6.
Yeah, an over of 2 parts, wasn't it, really? Some loose-ish bowling in the first part of the over, which the batsman was able to take toll of. 1 short ball to mid-wicket, 1 a little sort of scoop, and then also from 4 byes. So it was looking quite very promising kind of over for Surrey there at the start, but then the back end of the over was pulled back by the Blaze. So 218 and 4 overs? 5.
4 overs.
4 overs remaining.
Charlie Phillips, just the 1 from her previous over. 2 Spence, who's facing up and clips that nicely. Tammy Bowman's going to give chase from deep mid-wicket. Gets round, but they'll run back for a second. So already doing 1 better than Phillips' previous over, which went for 1. 0 for 22 from 8.1. Phillips. She's a big wicket taker, but she keeps it tight as well. Very effective right arm seamer. Laura Harris at the other end, meanwhile, slightly hasn't seen much of the strike in recent overs. This one's short and Spence advancing, and it's up. And Fielder can't quite get to it there at short cover, but Harris turned down the single. Spence had to scamper back.
Again, just not getting inside. The short ball has caused Surrey a little bit of a problem, really, when they get the height to it as well. They're not getting inside the line, or conversely giving themselves some room so they can run it, over the top of that third man who's inside the boundary there.
Flicked out into the onside. Tammy Bowman again it is at deep mid-wicket that does the fielding. Tumbles down to her left, so Spence can run back for 2, as can Harris. Spence moves to 54 now. 3.5 overs remaining. 2-2-2 for 6. Harris will be itching to get on strike. Try and access the boundary. But it'll be Spence to face Phillips. 3 left in this over. Goes for the ramp. Just missed through to the keeper.
Very hard to catch up with that as you're moving away to the off and the ball's just down leg side of you to get a touch on it and try and get it very fine. There is a fine leg, wideish down there, so I'm not sure whether it's the best option for a shot.
2 to come for Phillips before the final 3 overs of this first innings. And again, it's short and pulled, but we'll find Hyam out there, that deep square leg. Just a single, so Harris will have 1 ball to face against Phillips. It's been a couple of overs since she's been on strike. She has 9 from 9. Very effective boundary hitter is Harris. Spence's 50, the first of the game. Alice Monaghan just fell 1 run short, opening the batting, fell for 49. Rihanna McDonald-Gay 39, Kira Chatley 37. And other than that, a couple of single-figure scores in there for Surrey. But Harris facing up here for the last ball. It's full and driven. Oh, and that's a great stop from cover. Looked as if it might have been a catch, but saved a certain boundary. They get back for 2.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? She gave herself a little bit of room and opened up the face of the bat. Hard to tell whether she hit it into the ground just in front of her and then to cover, who dived to the right very nicely and almost stopped the ball, certainly deflected it away, so it went for 2 in the end at 2.25 at this stage. They really want to be getting, I think, in the last 3 overs, they want to be getting to 250, don't they, at least?
Yeah.
So certainly 8 runs and over they need as a minimum, I would say.
Well, they've got 2 batsmen there that can certainly do just that. Jemima Spence out there on 55. She's had 70 balls. Laura Harris at the other end, the Australian international. Going to have another change of bowling. Grace Ballinger coming back in to the attack from the City end, replacing Georgia Elwes. All for 37 from her 7 overs so far. 3 to go. As you say, Jeremy, 250 plus is what Surrey should be hoping for. There's a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket. Hyam's gone out to deep cover as well as the fine leg. Those are the 4 out. Spencer's driving this and it beats the fielder. Perfect shot. One of the shots of the day, you'd imagine. Back up the pitch. Spence moves to 59. Surrey now 229 for 6.
Yeah, good stroke. It's straight enough that it beats mid-off to her right. And she's able to just, it's a kind of a cross-batted drive, so it's out a little bit wide outside the off stump, but she hits it very straight. That gives her the boundary. Good start to the over. Have a look around again and see where else she can sort of target the boundary.
Short and pulled up in the air. It's the top edge. Ella Claridge, the keeper, goes for it, takes the catch. Spence goes for 59 from 72 deliveries. It was an effective innings. It was useful for Surrey. They needed the runs. But in the end, Grace Ballinger gets on the wickets column. It was a short ball, a top edge, and a comfortable catch for Claridge.
Good work from the keeper. The keeper's been up most of the day. I think there's the set of 4 byes that we spoke about just a couple of overs ago. But other than that, I don't think there's been, a lot of mistakes from her. She's taken a stumping as well. So it's been a tidy effort from her. And there is one that's kind of gone out almost as far as for a single, really. But it was high enough that she had time to. No one else was interested. All you could hear were the sound of feet running the other way. But she was out there, and that was hers, the person with the gloves on. So good catch, on the move. And just what, again, the Blaze needed to prevent this getting any further away. They've worked so hard to try and pull the Surrey side back, and they've been very effective at doing it. They've picked up the odd wicket right through that middle phase of the innings because of it, and now they're also taking wickets towards the end.
A nice knock from Spence comes to an end. 59 for her today. Kalia Moore joins Laura Harris. You'd imagine her role here is getting Harris on strike to do the bulk of the scoring. Just the 2.4 overs remaining for Surrey. Moore averaging just under 13 so far this season in the 6 matches that she's played. They're keeping the field the same, so Hyam staying out there at deep cover, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, but fine leg has come in short for in the place of a long on. Bunger in and turned into the offside. It looked to be a single there. Harris says no.
Well, I don't understand that, do you? 4 wicket and then a dot. That really was quite an easy single.
It's a vacant fielder in at cover.
So that would have got your big hitter on strike.
This time more driving, that's an edge, but beats backward point and short third man. It's not going to get all the way, is it? Two fielders give chase. It's a long boundary out there. Good work from the Blaze. But Laura Harris will run back for 3. Gets her on strike now.
Yeah, bisects backward point and short third man, so it runs right into the pocket, one of the deep pockets around this ground at Beckenham, and so 3 runs result, and now mid-off goes back.
2 to come from Ballinger. 7 runs and the wicket from the over so far. Pace off. Harris is down and sweeping. She's fallen over. So in the end, she'll just get a single. It's out to the long boundary at deep mid wicket. Clearmore arguably has a free hit here with 2.1 overs to go. Imagine Harris will want to take the strike in the next over. Still to come, Danny Gregory and Izzy Sidhu on debut. This one's driven by Moore to cover. Wanted a single to Moore, but again turned down by Laura Harris. So 2 overs to go now. Surrey 233 for 7.
Yeah, 233. So again, they've got to try and get one a big over, don't they, at some point? They haven't been quite able to dominate even the last 10 overs. Not really. And so you have to hand it to Blaze, the way that they've controlled the innings, really, from about, well, as whenever Andrews came on, so it was about the 21st over, something like that. For the rest of the game so far, Blaze have been able to keep a measure of control the boundaries, pick up the odd wicket through that middle phase of the game. See if they can finish it off this way now. So looks like it'll be Phillips to continue.
Very interesting field. Deep mid wicket, long on, long off, deep extra cover, and everyone in quite close behind square. Here comes Phillips as the reverse sweep attempt from Laura Harris goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, well, she's been caught up with the idea of I need to get it behind the stumps, because as you say, four fieldsmen are down in that area, 2 on the leg side and 2 on the off side, but you've got to catch up with it. It's not an easy shot to get away. So well bowled again.
It's good pace from Phillips. 0 for 27 in her 10th over. Harris 12 at a run a ball. Nice shot, driven through cover. It beats the fielder at deep extra cover because it was hit hard, hit with aggression and intent. Harris moves to 16. Surrey 237 for 7.
Yeah, foolish ball outside the off stump, wide enough that you can access that because it's full, and she's able to get a powerful stroke to sort of roundabouts at the extra cover area and along the ground.
Yeah, stepped across the stumps. Laura Harris. Timed perfectly. 4 to come, 4 from the first 2. And again, shuffles across into the off stump, and that's going to be the second 6 of the day. The second 6 to Laura Harris. A magnificent shot, just giving herself room to hit down breeze onto the leg side. Tammy Bowman at deep mid wicket. Not much she can do about that.
Really good contact here, just shimmying away to the offside. It's a ball just outside off, actually, and she's able to swing it on a pickup stroke, really, over the mid-wicket boundary. So really good movement outside the off stump, deciding that was where she wanted to hit it, if the length was right, and it was.
Valuable runs these. Harris 22 from 14, 4 and a 6. So Charlie Phillips just having a chat with her captain there. Field so far looks like it's remaining the same, but Harris 2 maximums, hit that down breeze, and that just flew past Tammy Bowman. A nice catch on the bounce for one of the members of the crowd. 3 to come for Phillips, 10 from her first 3 under the pump a touch. Playing a miss from Harris. Just stayed where she was on the crease. Got down on one knee. Goes through to Claridge. No run.
This one looked like a length ball outside off. And Harris went down and tried to smear it away, but she's missed the ball again. These are costly little misses, folks. They're just even getting something on it and trying to run it away for a couple.
Gives herself room, and that'll be 4 more for Harris. Lovely shot, just stepped away, a touch onto the leg side and driven through a vacant point region. 14 from the over. This is a valuable knock from the Aussie international.
Yeah, that's, again, very full, outside off, and she's able to access square on the offside. No one there to get that because she's hit it powerfully. Run rate now just over 5. It's just crept up because of this.
Phillips want to get out of this over. 14 from it. Last ball here of her spell of 10 as well. As the reverse sweep attempt again from Harris, and that's 3 dot balls to go with her 3 boundaries from the over. Phillips has 0 for 41 from her 10. She is done, and 1 over to go. Sorry, 2 4 7 for 7.
Yes, so it's really I don't know who won that little battle for the over. So it's really 3 to the Blaze and 3 to Surrey.
Call it even.
And I think I would have thought a single in the last ball would have been handy, or a 3.
Yeah.
You know, something like that. That would have been rather nice. So that she was on strike, not to be. And now it's very much up to Moore. Can Moore get actually off strike here and allow Harris to play her expansive game in this last over? They're on the cusp of 250. Can they get to 260 would be obviously the kind of towards the back end of what they can do right at the moment.
Well, to do so, Surrey would dearly love to see Harris back on strike. The fielders, all 4 fielders are out, so there are plenty of room for a single as Ballinger's going to finish off here. Short and pulled down to long on, who comes round, and Harris looked for a second for a moment, but in the end, just the single. So Harris back on strike.
Right, now what's available here for Harris? The square leg is now coming in. Now she was tempted by that last over that she was facing Ballinger, and she wanted to sweep all the time. There's an area over extra cover.
All the pace off there, and Harris just stands and hits it out to long on. That's a brilliant catch on the boundary. Came low. Looks as if she's just got her fingers underneath it.
Was a good catch. It was hit powerfully by Harris round the wicket and picked out long on, who's right towards the boundary, but she's fallen forwards and taken a very low catch. I can't pick out who that is at the moment, but it was a good catch. Yes, it's been given out. They're saying it was a clean catch.
Completely pace off from Ballinger and timed superbly from Harris. Caught by Charlie Knott, her fellow Australian. So it'll bring Danny Gregory to the crease. 2 4 8 for 8. That's a shame for Surrey because Harris was timing the ball superbly well.
Yeah, a mixture, I think, really. Some very strong, powerful shots, which I think everybody realises she can play. Obviously, all the fielders knew about that. Obviously, all her own side know that as well. And then a lot of misses to go with that. And it wasn't till the back end that she really started to pick up the scoring rate for herself and her side.
4 to come here from this Surrey innings. Shorter from Ballinger, and Gregory just turns that off the pad down to short fine leg. Runs through for a single, so Moore back on strike with 3 to go.
Now again, it's just a case of not missing the ball and taking the single. These are your cases where you've just got to back up and you've got to take. There are wickets left, one of them after this. So it doesn't matter if there's a run out too much, but you've got to try and keep the score moving.
Pace off again from Ballinger, and nicely played from Moore. Out to Hyam at deep cover. They'll push hard, wanting the second, but just a single. So Gregory back on strike.
Yeah.
250. Two balls remaining. 250 for 8 for Surrey. It's been a good last 10. Ballinger in, and that's pace on again. And
Should be two here.
yeah, there was 2 on offer. It's hit out deep mid wicket and long on. Had to come round for it, but Kalia Moore in the end just decided to keep the strike for this last ball of the innings. Ballinger's 2 for 48. Feels as if Surrey have missed a few runs out
Does
there.
a wee bit, doesn't it? Yes.
Last ball of this first innings. And again, it's pace off. That'll be a wide, so we're going to re-bowl it.
Yep, a floater from Ballinger that just gets a little bit wide.
I think the Blaze will be very happy with how their bowlers have performed today. The sun's out. Ballinger comes in for the last ball of the innings. Again, pace off and just hit up to backward point. He takes the catch. So that'll wrap it up with a wicket for the Blaze. Ballinger ends with 3 for 49 from 9. Surrey 252 for 9. So end of the innings, and the Blaze will feel pretty happy with that here at Beckenham.
Yeah, and maybe well, certainly after the start, when the 90 for 1 off 17 overs, they've then controlled the innings very nicely through their spinners, particularly. Andrews and Hyam did a very good job bowling their 10 straight, both of the spinners, a left-arm spinner and then a right-arm offie. And then there were moments they might have felt mildly uncomfortable in the last 10 once Harris started to hit powerfully. But really, overall, you'd feel that there were some runs left out there by the Surrey batting side. They've got the runs, however. They are on the board. And now, can they defend it? Can they bowl well? It looks as though spinner's a possibility. And they have to look to their spinners. And they have to start well, particularly, and not give too many runs away in the first power play. So, interesting match. Not quite as many runs as we anticipated looking at past games here at Beckenham. However, the runs are there, and if you bowl well, if you hold the catches, think how many catches were put down in that innings, probably 4 or 5, I would have thought. And so if you hold your catches and take your chances, then that's still an opportunity for Surrey to put the pressure back onto the Blaze. But, they might feel they've left about 30 runs out there.
Well, the Blaze will need 253 to chase. Just to run you through the highlights of the scorecard, Jemima Spence, 59 off 72, made a hat-trick of 50s across the blast and the One Day Cup. Alice Monaghan started off with a crafty innings for 49 before falling just 1 run shy of her first half-century of the season. Rihanna McDonald-Gay promoted to open from her previous number 10 in the order, 39 off 56, and Kira Chatley, the captain, before heading off to England A duty, 37 from 48. For the Blaze bowling, Maria Andrews on debut starred 3 for 40 from her 10, which she bowled in concession. Grace Ballinger 3 for 49 from 9. Charlie Knott, the Australian, 1 for 28 from 4, so she was slightly expensive. And Emma Jones, the former Surrey player herself, 1 for 32 from 5. So we're going to take a 30-minute break here at Beckenham, and when we come back, the Blaze will need 253 to win.
bring you an update on the ICC T20 Women's World Cup, where there are 3 games taking place throughout the course of the day today. One of which has already concluded up at Old Trafford, where Scotland have beaten Ireland by 40 runs. Later on today at 2:30, Australia take on South Africa. That one also up in Manchester. And then at the Hampshire Bowl later on today at 6:30, West Indies host New Zealand. But the one result of the day so far, Scotland beating Ireland by 40 runs in the ICC T20 Women's World Cup. Umpires Grace Bambury and Sam Hollingshead returning to the field.
Well, welcome back everyone to Beckenham. Just had a nice break for lunch. If you're just joining us, Surrey in the first innings set the Blaze 252 for 9, slightly below par you'd feel. I'm Hector Vickers. I'm joined by Kirsty White. We're going to hear from the New Zealand Hall of Famer Jeremy Coney and the great Mark Church later on in this innings. But Kirsty, welcome back. First of all, what do you think of that first innings?
Yeah, it really was a game that ebbed and flowed in favours of both teams, but I think ultimately Blaze will be happiest, even though they dropped 4 catches. They could have restricted Surrey to 220, really. Surrey probably feel that they've left some runs out there, a bit lack of intent with their batting in the middle overs, particularly against the spin. But we know that this Surrey side are very resilient and are able to win games from difficult situations. So I don't think it's going to be a simple go out and knock the runs off the Blaze today.
Absolutely, an exciting second innings in store as we see the players just walking out onto the pitch. I'll quickly run you through the scorecard. Alice Monaghan and Rihanna McDonald-Gay opened the batting for Surrey. Monaghan 49 from 47, looked really nice before Emma Jones, the former Surrey player, struck for the first wicket with the scores at 89 for 1. Rihanna McDonald-Gay ran out by the captain Mary Kelly, who's going to open up the batting for 39. Kira Chapley, the captain, also 37, and Jemima Spence coming in at 5, 59 off 72, played an important knock for Surrey. Laura Harris coming in at the back end of the innings at number 8, 26 from 18. And as far as the bowling was concerned, Grace Ballinger, the opening bowler, 3 for 49. And the debutant, Maria Andrews, 3 for 40 from 10 overs, which he bowled in full succession. And it looks as if Surrey are going to open up with a bit of spin here.
Yeah,
The Blaze
that is
require
a baptism of
252
fire on your
runs to
debut to
win,
open the
and run
bowling.
rate of
So Izzy
5.1
Sidhu
runs
looks
per
like she's
over.
taking the new ball from the city end.
Bowlers and umpire is
One way to get the nerves
Yeah.
out of the system early, isn't it?
You
I
know-
don't need to wait until bowled, straight into the action.
Well, it's an interesting call because pace off seemed very effective in that first innings, but you know a lot about Izzy Sidhu, don't you?
Yeah, so she's a left armer, but she actually brings the ball into the right hander. So very unorthodox. She bowls very fast and flat. So something that this team won't have faced, I would imagine. So I like the element of surprise.
Well, baptism by fire bowling to the captain, Marie Kelly. Tammy Bowman at the non-striker's end. And our first look at Izzy Sidhu. That's short and pulled away out to deep mid-wicket. Immediately off the mark.
A bit of a drag down there. You'll forgive her. Her first ball in a professional game for her. Just needs to find a little bit of rhythm. Dry those sweaty palms off, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Signed her first professional rookie contract at the beginning of April. Plays a lot for Suffolk County as well, and it's been on the fringe for a while, playing for the Surrey second team. Good call from Kira Chatley, think, to open the bowling. With her will be largely unknown to the experience of Tammy Bowman and Marie Kelly. Try and force something early. This one's better, but pulled away from Tammy Bowman. Again, deep mid-wicket into the action. So 2 singles to start this innings for the Blaze.
Yeah, getting that line right early on will be really important for Sidhu. So she's got a sweeper out on the leg side and a long on. So she's going to be bowling straight. Don't have too many runs to play with. So that line's going to be essential.
And again, that's much better. Played into the offside, no run. So Sidhu into her work here. Just felt that Surrey were well below par, maybe 40, 50 runs. Beckham, the average score last season here was 298 and 252, well below par. This one given a bit more air from Sidhu, well bowled.
Yeah, that's a nice line. She just gives you something extra to think about. Coming round the wicket, she'll drift it across you, but try and hold a nice straight line. That breeze is going to be really important for her as well.
Getting a bit flatter this time down leg side, but a good stop from deep backward square. Tanny Gregory there, no run. Again, finds that same fielder. So a good start for the debutant, Izzy Sidhu. 2 from the first, 2 for none.
Yeah, that square leg doing a good job there. Probably just saved 8 runs. Straying a little bit down the leg side. Nonetheless, just 2 coming from the over. It's a good start.
Sidhu, of course, given her a chance here due to the lack of Surrey players due to the World Cup. Alice Capsey, Sophia Dunkley, Tilly Courtine Coldman, Danny White, Hodge, of course, scored that magnificent 100 yesterday at Edgbaston. Priyanaz Chatterjee, who's playing for Scotland in this competition. And the Blaze are also missing 6 players. Kirsty Gordon, Catherine Bryce, Nat Siva-Brunt, Orla Prendergast, Amy Jones and Sarah Bryce. So 2 depleted sides with more damage to be done next week, as a few of their players from both sides are going away to England A for 3 one-days and 3 T20s against India A. It's going to be Rihanna McDonald-Gay, who opened the batting, promoted up from number 10. She's effective with the bat. Let's see what she can do here with the ball. Good pace to start to Bowman, who just turns that down to Sidhu. Short, fine leg.
Yeah, she opens the batting, she opens the bowling. What else is she going to do today?
Back into the One Day Cup as well after last game came last season against Warwickshire.
Yeah, not to forget as well, Surrey are also missing Phoebe Franklin, who's returning from injury. Sure, they'll be hoping that when England A go away, that she's close to full fitness.
Short and timed nicely by Bowman, but finds the fielder at mid-wicket. Joanna Spence. Spence played a valuable innings, didn't she? It wasn't chanceless, but the runs were crucial, really, for Surrey.
Yeah, she did. I'd say one of almost all batters that made a start. The only one to really go on and have a bit more of an impact.
Just on the pad. Good stop from the captain behind the stumps, Kira Chatley.
Yeah, we saw this wicket take a little bit of spin later on in Surrey's batting innings. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out this afternoon with the sun beating down on it and the breeze blowing across the ground. Donald Gay does get seam movement as well. Not only does she swing the ball in the air, but she can hold a line. Just take the top of off really nicely.
Left alone by Bowman. Good start from McDonald Gay. 4 dots in a row. Yeah, she's been such an effective player for Surrey in the T20s. As I say, first match in the One Day Cup this season, but 13 wickets in 6 blast games. Such an effective strike bowler.
Yeah, she's an excellent bowler to have. She can bowl in every phase of the game and impact every phase of the game, which is the dream for a captain. You're asking your seam bowler to do a job.
She started nicely here to Bowman. Straighter, and she's bowled her. That is the perfect start for Surrey, the one that they so desperately wanted and needed. Rihanna McDonald-Gay did the job with the bat, and she's doing the job with the ball early on here for Surrey.
Yeah, that is her signature delivery. Taking the top of off, that little bit of nip away, beating the outside edge, lures you into that straight line. Just misses the outside edge of your bat and takes the top of off. Thank you very much. Sends off stump, cartwheeling. This is that delivery we were talking about just 2 balls ago. Angles in. Played all round that has Tammy Beaumont.
Tammy Beaumont, bowled by Rihanna McDonald.
What a delivery that is. Just clipping that top of off stump. And as I say, Surrey needed that because they're below par, but Tammy Beaumont, the dangerous Tammy Beaumont, who has so many runs in there, especially on Beckenham, she would have been licking her lips looking at the first innings, how the wicket was playing, but she has to go back to the sheds for one.
Yeah, and that's exactly the job that Rihanna McDonald-Gay would have been asked to do when she's come out here. Just find your length and hit the top of off. Let the deck do the rest. Brings Charlie Knott to the middle. Not short of form.
Not at all. Wily Australian all-rounder. This is her List A debut for the Blaze. And 1 ball to come here from McDonald-Gay. Yet to be scored off. And that massive wicket of Bowman to fall. But Charlie Knott, she's in good form. She already had a 50 in the blast this season for the Blaze. To go with a forfeit. The Queensland all-rounder faces up here to McDonald-Gay. Just defending that one back up the pitch. So a wicket maiden to start for Rihanna McDonald-Gay, and the Blaze are 2 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, really great start. The start that Surrey needed. They'll be hoping to pick up a few more wickets in the power play. Something that Blaze didn't do. However, they did restrict Surrey. Could this be a Beckenham deck that maybe par is 250? We'll see.
Yeah, we will see. Surrey 38 for none after the power play for them. So doing one better here already with that massive wicket of Tammy Beaumont. There's a bit of movement from McDonald-Gay as well. Which is promising signs.
I feel that Izzy Sidhu has an opportunity to challenge Marie Kelly's front pad here.
She is, and that's flat and slightly 2 down leg side. So Kelly will help herself. This might be some of the easiest runs she'll score all day, but 4 to Kelly. She moves to 5. Blaze 6 for 1.
Yeah, just straying with that line again. She struggled the last 2 deliveries of her first over. Square leg managed to save her, spare her. Just needs to get up and over and finish that action.
Yeah, she finished that over so nicely. Her first one. This one's better. Give her more air. Back to the bowler. Good comeback from Sidhu.
She can rush through her over. She's got very short run up. Doesn't give herself enough time sometimes between balls just to reset.
Again, nicely bowled. Well flighted, good line. Kelly just has to tap that back to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, when she gives it some air, she's looked very accurate today. 9 balls so far. This one's a bit flatter and straighter and defended again. .253 is the target for the Blaze. Jemima Spence top scoring for Surrey. She gives herself room, does Kelly. It's not a bad ball, but it's a lovely shot. Swept down to a vacant fine leg, and she'll take 4 more.
Yeah, nice movement there across the crease for Marie Kelly. Knows that she's targeting the stumps. Does have to make contact though. If she does miss that, she's in a little bit of trouble with that front pad.
Situ, and again, can she get out of this over? Flighted nicely. Good shot to point. So actually a good over. 8 came from it, but just a couple of stray balls. Good batting from Kelly. Blaze 10 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, over of 2 halves and a middle. 2 ends and a middle, actually, if you want. It's a bit of a sandwich, wasn't it? It's the struggle of bowling in the power play, especially when you're on debut. Feeling and trusting your skills. Knowing to back yourself and where your field's set.
Leg spin as well. Tough to control with that new ball, but she bowled admirably so far. That's it too. Unlucky not to have made inroads as of yet, but Rihanna McDonald-Gay is going to continue, and she certainly has made inroads. This one just defended by Knott. She's going to have to take her time and get used to McDonald-Gay in the power play. Last time out, there have been 4 changes since Surrey last played the Blaze. Situ, Kalia Moore, Rihanna McDonald-Gay, of course, and Laura Harris all appearing today. That's defended. Bryony Smith, of course, she's resting to manage her workload. Priyanaz Chatterjee playing for Scotland, Tilly Courtine Coleman for England, and Maitland Brown. Brown also missing out.
Surrey will like the way they've started here. Particularly with Rihanna McDonald-Gay now bowling 8 dots. Including a wicket.
Wider, and she's given room to drive there, but didn't quite get a hold of it. Did not. Last time out, Surrey were bowled out for 164 up at Trent Bridge just a few weeks ago, and then the Blaze chased it down rather comfortably. 5 wickets down, 166 for 5. Just took 34.5 overs to do so, but more runs on the board this time for Surrey, and they've started nicely. Not yet to get off the mark. Driven back up to McDonald-Gay. That's a good hand. Good piece of work in the field. It was timed nicely from the Australian.
Yeah, excellent hand there from McDonald-Gay. Alice Davison-Richards on her haunches there. Felt that she might have had to step into action, but grateful that McDonald-Gay has done the job off of her own bowling. Might have been 4 otherwise. Driven beautifully. Really well timed there by Charlie, not just waiting for that ball to come onto her.
Cut. Down to third man. That'll be a single. First runs to come off the bowling of McDonald-Gay, and Knott gets off the mark after 6 deliveries.
Rare bit of width. A little bit of a slash. Safe. Marie Kelly on to strike for the first time against Rihanna McDonald-Gay.
Last ball for McDonald-Gay. 1 for 1 from her 11 delivery so far. Blaze 11 for 1. Lovely day here at Beckenham. She comes, and that's just defended. So another good over, just the one from it. 11 for 1, and the sun is out here. But as you say, Kirsty, there is a bit of a breeze as well.
There is. It is slightly warmer now than it was this morning. I do still have my coat on, but I could take it off. Just feeling in my comfort zone now. Sidhu looks like she's returning for a third in the city end. Still got the backing of Kira Chatley.
That's great to see from Chatley, actually, just backing the young left leg spinner. Got a long on for Sidhu, Alice Davison Richards, that is, pushing out. And a deep mid wicket as well. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay out there on the boundary. So those are the two fielders out for Sidhu.
Chatley's just reinforced that leg side as well with two behind square. So she's got a 45 and a square leg to backward of. Just for that, just give that comfort blanket of when she does stray down that leg side. Extra bit of protection.
It's a much better start than the previous 2 overs, given nice time up through the air and not just plays it back to the bowler. It's shorter, but almost toe-ended from Not Fine's Monaghan at mid-wicket.
In a similar vein to Lucy Hyam, Izzy Sidhu gets through her overs really quickly. We're almost at the end of the 5th over.
Nicely bowled again, turned to deep square. Had to push for the single, but good running from the Blaze. Can that sometimes be to a spinner's detriment if they're trying? I know it puts a bit more pressure on the batsman, but do you think sometimes it's good to take stock and slow down a touch?
Yeah, I think it can be. I think it's a good tactic at times, particularly in the power play. If you can rush the batting side through and get through your 10 overs and they're restricted in a similar way to how many runs Surrey scored. Obviously, they bowled seam up front, so it would have taken them a little bit longer to get through their overs. But equally, it doesn't give the bowler much time to reset between balls.
Gives herself room. Just Kelly hits that to Jemima Spence at square leg, who does well to get down. No run.
Chatley has reinforced that leg side, but Sidhu does need to tighten her lines and be expensive through there otherwise.
Again, gives herself room. Kelly this time just works it finer. Down to short fine leg. Danny Gregory fields well. So just the single to end the over, 2 from it. Nicely bowled from Sidhu, and the Blaze 13 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, another good over from Sidhu. Although her line wasn't quite right, her field have backed her, and that is one thing that this Surrey squad do so well. Their ground fielding, their ability to hold on to catches, cover ground, defend boundaries, probably the best in the country. And that might be the difference today between Blaze and Surrey. It will certainly be the difference between how close Blaze get to this total. That's for sure.
Absolutely. 4 or 5 catches. As 4 went down in the Blaze innings. 3 off Spence, who went on to make 59, top scoring. Kira Chatley was dropped early on. She went on to make 37. So lost a few runs in the air, did the Blaze in the first innings. As McDonagh continues, that's cut up and over backward point. Third man coming round. So just a single in the end. Misfield. So they'll run back for 2. Not as costly as it looked initially out on the boundary.
Not quite sure what happened there. Maybe the spin across the surface has just been misjudged by Danny Gregory. It could have been costly. She's quick across the ground, does have a good arm, so managed to restrict to 2.
Yeah, slicey shot from the skipper. Straight and on the pad and work down to Gregory at short fine leg. No run. Marie Kelly has had a good season. Been part of the England development squad against New Zealand. Hasn't played for England. 30 years old. Couple of 50s. 229 runs at 38 with a high score of 79 against Warwickshire. She just played the 6 matches. She's missed a couple. She's captaining today. This one playing a miss.
Just keeping low that. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay bowls a very heavy ball. She hits the bat really hard and low. She's got the ability to, that's why she's so difficult to get underneath. You don't see her getting played over the top very often because she's quite skiddy, but then she does have that ball that just grips and takes the top of off. Lovely seam position, just drifting in. Little stump there.
Yeah, it's been a good start for McDonald Gate. It's been a good start for Surrey, 15 for 1. Big wicket of Tammy Beaumont came bowled superbly by Gay. Top of off stump, out the ground. It's the start that they needed after being slightly below par in that first innings, 252. Again defended. Gay's proving hard to work away here.
Yeah, this is good discipline here from Surrey. Excellent tight lines this from McDonald Gay.
Do you look to go to seam potentially at the other end now that City's had a few overs to get into her rhythm, or do you keep her going this power play?
Yeah, it's an interesting question you ask. Ooh.
Driven nearly finds the edge. Just beats the outside edge of the captain, Marie Kelly, but 15 for 1 at the end of the 6th.
Yeah, I think there's arguments for and against. I think I'd quite like to see Alice Monaghan, which looks like we're going to see. Well, there's lots of pace in this wicket and the ball is hard and new. Swing is still around. Obviously, we have 2 balls in play, so 1 each end. So they do stay newer and harder for longer.
Absolutely. So our first bowling change of the day for Surrey, brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. And it's going to be Alice Monaghan, the opening bowler. Sorry, the opening batsman. It's going to provide a role at the other end to her fellow opening batter, Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Monaghan been such a key component of this Surrey side throughout the season. 7 wickets so far. She played all matches. And plenty of runs to come over the 200 mark after a handy 49 in that first inning. So she's going to have a third man and a fine leg. Laura Harris in a very wide slip. You'd say maybe pushing second slip there. In conventional ring field. First ball's full. No runs scored from it.
Yeah, I like this move from Surrey. I think seam up front here is going to be a really good option. Donald Gay was bowling some really tight lines. Sidhu's done a really nice job for those first few overs. I like this aggressive move here. Monaghan challenges to start the edge of the bat. She's got some good bounce in her as well. Oof.
Again, just shuffles across onto that off stump and in the end carves it down to Danny Gregory at third. Takes a single. Plenty of spin that Surrey have on offer today. We've seen Sidhu Kalia more as well. Danny Gregory as well to come, and it was so effective in that first innings. It wouldn't surprise me to see a lot of spin bowled in these middle overs. Back to back to back. Short and cut up over the field. That's going to be a 4. 3 fielders converging on it. Danny Gregory in the end got closest to it, coming round from third man. But Kelly gets 4. She moves to 16.
Yeah, nicely played in the end. Just recognised that bounce was coming up around hip height and lifts it up and over backward point. Initially, it looked a little bit edgy and we thought point was in the game, but actually she's controlled that really well up and over. Quite invested in this small game of cricket going on below us. Johan Marberg's 2 children, Joshua and Jenny.
Nicely bowled from Monaghan, good comeback. Yes, a lot of cricket being played on the boundaries edge. It's like quite an intense game. 2 batsmen, 1 bowler.
Tough, that's really tough.
Kelly just standing slightly further to the edge of her crease here. Monaghan has 2 left, and that's driven nicely. Beats Ailish Cranston at point, but finds Danny Gregory at third man. So just a single, a really nice shot. 6 from the over so far, with 1 to come.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room for width from the seamers here. We saw that in the first innings. Width was punished. There's a fast outfield here, but it's very green and it's had a lot of water. Usually, a normal Beckenham wicket, that would have definitely been 4. It's a deep pocket down in that corner of the ground.
Short pulled. For a moment, it looked like there was a chance at short fine leg, but in the end, that's going to be 4-10 from the over. So the Blaze just finding their way back after a slowish start, but the captain and Charlie not rebuilding nicely.
Yeah, picked up nicely there. Australian Charlie Knott will be used to nice, fast, bouncy wickets and playing anything around head height. A bit of a picnic going on here for an apple. A bit of a meal deal.
Just hoping the sun finds us in a second.
Well, we'll be in trouble if it does, because it will be piercing through our eyes.
Yes.
I'm afraid.
Okay, he's going to continue. 1 for 3 from 3. Been relentlessly accurate so far. Hard to really get her off the square, but Kelly 17 from 24. He's got a solid foundation. Bit of a leading edge, slightly played underneath the eyes and gets 1 down to third man.
Yeah, this game's going to be poised, and it's definitely going to be won in the middle overs for me, I think, here. If Surrey can restrict, like the Blaze have, and take regular wickets, and there's absolutely game on here. It hasn't been the easiest wicket to play on. I think Monaghan and McDonald-Gay, once they got out of the power play, did make it look easy.
It'll be wide ball. Have to rebowl that. Yeah. Alice Monaghan and Rihanna McDonald-Gay, 89 for 1. Surrey were at 1 point after 16.3 overs. Then just slowed down in those middle overs. As you say, they're going to be so crucial today. And the spinners came on, pace off the ball, and Surrey really struggled to find the boundary.
Similar to Maria Andrews, Danny Gregory very often from the Crystal Palace end. No, sorry, from the Beckenham end of the ground. We usually bowl 10 straight out.
Huh.
She's got that in her today. That will be a really big role that she plays in trying to restrict this Blaze team.
Again, just shuffles across onto the off stump. Has a big swing. Just Charlie Knott, but perhaps because she's moved so far across. Top ball. She's been moving around her stumps and the crease quite profusely so early on in this innings. 7 from 14. Australian again on her list A debut for the Blaze. She's been effective in the blast. That's a nice shot, timed, but finds cover, so no run. Good piece of fielding there from Monaghan.
Charlie Knott spent her summer at Hampshire last year. She was very effective. Bat and ball. She's a really solid Australian overseas that you can rely on to not be called up onto international duty.
Just giving a bit more air and a diving attempt to the stop from Ailish Cranston at backward point, but it'll be 4 more to the Blaze, moving into the 30s, 31 for 1.
Yeah, over pitching ever so slightly here, Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Just searching. Great hands from Charlie Knott, just guiding that past point. You see here an excellent diving effort. She's played that so late. She's played that by her back knee.
Super woman in the air. Almost gets there. A welcome 4 for Knott. Back and defending that one. End of the over. Blaze 31 for 1 after 8.
Surrey finished the power play 38 for none. Blaze are here at 31 for 1 with 2 hours. 2 hours? A little bit more than that, hopefully. 2 overs remaining in the power play. Seeking shade. Side of the ground.
It's a sweet dog. Monaghan, expensive in her first over, a couple of boundaries. 10 from it. Didn't look as penetrative as we've seen at the other end from Rihanna McDonald-Gay, but she's going to continue from the city end. 31 for 1. Marie Kelly, the captain, facing up on 18. 25, target 253. Just worked off the hips down to deep backward square. Watchful from Spence. She throws it in off the rope, just a single.
Yeah, Monaghan tasked with running up the slope and into the wind. The benefit of bowling up the slope is tend to get that extra bit of lift. If you're a batter like Charlie Knott, who's strong on the back foot, it's got to be those really tight on those lines, tight on that hip and that body line if she's going to choose to bowl.
Good line, straight and inside edge, and good running in the end. Called through by Marie Kelly. Knott gets through for a single. Yeah, it is quite a pronounced slope here at Beckenham from the city end. Bowling back up the hill. Sunny day, good crowd in. Today a lot of people just dotted around the boundary. Some with picnic, some playing cricket themselves. A bit of width. No run despite that. Bit of a misfield. You can kind of see the intent here from Knott and Kelly. They're always looking for that single inside the ring. They're quite quick on that slight fumble.
Yeah, it'll be a good contest if they do. Two quick batters between the wickets, but very athletic fielders in Surrey's ring field as well.
It's one of the things that you'd argue Surrey kind of missed out on in their batting. Is there a few twos and singles? Played and miss, yeah. Few twos that could have been pushed and singles might have left, I don't know, 10, 15 runs out there in that regard.
Yeah, I do agree. I think there was some real missed opportunities, particularly against the spin, just to drop and rotate and put the bowlers under pressure and think about how they might need to move their field and then open up scoring opportunities for themselves. I really do think that lacked in Surrey's innings.
Nicely driven out to cover for no run. And is that in part of, 6 games in the blast, they might have just sort of settled down and sort of turned into boundary hitting mode and less intensity between the wickets, do you think?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because Surrey ran so well in the blast and they had such clarity with their shot selection that not much really needed to change. Yes, they're seeking boundaries, but the main intent was to run hard and pick up twos.
Short and top edged. That'll be 4 more for Kelly. She moves to 23. Rushed by that short ball from Monaghan, but gets a bit of fortune. And unfortunate end to the over from Surrey. It was a good one from Monaghan.
A slight shuffle down the wicket initially from Kelly, which was seen by McDonald-Gay, so she chooses to bang one in. And Kelly manages to get that top edge and send that for 4.
Six from the over after a good start from Monaghan, bouncing back after the 10 conceded off her first. 37 for 1, now with 1 over left in the power play. Surrey finished theirs 38 for none. Monaghan was there on 22 and McDonald-Gay at the other end on 15, not out of 32. So it was a watchful start, but proved to be the right call. 89 for 1. McDonald-Gay is going to continue. Given width and cut perfectly in front of point between that cover gap, and Knott helps herself to 4 more runs.
Short and wide, really well dispatched. Charlie Knott makes no mistake punishing that for 4. Diving attempt, cover. It's more just maybe an attempt to make the bowler feel better about their line.
This is straighter and driven uppishly. finds Cranston at backward point. Yeah, uncharacteristically short and wide from McDonald Gay. She has 1 for 13 and she's been militarily precise so far with her lines and lengths. Slightly over pitched one. No over before, and that was just too wide, but other than that, such an impressive start. Again, nice and straight, and not has to defend that one. 16 from 21.
Yeah, you just get the feeling that McDonald Gay has gone searching a little bit for some movement in the air. She's not the kind of bowler that needs to do that. She can just hold a line. She's bowling her best ball at hard length. She can just be relentless with that line and force the batter to make a mistake.
Dab down to third man from not standing slightly outside of her crease. Good shot under the eyes.
Yeah, I like that from Not. That shows an informed batter. She just waits and waits and plays it under her eyes, guides it down to third. Really frustrating for a bowler who feels they've bowled a good delivery, but the batter's just waited and been able just to lean on it. I just found that was a good sign if I could play that late.
And again, advancing down the track goes Kelly. Good stop at cover, but that was a advance with intent from the captain. 42 for 1. Last ball of the power play. It's been a level, I'd say level par so far after that early wicket from Tammy Beaumont. Courtesy of Rihanna McDonald Gay cleaning up the top of off.
Yeah, it certainly has. So we've done well to get through this power play as quickly as they have. There's a few overs from Sidhu.
Straight and edged.
Oh.
And down to third man. Tony Gregory does the fielding, so they'll get a single. So end of the power play, 43 for 1.
10 overs gone, the Blaze 43 for 1, and that completes the power play.
So not too much to separate the sides. I'd say Surrey have bowled a little bit looser than the Blaze did in their opening 10, but having taken a wicket early on.
At the same stage, Surrey were 38 without loss. Reminder
Run
for
rate
the remaining
below the
40 overs,
required, but
maximum of
I
4
don't think that's what's
fielders
going to be important here
outside the
today.
inner circle.
Regular wickets are what's going to be important for Surrey. And partnerships, the thing that will win the game for the Blaze here.
Yeah,
And
you'd
a
feel
free
they
ball
can't
now
take
to
it the
City
full
end, number
50
27,
overs. If that is the
Liam
case, you'd
Moore.
imagine the Blaze can walk through a couple of big partnerships. We're going to have a change of bowling, brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. Clear Moore into the attack for the first time today.
Yeah, I think this is a positive move. We saw how effective spin was through those middle overs. The important one for Surrey to really blaze through some of these overs, trying to pick up some wickets, but to also try and turn some screws and restrict the number of runs being scored in this next phase.
Right time off spin, that's turned down to very wide long leg. It's a single. 4 fielders now allowed outside the ring. After the end of the power play, you've got Jemima Spence there, sort of between backward square and fine leg. Danny Gregory on the deep cover boundary. Deep mid wicket. The rest are in close. Laura Harris into the catching cover. It's given some air and paddled down to Jemima Spence. A risky shot for just the single as the reward.
Yeah, Callie Moore's a really intelligent bowler. She'll be thinking about what each batter, their strength is, where she wants them to play.
Down the wicket. But a good stop from Monaghan. Mid wicket. Intent is there from Kelly. 25 from 34. Now out the power play. Might look to kick things on a bit. Required run rate 5.3. That one's a full toss. Should be put away, but again finds mid wicket. Frustrating for Kelly.
We saw a bit of that in Surrey's innings. A few low full tosses that really weren't punished.
That's better. Just drops down and Kelly content to push that one out to Gregory on the deep cover boundary. Good arm in.
So I'm wondering if we'll see Danny Gregory next over, or if Rhiannon McDonald-Gay will have another.
Just push Spence to backward of square. Moving their square to short fine leg, last ball of the over. Push back to Moore, so a good start for the 23-year-old. 3 from the over. The Blaze 46 for 1 after 11.
Yeah, that's the perfect start, moving out of the power play into this next phase. Going for just 3 in the over, accumulating dots. Every over, Surrey do that. They'll put a little tick in the win column for them, just to build that pressure. These bowling partnerships are going to be essential now for Surrey.
Looks like we're going to stick with some pace. Kira Chatley with the cap still on, just chucking the helmet on that ring. Who it is we can update you with in just a moment.
Looks like a change of ends for Alice Monaghan. She's forgotten to take her hat off.
Yes.
It's very characteristic of Alice Monaghan.
Bowling at the Beckenham end.
So
Number
change of
66,
ends
Alice
and
Monaghan.
change of bowling. Of course, brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. Monaghan just switching ends from the City end to the Beckenham end. 0 for 16 from her too. Her first over went for 10. Looked a lot tighter in the second before conceding that boundary off the last, but she'll have another look at the captain, Marie Kelly. Good line and just defended. Back to Alice Davison-Richards.
So down the slope with the breeze. That's a very good start. Can be really difficult to adjust as a pace bowler when you're running down a slope. It puts your stride off, your stride length increases, and therefore you're quite susceptible to no balls. So far so good for Alice Monaghan. We've got a good side-on view from where we're standing.
And again, good line. Just dragged down a touch shorter. Kelly between two minds as to whether to go forward or back. Decides to go back. No run. Run rate currently just a tick above 4. The required run rate 5.35, which I don't think the Blaze will be really keeping an eye on until midway through this innings at least. We've got plenty of batting to come. It's all about partnerships, as you say, Kirsty. Let's just take a single. Kira Chatley coming round from wicket-keeper.
Yeah, the ball before Kelly just indicating that there was a bit of drift in the air from Monaghan. Some feedback to her partner at the other end.
Kalia Moore in a deep square leg, a deep cover. Third man and fine leg. The four fielders out on the boundary rope for Monaghan. 0 for 17. 3 balls left of her third over. And again, a good line, just moving away. So finds that leading edge of knot. Will gladly take a single down to Danny Gregory at third man.
Yeah, really good over here from Alice Monaghan. Quite the polar opposite of bowling from the other end. She's bowling full and straight. Sometimes it is just a change of end. That's all that's needed for a bowler to find their rhythm.
It's a good partnership with Kalia Moore, who's bowling nicely from the City end. Again, just threatens to charge down the wicket to Kelly. Almost just lifts that front leg, plants it back down, but a wide ball. Two fielders at cover and square leg, just a couple of feet inside from the boundary rope. 2 to come from Monaghan. Again, just the threatening charge down from Kelly, who clips it down to Moore, who, because she's in off the boundary, just reduced them to a single. Interesting play that, the sort of stamping the front foot from Kelly, trying to put Monaghan off a line and length.
Yeah, it's a very psychological game, this cricket.
Shorter, guided to points, no run. End of the 12th over. The Blaze 50 for 1.
Another good over from Surrey. Whizzing round in the field. Not wanting to give the batters too long to formulate a plan in the middle. Callie will be at her mark, ready to go, and the umpires will be saying, "Let's go, please, ladies." They certainly were last night in the T20 Blast. Did you notice?
In the Blast.
In the Blast, sorry. Don't know why I was calling it the Blast. In the International last night in the World Cup.
Yeah, they raced through.
They raced through, and the umpires kept telling Danny Wyatt Hodge to hurry up between the overs. They sent the subs off when they tried to come on and give some gloves, and they said, "Absolutely not, back you go."
Flighted, used the feet. Back down the ground to Alice Davison Richards at long one. Yeah, it must have been tough because Danny White Hodge was doing a lot of running
She really was.
yesterday.
Yeah, there was. The umpire had a word with her in the middle, and I think she said, "You're taking too long, either between deliveries or between overs, to get back to your mark or whatever it was."
To have a moment to breathe. This
Yeah.
one, paddle hit on the pads. Obviously, be hitting outside the off stump.
My favourite part of it was after she's asked her to, hurry up and go back. She's then the striking batter and decides she's just going to retake her guard.
Yeah. Ball in again. It gives it some air, and that's a beautiful shot from the Australian international. Not just uses her feet a couple of steps down the wicket, lifts it back over Clearmore's head, and that'll be the first maximum for the Blaze.
We saw one shot like that in Surrey's innings, and that is the shot that dismissed Kira Chatley at long on, forgive me. But that is stunning from Charlie Knott. Effortlessly lifted up and over, gun barrel straight, for 6. The umpire has to check the ball over because it's clattered into the sight screens.
Yeah, dismissive from the Australian international. What can Moore do to reply? Sticks with giving it air, but just drags her length back a bit. Not 25 from 28. She's got a lot of experience playing around the world. Played in the WPL, of course, the WBBL as well. Played for a couple of teams in the 100. Strong player for Queensland as well. This one's flatter. Just turned off her hips. Let's get a single down to Spence at deep square leg.
Yeah, if Charlie Knott was English, she'd probably be in the England team.
Yeah, at least in the squad, you'd think. Like, it's incredible how there are just so many Australians out there who can compete to the highest ability. Again, flat from Moore.
I think they could probably field 3 11s for Australia.
Probably come 1, 2, 3 in the World Cup.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm going to give way for Mark Church.
Not quite the over Surrey would have wanted there. A beautiful shot from Charlie Knott just to make sure that the Blaze are continuing to tick over the scoreboard. It wasn't a bad delivery by any means, but Charlie Knott so quick with her feet down the ground to meet that ball. Send it back over the bowler's head.
Are those your custard creams?
No, they're not.
Jeremy Coney claimed they weren't his. They've been there since the start of play.
Oh, I've been eyeing them up, actually.
Well, you're more than welcome to have them. They're going to melt now. They're in the sun.
Maybe when I go off air.
Monaghan in over the wicket. That's down the leg side. This will be wide signal. Start of the 14th. Yeah, important partnership this. Kelly and Knott. 2 good players. It's been interesting, hasn't it? I think personally, I think the quicker bowlers have looked much more comfy bowling from the Beckenham end.
Down the slope.
Yeah, 100%. And then the spinners from the City end. This is short. This is pulled by Knott firmly. Oh, gone. Straight down the throat of the fielder out at deep backward square.
Yep, Callie Moore.
God dear.
That's been a bugbear of mine this season because she's about 5-10 yards in off the boundary, and for a moment there I thought it was going to go over her head. But she's backpedaled nicely and just managed to hold on, taking that over her head.
Great catch. It really is. I thought Knott had got all of that, but a very good catch. Sounded great off the bat. And more, that is a very good catch. Backpedaling. The other good thing there, knew where the rope was.
I was going to say the other good thing there was the outstanding cartwheel that I just saw by Johan Myberg's daughter. I don't know if we'll see it on this angle, but
That's Johan Myberg's daughter.
it certainly
Because
is.
myself and Jeremy Coney have been watching an impromptu game of cricket breaking out down there.
Yes.
And, well, she is fully involved down there. Not only is she able to do a cartwheel, when fielding the ball, she picks it up and cartwheels at the
it's
same time, which
fantastic.
is magnificent. But that was a very good catch from Kalia Moore because, as I say, she took it, backpedaled, and managed to keep the foot inside the boundary rope. So that was an excellent piece of work. But as it was struck, I thought, oh, this is four. Sounded lovely off the bat. That is a good wicket
That's
for
a
Surrey to take.
very, very good wicket. I almost feel that I think Charlie not thought she'd got enough of it because she's just kind of swiveled on the ball and actually just made contact and almost tried to guide it, but unfortunately didn't quite get it behind square like she had been doing when Monaghan had been bowling from the city end. Very good catch from Moore.
Good time to take a wicket as well.
From nowhere, that wasn't on the cards.
Absolutely. They look very comfy. Georgia Elvis, her first delivery. She just plays this delicately through the offside, picks up a single. So off the mark immediately.
Yeah, in Georgia Elvis, you have a batter who's really unshakable when it comes to pressure. She doesn't really appear to be impacted by any form of dot ball pressure. She just plays her natural game. A little bit like Danny White-Hodge, just very level-headed. Plays the game as she sees it.
Driving is Kelly. Get a single here. Again, out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Yeah, I think, well, I thought at half time, Surrey were probably 50 runs short of where they would have wanted to have been. But actually, I'm not sure this is going to be the most straightforward run chase for the Blaze. That's down the leg side again. Wide will be the signal.
Well, one thing you can always guarantee when Surrey are bowling, that they'll never make a run chase easy for you.
It's a lovely afternoon now. Thankfully, it's warmed up on the balcony as well, which is good.
I've managed to take my coat off now.
Well done. I'm not actually now not regretting shorts. I was this morning, but I'm not now. And it's a lovely scene here. It really is. That's wide outside the off stump this time from Monaghan, and that will be signalled wide again. Elsewhere in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, Durham Women posted 291 for 9 off their 50 overs. Essex Women in the 16th over 75 for 4. Hampshire Women posted 303 for 7 off their 50. In response, Somerset Women 100 for 1 in the 20th over. It's a very good start there for Somerset. Warwickshire are 314 for 7 off their 50. English Cranston doing the fielding at backward point. And Lancashire Thunder 65 without loss after 15. So that's going to be a high scoring affair. In the World T20, Scotland beat Ireland by 40 runs. And this evening, West Indies take on New Zealand at the Utilita Bowl. That one starting at 6:30 tonight.
Yeah, my back garden, that.
The Utilita Bowl.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Down the leg side again. So Monaghan's now bowled 3 consecutive wides. 2 down the leg side and 1 offside.
Really struggling for a line in this over. Yep, I'll be going to the England game on Tuesday night.
Tremendous. I like the Utilita Bowl now. I wasn't sure for a while as it was sort of forming itself, if that makes sense.
Oh, I do know exactly what you mean.
But I like it now. Oh, that's well bowled. That's hurried. Elvis up. She got herself in a bit of a tangle with that one from Monaghan. I think that's hurt Georgia Elvis. I think that hit the bottom hand.
Right on the wrist, that looks like, yeah.
I think she'll need the physio out here now. because she got herself in a real tangle. It leapt at her and it's hit that bottom hand.
It's come off the bat. She's taken her hand off the bat and it looks like it's hit it in the air as well.
Could have easily rolled back onto her stumps. I think she's in trouble here. I think that has really hurt. And she's waiting for the physio to come out. But the way she's holding that arm, that has really hurt Georgia Elwes. So there'll be a delay here now for Georgia Elwes. And the physio comes out. But just leapt a touch more from Monaghan this one. And as I say, Elwes just, if we watch this again, just got herself in a real tangle with it. It's the old get off me delivery. And it's just leapt at her. And she's ended up taking that bottom hand off the bat. It smacked her straight on that wrist. And as I say, as you see it there, it could have easily just spun straight back onto her stumps. Because she completely lost where the ball was.
Yeah, she's not a player that shows pain very often, but she looked really uncomfortable there. Really uncomfortable.
I think she's okay. I think she's had a painkiller as well. But we'll see it from this angle. But yeah, she's just gone back, nipped back as well. That's the other thing. So she's got nowhere to go really with it. And that bottom hand came straight off the bat handle and it smacked her straight on the wrist. But she is okay, thankfully. So the physio's done a good job there. It's the next ball that will be the key one, though.
Yeah, and that's an excellent line from Alice Monaghan. If you're going to bowl short, you've got to almost bowl that body line, target that top hip in and around that rib, make it really uncomfortable and squirmish for the batter. Don't give them any freedom or any width to free their arms through. What I did notice about Elwes' setup there is while she was a couple of inches or so out of her crease, she's taken one big step back into her crease. But as she's done that, her hands have dropped really low, which means then where that ball's popped up off a length, she's had to do a lot of work to then get her back up high, as opposed to stepping back, keeping her hands high, and then potentially being able to come through and connect with a flat bat. But that has popped off a length. Credit where it's due to Alice Monaghan. I think Elwes has actually played that incredibly well, considering.
And this over's had everything in it. Wicket first ball, 3 wides, one that's leapt. Final ball of the over, that swings away. Yeah, that was okay because it started just outside off stump and kept swinging. So it's an interesting over that from Alice Monaghan, but she's picked up the wicket at the start of the over. So 14 gone. Duckworth Lewis is always a very good indicator of where a side is. So at the end of this, the 15th over, according to the little board away to our left, they need to be on 68. So they're not too far off where they need to be at the moment. The Blaze?
Yeah, not too far. Don't see any rain around, so hopefully that's not in force, but it is a good indicator. You might feel a sprinkling every now and then, but that'll just be from the Palace training grounds.
This is the start of a 4-month hot snap. That's what I'm thinking. There is not going to be a day where there isn't sun. It's going to be marvellous as Kalia Moore continues from the city end. Kelly drives up towards mid-off and there's no run.
Well, I'd argue that there hasn't been a day that we haven't had sun in the last 2 weeks. We've just had a lot of rain. Enough rain that would challenge an arc made by Noah.
Indeed.
Times.
And if we do have a hot snap and then we have a drought, as Kelly's gone up and over the top here, it's a good shot. Lovely use of the feet, and Paige Schofield deep at mid-off, but that was over the top of her and down to the long off boundary rope for 4. Footwork made that shot. Lovely positive footwork. And then just through and over the top for 4. So Kelly moves on to 34. Yes, but after all the rain we've had, if we then have a hot snap and then it's hosepipe bans and droughts, as it normally is, I'll not be happy.
The grass might stay a little bit greener for a bit longer, though.
Good for the garden as this is turned into the leg side by Kelly. So Kalia Moore in that England A squad as well. Rihanna McDonald-Gay, Kira Chatley. As this is just nudged away into the leg side. Fielding's good from Cranston. Always pride themselves on their fielding, Surrey. It has won them a couple of games this season, their fielding. Without a shadow of a doubt. First time Georgia Ellis has been on strike. 2 more. Punched away. Apologies, Kelly on strike still with the fielding from Monaghan, and Gregory out there sweeping does the fielding. Kelly moves on to 35. I think Alice Monaghan was a little unlucky not to be in that England A squad. I think that will happen. But I think she was a little unlucky not to be in there. She must have been talked about as this is pushed away into the offside. They'll pick up another single. Just knocking this ball around at the moment. The Blaze.
Yeah, I agree. Should be an excellent all-rounder to have in that squad.
A reminder, we do have a scoreboard in operation.
I tell you who I did see this morning. It was marvellous to see him. Mr. Luke Fletcher.
Oh, yes.
Who is the bowling consultant for the Blaze.
Yeah.
And it suddenly dawned on me, he came on loan to Surrey a few years ago and made his Surrey debut here at Beckenham. So he knows Beckenham. Does Luke Fletcher? Great man, Luke Fletcher. Very good bowling consultant as well for the Blaze to have. It's not a lot he doesn't know about quick bowling.
Bowl from the Beckenham end, number 18, Izzy Sidhu.
So here we have today's debutant for Surrey, professional debut for Surrey. Izzy Sidhu opened the bowling, bowled 3 overs from the City end. Is now going to bowl from the Beckenham end. She'll feel better for those 3 overs. Izzy Sidhu, and now coming back into the attack. Left arm over the wicket she comes. And first ball is pulled away by Alwis. Just a little too short. And Alwis just jumps onto that and pulls it away to the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4.
Yeah, depending on how this spell goes for Izzy Sidhu, kind of indicates that we're not going to see Danny Gregory for a while. This is the end that she bowls from. Time's gone by. Danny Gregory would usually come in to bowl a 10th over, bowl her 10 straight through. Still sorry, I'm having to be a little bit more flexible, given the moving parts involved in the low-ish total there.
That's well bowled
Defending.
by Sidhu. All quick singles taken. Throw came in from Alice Davison-Richards, but safely home. I like the look of Izzy Sidhu. You don't see a lot of this bowling these days.
No, not at all. But what Blaze are doing is they're putting her under pressure, which is something Surrey didn't do to Maria Fletcher. They let her bowl at them and not letting her settle. And it's very hard to settle into that rhythm as a leg spinner.
She comes again. Nicely bowled. Forward was Kelly there, very respectfully, just playing that one back up the pitch. Just waits on the back foot this time, Kelly, and just pushes that one to the right of Cranston, enabling her to get through for the single. It's a different sort of game, this one, to the ones we normally see here at Beckenham. Tend to just be high-scoring games of cricket. This one, both sides are having to work this one out at the moment. Well bowled, beautifully bowled. Beats the outside edge of Ellis's bat. And Kira Chatley does the rest behind the stumps. Nice over that from Sidhu. Yes, the first ball was short and put away, but after that, there's something about Izzy Sidhu. Yes, there aren't many of this type of bowler around. And yes, you'll be nervous. No doubt about that whatsoever. But she's bowled a couple of absolute beauties. in the couple of
Change
spells
bowling
she's
at the
had.
City End.
And here
Number
is Alice
24,
Davison
Alice
Richards
Davison-Richards.
to bowl our 17th over. Bowling from that City End.
So seam again from the City End. That is Izzy Sidhu's dad on screen, pacing in his signature pink shirt.
Yeah, he'll be proud today, won't he?
Certainly he will be. He's been pacing around the boundary all day, probably waiting to watch his daughter bowl.
I didn't realise that was her dad, but he has probably done about 40 circuits of the ground today. I actually genuinely at one point thought he might be on a sponsored walk, because this is a full toss to start with from Alice Davison Richards, pulled away out towards deep mid wicket. Pick up a single, and Alice Davison Richards puts both hands up almost in an apologetic manner there.
Well, it could have been punished and probably should have been punished. Well, at least a boundary for there, but fortunately for her, it only went for one.
Elvis lets this one go wide outside the off stump. And wide is the signal. Yes, so Izzy Sidhu's dad's doing another circuit of the ground here. He'll probably be, when his daughter starts her next over, I would have thought around about extra cover by the time he gets round the boundary rope. Well, a funny old shot this from Elvis. Pulls it away into the leg side. We'll get a single.
I'm wondering if Elvis's hand is still giving her a bit of
It
bother.
is. Every time she plays a shot, that bottom hand's coming off the bat.
Yeah.
I noticed that in the last over with Sidhu. Every time she plays a shot, that bottom hand's coming off the bat. Beats the edge. Bit of swing there for Alice Davison Richards.
It's well bowled by ADR.
My old man used to be the polar opposite of that. He used to arrive and sit in the same spot the entire day. And if I made runs, which didn't happen very often, I have to be honest, but he wouldn't move. Would not move. And he wouldn't speak to anybody either. As this is cut away firmly to backward point. Fielding's good. Sharp bit of work in there. And there's no run.
Yeah, there's lots of different types of spectators, aren't there? I would imagine that Izzy Sidhu's dad's not even sat down yet today. I don't even think he's bought a chair.
As I say, I've just kept seeing this gentleman in a pink shirt going round and round the boundary. He's sat down now.
He's sat down now, yeah. He's having a seat on the bank.
Be interesting to see, though, if he gets up when Izzy bowls her next over. Hitting the pads, going down the leg side, half a strangled appeal. McDonald Gay picks up turns, fires it at the stumps. But another single taken.
Eyeing up these blue chairs just in front. You might have to just peer around the cameraman here, but these guys on these
Oh,
blue chairs.
look at those. Aren't those lovely?
It was rocking on those ones.
Oh, I think they go backwards.
Yeah.
I think the other lovely. I think you can store things in the back of them. It's a lovely addition. Sounded nice off the bat. Now he's cutting away out to Danny Gregory.
They look a bit like an adult pushchair.
That's what I need. I need one of those. They look very nice, those.
End of the over. Blaze at 81 for 2 from 17.
Yeah, pretty much in the balance at the moment, I would say. I think both sides will be fairly pleased with where they find themselves at the moment.
Yeah, if I had to describe the game, I feel like I'd say it was a bit sticky.
Hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's not really kind of doing a lot.
Nope.
It's awkward. It's a bit uncomfortable.
That's what I meant.
There's no fluidity.
No, it's a very different game to the ones we normally see here.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those games that doesn't really want to look you in the eye. Do you know what I mean? When it's talking to you, it won't really look at you.
Sidhu then is in, and Alice uses her feet and works this one into the leg side. Pick up a single. Yeah, it's as I say, it's going to be manoeuvring your way through this game, I think. Kelly forward, turns it into the leg side. Nice start to this over from Sidhu. Mr. Sidhu is sat in his chair watching this over. Which comes once again. Oh, that's full toss. Gets away with it though. Just be a single out to Kaliamul, who took that excellent catch. Out on the boundary rope. Sidhu thinking about her next delivery. Of course, 4 allowed outside the circle from over 10. Oh, I like that. Now that was very nicely bowled. Alwis trying to use the feet again, but there was a little bit of dip on that.
Yeah, she's almost yorked herself, hasn't she, there?
This has been her best over so far. Just a couple of runs off it. Very well bowled again. She's growing into this. You can see her confidence growing with every over so far. And as I say, there are not many of these bowlers about anymore. Very well bowled. Good over. Nicely played by Alwis. Just waited on that back foot and pushed it away. End of the over. Best over she's bowled there. Just the 2 runs off it. And Kirsty, everything landed, bar the full toss, which she got away with. Exactly where she wanted it to.
Yeah, that was a really, really good over. Just the 2 runs coming from it. Challenged the outside edge of the bat. A slight variance in pace, which I like as well. Like you said, she's growing in confidence. That'll be a great platform for Alice Davison-Richards to continue from the City end from.
Alice Davison-Richards just making her way to the top of her mark. One of the most watchable cricketers is Alice Davison-Richards, even when she's not doing anything. Loves it. Just loves playing cricket, Alice Davison-Richards. Starting the 19th over. That's very wide outside the off stump. And wide will be the signal.
Extra is not something that Surrey have got a lot that they can play with here. Every extra is a bit of a sigh, isn't it?
Well, they've had a bit of a problem with that this season. And on the wides front now, we're definitely having an extra over in terms of the number of wides that have been bowled, as that's wide as well from Alice Davison-Richards. So she started this over with 2 wides.
Yeah, there's been many an extra, actually.
Cannot afford this. Surrey will know that.
Alice Monaghan bowled 4 in one of her overs.
Well, there's been 2 in this over already, so there's one extra
one
over
extra
they're going to
over.
have to bowl.
I would imagine they're close to 2 extra overs, actually.
It's better. Driven to backward point by Kelly.
And the over has started. 1 ball in.
Yes, we are officially into the over now. Lots of kids here today. That's the lovely thing. Lots of kids around. Lots of plastic bats as well. There's been a lot of impromptu games taking place around the boundary edge. Driven. Good looking shot from Kelly, but straight to the fielder, Laura Harris.
Yeah, you do
no
lose that, don't you, at big grounds. I love playing at the Kia Oval, love playing at the Utilita. But it's the parents that miss out when they've got to take the kids off and go and find the play zone or anything like that. But here, you know, kids and parents can play together. You can still watch the game.
Perfect.
Kids are entertained.
Short ball. Pulled away by Kelly. That's well timed. And the fielding's very good again. Out there on the deep backward square boundary rope. Saved a couple. 2 more to the total. 2 more to Kelly, including, I noticed, Adam Sofriani,
Yes.
the head of communications at Surrey County Cricket Club.
Yeah.
His kids are here today.
They are.
And he was diving around in in the impromptu game of cricket like Jonty Rhodes. A bit slower than Jonty Rhodes, but still diving around. Single here for Kelly. Just nudging that one down into the leg side. Kelly on to 42. There'll be a few falling asleep now as well. It's that time of the day, isn't it? Well, there is definitely just below us there, a gentleman.
There's in a crucifix position.
Well, he
there,
is
aren't they?
fast
Put
asleep.
some Olympic rings.
Fast asleep. That's well bowled by Alice Davison Richards, dug out by Alwis. Fast asleep. Using rucksack for a pillow.
Yeah, excellent.
I hope they got sun cream on. That's all I would say. And there's that horrible realisation when you wake up and look in the mirror.
Yes. Yeah.
I did notice that with the Football World Cup with the squad
Ooh.
photos.
Declan Rice.
Yes, very, very red face as forward. Goes Alwis. End of the Davison Richards over. 19 got 88 for 2. Thank you to Kirsty. And Mr. Jeremy Coney is going to make his way back alongside me on the balcony. So I think this is nicely balanced at the moment. Both. It was really nicely described there by Kirsty. Sort of this game, it's not really looking you in the eye. And it's hard work, this. And the Blaze are trying to manoeuvre their way through this run chase. So very different to what we normally see here at Beckenham. Sidhu to start the 20th over. Let's hit straight down the ground. Just be a single. Alwis moves on to 10. It looks to me as if Alwis here coming back onto strike on 10. Kelly with that singles moving on to 43. Just watching Alwis when she plays the shot with that bottom hand. Down the ground she goes. She looks all right there. She get a single. Down the ground. One more to the total. 90 for 2. Sidhu spins the ball in her fingers. Over the wicket she comes. Kelly picks that up on the full, but doesn't really time the drive there to Paige Schofield. In there at extra cover. Very warm welcome back to Mr. Jeremy Coney. Nicely poised.
All right.
Nicely poised,
Yes.
this game at the moment.
Yes.
It's hard work.
Yes. Blaze just ahead in terms of number of runs and wickets, in terms also of the deal. Yes.
They needed to be on 80 at the end of this over.
Right.
They're on 90 now.
Right.
I was saying, as you Sidhu, you can see her growing in confidence every over. In here, that's nicely bowled as well, because trying to give herself a bit of room there was Kelly to drive.
Yeah, this is her 6th, isn't it?
Yeah.
So she's improved, as you say, every over that she's bowled so far. See how we go.
Well, this one, the bottom hand comes into the shot, manoeuvres it leg side. Monaghan sweeping round. Great
Very
pick up
good.
and throw. Lovely bit of work.
Yep.
From Monaghan. End of the Sidhu over. Her dad, we were saying.
20 overs gone. The Blaze
I saw a gentleman in a pink shirt, and he has been doing circuit after circuit after circuit
Of
to the
Sidhu's
ground.
dad.
Yeah, and that's Sidhu's dad. He sort of sat himself down now, but
Walking a wicket.
yeah, well, he's just been walking and walking. Oh,
Okay.
doesn't that look nice? Look at that. There we are. There we are. That is Mr. Myberg's family, the Surrey head coach. We watched their impromptu game a little earlier today.
Oh, the girl. with
Yes,
the
cartwheels.
hand.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
and-
Johan
and got the
Myberg's
ball.
daughter.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, Danny Gregory coming into the attack. So leg spin coming into the attack from the City end of the ground. Because we were impressed, weren't we? She chased the ball down, and as she picked it up, she did the cartwheel.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
Although I did notice she did most of the running, didn't she?
Yeah, she.
Her brothers
She-
sort of did a lot of the batting. She tended to do most of the fielding. Here is Gregory then with her first delivery. The paddle sweep is out straight away from Alwis. Half a shout. Mainly from Laura Harris at mid-on.
Now, does she bring the stumps into play?
She does.
Does she bowl straight?
She does.
Okay, I'm pleased with that. Doesn't have to turn the ball a huge amount if you're doing that. Just a little bit of variation in the air. A slower one.
She's in. There you go. Playing it on the back foot is Alwis. Inside edge. Rolls away into the leg side. Yep, she's got good googly as well. Good control. She has good control. As Gregory is in. Paddle sweep from Alwis. Taking that off about middle, I would say. And getting a single. One more to the total.
Got to be a bit careful playing that little, even if it's a lap sweep or a sweep or what I would call a defensive, not trying to hit it too hard, just make a contact, right out, arms straight out in front of you, and it might go fine. That's what she's looking for, might go through for a boundary. Got to get hold of it though, got to hit it.
Oh, that's hit the inside edge. Looking to drive was Kelly. Big inside edge. We'll get a single. Could have easily gone back onto the stumps. Nice start from Danny Gregory. Hugely experienced now, Danny Gregory. Been playing for many years now, really. So hugely experienced bowler. In she comes again. This is turned by Alwis. Up comes Monaghan to do the fielding. Surrey have been good in the field again today. We were saying that was a very good catch from Kalia Moore on the boundary as well, because she was backpedaling and remember where the rope was. Quicker one, pulled away. And we get a single out towards deep mid-wicket. So just 3 off the first over from Nanny Gregory. Very tidy start from Gregory. 21 gone.
Good start. A promising start, really. Looking from side on. It's one of the good things about looking from side on as we are today. You can see the flight, can't you? You see the flight and you can see the bounce. And she was obviously round the stumps all the time. Created a couple of false strokes. Interesting that one of the responses has been to just sort of try and defensively sweep her all the time. If it's a little bit shorter, it might bounce over the bat, the top edge of the bat, come into the pads. You're in with a chance.
Well, we've got a change in bowling. Izzy Sidhu comes out the attack. Rihanna McDonald-Gay back into the attack. Bowling her 6th over. Starting this the 22nd. Bang on a line and length. And Alwis pushes this one away into the offside. I think Alwis is still feeling that bottom hand, though. Got struck by McDonald, a ball that leapt at her. She's just still feeling that bottom hand, because every time she tries to play, that was just a defensive shot. She pushed quite hard at it. That bottom hand's coming off the bat handle. McDonald-Gay with the first wicket, an absolute beauty to knock Tammy Beaumont's off stump out the ground early on. As pushing this one firmly up the ground. Alwis. And fielding done there by Alice Davison-Richards. You know the only thing that is missing today, Jeremy Coney?
An ice cream?
No
okay.
ice cream, fan.
No. I would have thought today wouldn't have been bad now.
Well, if you're an ice
Is that
cream
bad?
sales person, you've been waiting for today for about a week and a half. Bowled, turned into the leg side, and the fielding again aggressive from Surrey.
We're just getting to that stage of the match, aren't we, when Andrews and Hyam were starting to come together.
Yes.
And really slowed the pace of the game down. And from that moment they took control and they bowled 20 overs together.
Yeah, and Kirsty was saying that. Really good point from Kirsty. she didn't feel the Surrey batters at that point put any pressure on them, which just enabled them to settle into their spells, really. Single hit for Elwes. More concern there about Hector trying to get into his ball bomb biscuits over there in the corner. He's having all sorts of trouble, poor lad. Been trying for about 3-4 minutes. He's managed it now.
Not too much trouble now. He got one out.
Now he's got one, but it took him a while to get the packaging open over there. Kelly forces off the back foot. Nice looking shot. Just be a single again. Out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Pick up one more. What have you spotted there?
No, was that Elwes there?
No, that was Kelly.
Kelly.
I
think the keeper must start thinking about coming up to Kelly. She's walking down the pitch, isn't she, at the moment? The bowler. Keeper at home.
Final ball of the over. Oh, inside edge. Just looking to force through the offside. Monaghan gets around to do the fielding. Now this will keep the strike. Nice over again from McDonald Gay. So tidy over from McDonald Gay. Tidy start from Danny Gregory. That's just 6 off the last 2. And 22 gone, 28 remaining. There's the Blaze bench. The Blaze players sensibly down on the bench nearer the boundary rope, because as we've been saying throughout, it's a long old walk back to the pavilion from the middle.
It's a little bit like Cardiff. Isn't it? Cardiff's a long way.
Oh, you must have to get a bus. If you get out, get a bus back to the dress. It takes forever. As Gregory will start the 23rd over. Now we're using the feet. Fielding good on the edge of the circle again. Single though. One more to Elwes. Moves on to 16. Well, what I've noticed at Cardiff now is they all use the dugout. Even, for
you can
longer
understand
form.
that.
Well, otherwise we'd be there all day.
Yeah.
Well, we are.
Almost timed out.
Yep, as this is whipped by Elwes. Apologies, Kelly. And get a single again. So 2 singles off the first 2 balls of the over. But when Cardiff was first sort of rebuilt, players used to come down from the dressing room and you'd be there for ages. That single brought up the 100. Nicely bowled by Danny Gregory. Polite inquiry from Gregory there.
Because she's so consistent and nice through the air, I'd almost think about starting even 5 inches further back.
Right.
Just bowl exactly the same. And everything is 5 inches shorter then.
This one's tossed up a touch more. It's worked away by Elwes. Out there to McDonald Gate.
So she can use really her run up instead of actually changing an action at all. She can keep the same action, but it will still create variation, natural variation for her.
She's a bowler I've always enjoyed watching, Danny Gregory. I've seen her bowl some beautiful spells. This one's down the leg side. Wide will be the signal. Kelly just trying to help that round the corner.
It's 10 now, I think, 10 or 11.
Well, we're almost up to 2 overs of wide.
Yes.
2 extra overs of
and
wide.
3 extra runs so far.
We were chatting about this.
Scored from
Kirsty
those
and I,
deliveries.
Absolutely. And we were saying that's 52 overs now that you've got to chase these runs down. It's nicely placed. Get another single. Kalia Moore out there doing the fielding. Remember there was a game back at the Kia Oval. Gosh, it must be 8 years ago now. And Danny Gregory bowled the most beautiful leg break. As this one's straight back up the pitch. Gregory gets hands to it. And it was one of those sorts of deliveries. It sort of makes everybody sit up and go, ooh. Pitch leg, hit the top of off. Perfect. Absolutely perfect delivery. And that was... She played a few games, but it was quite early in her career. And she's always been a bowler that she's been hugely impressive. End of the over. So 27 overs now for the Blaze. Another 149 required. Little partnership begins to build. There again, spectators just sat in chairs, or as that gentleman is, just sitting on the grass there. There is a gentleman down below us who's fallen asleep. But it is that sort of time of the day. McDonald Gay is in to start this, the 24th. Yorker. Always pushes it into the offside. Sort of changed position now because it's in a sort of crucifix position, lying on back with rucksack behind head. Now just rolled over to the right. Looking very comfortable down there. Another gentleman there, he's using his sort of cowboy hat that he's wearing to keep the sun out of his eyes. As this is pushed to backward point. Cranston, as always, onto that very quickly. And there's no run. Cranston patrols that backward point region. She's very good in there. One of the absolute pivotal fielding positions in one-day cricket. Backward point. This is cut a little short there from McDonald Gay. Good looking shot. Again, fielding's very good out on that boundary rope with the dive and the throw. Saved a couple there.
Certainly did. It's interesting how that's all changed, hasn't it? With bowlers bowling at sort of fifth and sixth stump nowadays. That's where they typically kind of line up to bowl.
Yep.
And so that's changed. When our bowlers, used to bowl at the stumps.
This one's on leg stump. That's whipped away. That's nicely
Very good
played.
shot.
Lovely shot. Super timing from our West. Yes, it was on leg stump, but all that was a roll of the wrists, and that's whistled off to the boundary rope.
Again,
for
it's
four.
a shimmy down though, isn't it? And I just feel keeper coming. Oh no, not coming up, staying back again. But if you bowled at the stumps in our day, for example, I don't like to use those phrase, but I have. Mid wicket was the key position.
Key area, yep.
Now here it is. There it is again. That one's missed this time, but that's that backward point line.
Yep. It's sort of.
And if you think about it, who were some of the great backward point fielders that actually showed up because of that?
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
well, Jonty was the
Jonty Rhodes,
Jonty,
of course.
Jonty Rhodes.
Yep.
In the men's
Collingwood.
game. Yes, in the men's game.
Yep.
Ponty.
Chris Harris in New Zealand was the same.
Yep. Yep. It's a key position in one-day cricket now. Oh, here we go. Short ball over the top. Wide's the signal.
Just going at the bowler like Montgomery Gay here, I think the keeper's got to help her because they're just walking out with impunity at the moment, and it's forcing her to change her length, and it's slightly more uncomfortable. They'll stay at home occasionally as well to try and then get a short ball.
Kelly on 49. Oh, that's down the leg side. Did that brush the pad? I think it must have done because it hasn't been signalled wide. It's the end of the over. I was about to say it's the end of me, but he's had his biscuit, has Hector, and he's disappeared.
Yeah, well,
so I'll stay with you for another over here, if that's all right, Mr. Coney.
Very good. Very good. At the moment, though, you sense Blaze are just on top.
Yes.
But it's not irreparable yet at the moment. And if a wicket or two can be claimed within the next 5 or so overs, a mistake, some good piece of cricket that dismisses them, then it brings Surrey back into the game. So it's not all over yet at the moment, folks, at all. But they are just probably 10 runs ahead at the moment. That's a guess.
Well, it's going to be Gregory to continue. After this over, will be at halfway. Again, straight down the pitch comes Elvis, but nicely bowled. Good control from Danny Gregory, and Elvis in the end just had to push that quietly back up the pitch to Danny Gregory. Nicely bowled again. from
Gives you the
Gregory.
impression that she doesn't turn the ball a great deal with her leg spinner, because otherwise you'd see batsmen not wanting to go at her to do any to attack her. They'd be adjusting the bat going across. You know, you'd see that happening with the hands as it pitches and then turns away from the right-hander. We're not quite seeing that.
Paddle sweep outside the line of the off stump, hits the pad, rolls away into the offside. So 3 dots to begin with. A few more
good
people under that.
yeah.
Those 2 tents in the distance there. We can see using the benches under the
It's a good spot though, isn't it?
twin tents, which is like a mini mound stand at Lord's, really, isn't it?
It is.
Push back up the pitch once more by Elwes.
Yeah, just needs to finish this over nicely. 2 balls to go.
You feel something might give here.
Yes.
This could be a big over. Well, this delivery could be a big delivery in the over. Where's Elwes going to go here? It's a bit quicker and flick
Can't
leg
get it
side.
away.
Nope, there's Laura Harris to do the fielding. So final ball of the over. Haven't had a run in this over yet. It's good from Danny Gregory. Now just moving the field. Deep backward square goes in. Gregory's in to Elwes, and Elwes will get a single off the final ball of the over, but good over that from Danny Gregory, and that is the halfway point. So there'll probably be a bit of a drinks break here now, Mr. Coney, but there's the match summary. Surrey 252 for 9 of their 50 overs. Jemima Spence 59, Alice Monaghan 49, 3 for 40 for Andrews, and now after 25 the Blaze 113 for 2. Kelly 49 not out, Elwes 26 not out. Not made 26, Tammy Beaumont 1. Wicket for McDonald Gay and a wicket for Monaghan. So that means it's 140, as you can see on their required of 25 overs, which has an equation. I think if you were on a chase, you'd settle for that with 25 overs to go, another 140. A few thoughts on that from you, Jeremy Coney. By the way, those custard creams are cooking, and then you will be joined by Hector Vickers.
Very good, thank you. Yeah, well, it wasn't a target that anybody around the ground felt was really one that was going to push the side batting second hard and a difficult one, and constantly sent pressure onto that side. A wicket fell quite early, which was a good thing because they needed to pull back and claw back some of that advantage that they had lost by not getting a big total, Surrey. So they really need another couple of wickets at this point. They're scoring enough runs that they will win this match if they carry on at this point. But if they lose wickets and they make mistakes, and somehow Surrey have to find the right bowling combinations. I like the look of Gregory. If she can vary her length a little bit more and get a smidgen of more turn, that would be useful as well. Whether that means you've got to slow down slightly, or whether you've got to alter your position on the crease, so you're coming from a different angle on the crease. You've got 4'4" there to use, so use it. That's there for a bowlers. You don't have to all come in in close or in halfway or all the same time. Vary that if you can. Try to dismiss the bowler that by fooling them. I quite like the look at that. Sidhu has started to bowl a little better as well. She's another left arm leg spinner. So. And then I think, is it Gay?
Yes, Rihanna McDonald-Gay.
Yes, McDonald-Gay, sorry. I quite like her as well, and I'd like to keep her up so they don't walk at her so much. So if those are the 3 that have struck me at the moment. But overall, you'd have to say right now the Blaze are slightly ahead.
Yeah, it looks that way. The 113 for 2. As we were speaking, earlier on with Kirsty White, the only way Surrey can win this is by taking the wickets, you'd feel, breaking up some partnerships. The thing that Blaze did so well in the first innings was that...
well, it was about now. Andrews and Hyam were starting their 20 overs together.
Yeah. Surrey just couldn't score a boundary between 24.1 to 33.3 overs.
And then they lost wickets too, didn't they, just through that? Not heaps of wickets, but certainly two at least, maybe three wickets.
Yeah, 89 for 1 to 176 for 5 at the 38 over stage from 16. They started so promisingly, but there's a bit out there for the bowlers, you think, from Surrey. It's been fielding exceptionally well so far. Just got to find a way to unstick the captain and Georgia Elwes. Yeah, 49 not out, 26 not out.
So
Piece.
25 overs gone. The Blaze 113 for 2 at the halfway.
Looks like
stage.
Rihanna McDonald-Gay is going to continue.
Surrey
She's bowled
were
7 overs so far, so
22
Surrey clearly
so the Blaze require
looking to get a couple of quick wickets here. 3 overs left in the bank for McDonald-Gay.
25 overs, 5.6 runs per over. The on-strike batter is Georgia Elwes, and to bowl from the Beckenham end, number 66, Alice Monaghan.
Alice Monaghan, excuse me. Change of bowling brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. Monaghan back into the attack. 4 overs, 1 for 26. The big wicket of Charlie Knott we saw earlier on in the piece. Charlie Knott 26 from 31. Monaghan's going to continue after the break. Starts with a short one. Blaze have just been afforded. They're allowed to take their time. Kelly 49 from 70, Elwes 26 from 44, so they haven't had to force the issue. But they still only need about 5.6 and over, and on this surface, increasingly manageable at the halfway stage. Again, short and pulled, and it's going to beat the fielder at deep square leg. Kalia Moore it was, giving chase to her right, but straight back into the runs is Georgia Elwes.
Stands tall, doesn't she, when she plays the horizontal bat shots, and she timed that really nice. She didn't overhit it. It just seemed a flowingly appropriate kind of shot for the delivery and the height of the ball, and she didn't seem in any trouble at all about putting that one away.
Short again. Pushed out to deep cover for a single. It's interesting, in the first innings, we were speaking about Surrey didn't play the short ball massively well. We just saw there Elwes with a bit of a masterclass, just staying tall. What was your assessment of how Surrey
Well, she's
took it
getting
on?
the bat up a little bit, so the bat's there already for a start. It's not as if you have to suddenly get it up and you're a little bit late with your shot because of that. So you've got the bat up there nice and high anyway, and she is quite a tall girl, really.
Short again. Wide ball signal by the umpire.
And I would say Monaghan's not overly tall, and so to get the ball up, she's got to be pitching it quite short, and therefore you get a little bit more time to see the height and the pace and the line of the ball if you're a batsman. So she's got to really make a big effort to get it up there, that height, to make it uncomfortable around the badge. On the helmet is kind of as a guide how high you want it to be. You don't want it to be too high, but and also to surprise them. Don't use it too often.
Well, McDonald-Gay's moved in to square leg. Laura Harris coming round, catching mid-wicket. And a deep cover for the captain, who's on 49. And that is a very short ball.
Another wide.
Another wide signal.
So that's another way they can attack the pull shot. They can have an extra man there and saying, if you don't control this, just behind square there, if you don't control this, we're in with the chance. So, I mean, the person who's fielding out on the boundary has had to come much squarer now.
Short, and again it's a wide. That's 3 in a row now for Monaghan.
And now it's let's all go back to as we were, and let's have the one on the boundary behind, just on square, and the mid wicket has now been placed in instead of right by the umpire, and fine leg is coming up, and it looks might even go into the offside.
Just trying to work out the right formula here to Marie Kelly. Paige Schofield is going into mid-off, deep square. That's a fuller delivery and another wide. That's 4 in a row now for Alice Monaghan. Just want to get out of this over. She had 4 wides earlier on as well in her first spell.
Well, I think that's getting upwards of nearly 3 extra overs for the Surrey side at the moment. They have actually delivered to the Blaze.
Clearmore just in a couple of paces off the boundary at deep square leg. And this one just guided down to third man, run through for a single. That's the 50 for the captain, Marie Kelly. Third 50 in this competition in just the 7 games.
Marie Kelly's 50.
Strong captain's knock. She's taken, rightly so, taken her time with it. 71 balls. She steered the Blaze into a commanding position here at 123 for 2. Couple more here now for Monaghan. Just left alone. Nine deliveries so far in this over, because 4 wides in a row. But Monaghan with the big wicket of Charlie Knott, 1 for 36. Just getting the back end of her 5th over. A valuable contribution with the bat as well. 49 at the top of the order. Short, and that's another wide. She'll just want to get out of this over now, you'd feel, just losing any sense of rhythm.
Well, it looks to me as if Surrey came back with a plan that we're going to bowl short here and bowl to a leg side kind of field with the fine leg and the person behind square. But it just hasn't seemed to have worked so far.
Alice Davidson, Richards just having a few words with Monaghan. This one's just a play and a miss from Airwest to end the over. Longish over, 124 for 2 after 26 now. The Blaze in control, you'd feel.
Well, it's because of the lack of wickets taken, isn't it? And we know that they didn't quite finish as powerfully as they can. So while the runs, what are we into? Let's have a look and see. 26 overs gone, is it? 127 for 2 and 124 for 2. So I mean, on the surface, it's looking pretty even right now. But you just sense that Blaze seem to be more in control, don't they?
So,
yeah, I don't know. You may not.
No. I totally agree. I think Surrey need a bowler just to tie up an end, and Danny Gregory might just be the answer here. Right arm leg spin. That's pulled. There's no one there at deep square leg, so that's going to be 4 for the captain, Kelly. She moves to 54.
Yes, a drag down this one. It's the first short ball we've really seen from Gregory. Gives you, of course, plenty of time to select your place that you'd like to hit it. And as you pointed out, there's no one there at deep square. They're up basically, man behind the umpire, saving 1. That's it.
Better flighted up. So has to defend that as the captain. Australia taking on South Africa in the T20 World Cup. The women 172 for 8. Australia reached off their 20 overs. That's back and cut away nicely down to Clear Moore at deep cover, so he gets a single.
Well, that could be an interesting game. They lost wickets early, did they?
Yes, started with a bit of a collapse actually. 1.62 for 4. Then Elise Perry, 36. Georgia Wareham, Phoebe Litchfield, 50 off 24, and she was the third wicket to go at 61 for 3, so she started well. She's just lost her line a bit down leg side, and it's going to go through the fielder. That fine leg, 4 more for the Blaze. 133 for 2 now.
Yes, that could be potentially.
Two of the favourites as well, actually.
Yes,
South Africa have been touted to be potentially number 1.
Well, India's in that same group as well,
group.
so only 2 of those 3 will go through. Yeah.
England with a pretty dominant performance thanks to Surrey's Danny Wyatt-Hodge last night. First century in T20 World Cups.
Played well. Caught short again, dragged down.
Yeah.
She just lost her length at the moment as well. Sometimes that can happen, even over a thing like drinks. You lose your rhythm. You're not into the same kind of, yes, now at the end of this I'm bowling again, and away you go. It sort of keeps you away from the bowling crease a little longer with your drinks.
It's a bit better. Just pushed out to Moore at deep cover. Trot through for a single to end the over. 135 for 2. Sorry, I've used 6 bowlers so far. Izzy Sidhu on debut opened up. He's been bowling nicely. 6 overs, 0 for 24. Alice Davidson Richards just the 2 overs, 0 for 10. Clear Moore 3, 0 for 17. So they've got plenty of options. Looks as if Monaghan's going to continue, actually.
Yep. Just see if she wants to try a different sort of tactic than the short pitch we've seen so far.
Yeah, deep square leg is staying in there. Deep cover, third man, fine leg. Those are the 4 fielders out in the boundary. Be interesting to see Monaghan's tactics here against the captain, Marie Kelly. 10 balls in her last over, 1 for 37 from 5. It's a good start.
You've seen a lot more of the Surrey side than I have, Hector, so who are the dangerous bowlers? Who are the ones who the captain will turn to and say, this is my banker?
Well, Rihanna McDonald-Gay, who opened up the bowling, she's bowled 7 overs, which is a bit of a problem, 1 for 26, so she's only got 3 left. Nicely bowled. Danny Gregory, her leg spin as well, very dangerous. She's got 9 wickets in the competition so far. And also, I really like the look of Izzy Sidhu. I know this is our first look at her, but when she flights it up there, I think she could force something. The issue is that the Blaze have been using their feet very well this innings, I think, compared to what we saw from Surrey in the first. So it's tougher just to hold a line and a length for the spinners. On the pad. Good comeback this from Monaghan. They'll scamper through for a single. Kalia Moore as well. Very smart bowler, very crafty. Likes a bit of cat and mouse. She's only bowled 3 overs, so I imagine they'll turn to her sooner rather than later. 27.5 overs gone now. The run rate required just 5.2. 8 wickets in the sheds. Was just standing a touch out of her crease here. Monaghan steps back and it's short, and that's pulled over mid-wicket. That'll be 4 more for the Blaze. A touch too short and pulled in front of square. Nice shot.
Yeah, I don't know what the line of that one was. I don't know. You can see the screen better than I can. I'm having trouble seeing that.
Slightly plucked outside off stump.
Yes, that's why it went obviously a lot further in front of square. But it was the length that gave her the chance to attack it.
And 5 from her opening 4 in this over. Elvis on 40 now. And leans into a drive. Very nicely played out to deep cover. Shot through for a single. Quite nice and warm now.
Pleasant.
Very.
It is very nice out there. Wind seems to have died down a little.
As Kirsty described, it's a massive microclimate here at Beckenham. Very up and down, but at the moment the sun's out, nice and warm. His last ball, it's short and it's pulled out to Clearmore at deep square. So single to end the over. 7 from it. 142 for 2.
You get the sense that the batting side aren't under quite the same pressure at this time in a similar stage of the Surrey innings. They just look comfortable now, and they're starting to play relatively big shots and with some safety about it. Whereas, and you're right when you say, I think the batswomen in the first innings weren't ever very comfortable against the slower pace of Hyam and Andrews, and couldn't seem to solve the problem that they were confronting, either to get out to the pitch of the ball a little bit more and get closer to the ball, or to get further away from it. And because it's slow bowling, you can knock it off the back foot, either depending on its line to the leg side or the offside. They weren't ever able to do that.
Driven. We've got a change of bowling. Clearmore back into the attack round the wicket, opening up to Kelly.
Whereas you can see the way that, let's just watch to see what the Blaze do about the slower bowling from Surrey.
Changed her angle straight away.
There's a shimmy. That's what we did not see for a start from Surrey. We didn't see an out of the crease with a decent stride. Even though the keeper's up, they're not worried about that. I'm hitting the ball. If you're going to be stumped, if you want to be, no difference between being stumped by 2 inches than there is 2 yards. So you've just got to back yourself to get there.
Flighted, low full toss, played out too long on.
Didn't see enough of that straight down the ground. Having forced the mid-on back, you're getting singles all the time. You're changing the ends for batsmen. Some batsmen are more comfortable against sweeping at it, some more cutting, some more down the ground.
Just gives herself room now onto the leg side and hoiks that. Deep mid-wicket gives chase, does really well out there on the boundary. Surrey have fielded excellently so far today.
They have. They've saved quite a few runs, haven't they? Nothing wrong with the fielding so far. In fact, a lot of their batsmen were dropped, weren't they? There must have been 4 or 5 catches put down by the Blaze.
Coming back round to Kelly. Charges down the wicket again using her feet. Get a single from it. Yeah, just not allowing the Surrey bowlers to settle at all, as Surrey did. We were speaking in the break. Maria Andrews on debut bowled 10 overs in a row. And the experienced Surrey batsman didn't quite put enough pressure on her. Last ball of this over. Hit down again to long on. So 6 from the over. Very risk-free for the Blaze. 148 for 2 after 29.
Now, unless you are, as a spinner, unless you are deceiving the batsman in the air with extra revolutions on the ball, in other words, how hard it is turning before it pitches, if you do that, the ball will actually want to drop. It spin swerve too as well. It'll go away from a right-hander to the offside and it'll drop. And so what you do then is, as soon as it does those 2 things, you deceive a batsman. The length, and they find that they're having to push their hands at the ball. And if it turns a little bit back, there's always a gap between bat and pad, and so you bring then either the stumps or you bring the wicket keeper into play, and we're not quite seeing that either. We're seeing there's not enough revs on the ball there.
Izzy Sidhu back into the attack, starts with a short one, carved out to Clearmore, who does well on the deep square leg boundary, keeping them down to a single. Like this play from Surrey. Sidhu and Clearmore could bowl in a good partnership for the next few overs.
Well, that was just started a wee bit short. Let's see if she can just correct that now. Again, a little bit similar to Gregor in the sense quite quick through the air.
It's a good line. Get a single from out to backward point. Gets through her overs very quickly, does Sidhu as well. Debut Elwes 44 from 55. The run rate ticking below 5 now for the first time. That's flighted nicely. Elwes just gives herself room. That's a misfield from Laura Harris from cover. Not what Surrey needed, so get a single from it. Well, having said that, the fielding has been exceptional, especially on the boundary.
Yeah, well, Chatley's tried the seamer, hasn't quite worked. She's gone back now to the leg spin.
Uses the feet. Just Kelly, no run.
And as I think you pointed out, just the 3 overs, so 2 after this. This is kind of getting close to using up those who she feels might be her more likely bowlers to take wickets.
Again, giving herself room, and that's well played, manoeuvred pass, backward point. Ailish Cranston diving to her right. Come back for a second. Out onto the boundary. 5 from the over, 1 to come.
It's a beautiful sort of setting, isn't it now? People just lying down on the grass and watching and enjoying it.
Very
the
relaxing.
The wind is here, the wind is gone.
Top ball to end the over. Also didn't know Crystal Palace's training ground is right next door. Premier League Football Club. I think that dome is one of their inside football pitches.
I thought that was a hardware shop.
Could be.
Certainly some of our commentators believe that's the case.
It's my first time here.
Want to get some paint, something
Lovely.
like that. Yeah. Nice chair, nice deck chair for watching the cricket. It's the place to go. Yeah. You're absolutely right, it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. Couple of people having nice snooze on the boundary. A few people playing cricket. Johan Mybers, children just below us, having a nice game in the sun. Clear more to continue. I think the Blaze will be happy with a bit of a lull in this game, just to take any sting. Just knock it around for a few singles as Elwes uses her feet this time out to deep mid wicket. The 1 to second, and it's a misfield out on the boundary from Rihanna McDonald-Gay. So I get back for 2.
Last wicket taken in the 14th over, was it? Something like that. So it's been a developing partnership that's between these two.
Elwes back and looks to cut. Just beats the outside edge.
Elwes has been keen to get down the pitch, hasn't she, and drive the ball. So she's earned those shorter ones.
Again, just pitched up and clipped out to mid wicket. 97 the partnership now between the captain and Georgia Elwes. Batted, apart from that early wicket of Tammy Beaumont. 50 partnership for that second wicket and closing in on 100 now. So sorry, haven't really been able to pick up any steam after that opening over from McDonald-Gate. Again, gives herself room on the leg side and hits that one out to long off for a single. Cutting this one out to Danny Gregory, so a single to end the over. 5 from it. Blaze 158 for 2.
No significant turn. That's what I was bending down for to see if there was any grip in the surface here, but there's not. So that makes it a lot easier for the batsmen. They're not having to contend with just that not just the flight, but then also that it's going to change direction once making contact with the surface, and that's tough for a leggy at that point. They've got to really turn the ball, then get it to do those things that I was talking about before pitching.
So to continue, 2 fielders out on the leg side, and again was using her feet on 49. Would you bring a couple of fielders in at this point if you're Surrey needing?
Well, you can't just let the other team run their way to victory. So you, at some point, the answer to that is yes.
Reverse sweep, up in the air but over point. Nice way to go to 50 for Georgia Elwes. It'll run away all the way to the boundary for 4. 53 off 63 deliveries. She came in and she's played a beautiful role alongside her partner and captain. Marie Kelly also brings up the 100 partnership between the two batsmen, and the Blaze are well in control of this game now.
I just thought there was a half chance there for a second too, because there was a person loitering at that sort of backward point position, or sort of short third man.
Elwes using the feet again.
It's been a bit of a lesson about moving the feet, hasn't it, for all the players? And Elwes has shown everybody else she's capable of doing that. Maybe she's happy to do that because there isn't the turn that we'd hoped to see just a little bit for the spinners.
Kelly shuffles over to the leg stump, no run. Yeah, I think we saw one stumping in the first innings, Ailish Cranston, who turned a touch off the spin, but other than that, just stayed rooted in their crease. This one's shorter and pulled. Good stop at mid-wicket. Again, stepping over to the leg side. This is over mid-wicket this time. Nicely struck out to that long boundary over deep mid-wicket. 4 more to the captain to end the over.
It's a good shot too, isn't it? Seemed completely in control with that. There was a lack of doubt and lack of luck at all about that. There's would be slightly concerning, I think, for the Surrey bowlers.
Quad run rate 4.78 now, 18 overs to go. The Blaze so far have been imperious in this partnership between Georgia Elwes and Marie Kelly. Still to come, Emma Jones, the former Surrey all-rounder, who will soon be joining up with England A for 3 T20s against India A, starting next Saturday up in Northampton. Clea Moore's going to keep going. 0 for 28 from her 5. Deep cover, deep square, deep mid-wicket, and a long on. Immediately goes to reverse sweep. Does Elwes and gets that one away. It's going to be 4 more. Nicely played shot. She moves to 58, and the Blaze 171 for 2.
Yeah, well, that's the trouble sometimes also when you're not getting too much turn. If you're outside the off stump, you're going to invite that kind of stroke. It's an additional stroke since certainly that I played, and so it's a very handy one to just break the field up completely and manipulate the field.
More through the air. Just the fielding.
You do that a couple of times and suddenly one or two sometimes have to be placed behind point on the offside, and it leaves gaps elsewhere. So you can start to play other shots at that point.
Again using the feet and again just ticking it down into the onside for a single. Been advancing well down the track, but also across their stumps, stepping over to the leg side and onto the offside to access different parts of the ground. It's been a clinic so far. 3 to come from Moore, who's going to come round the wicket to Kelly. Plays that back up the pitch. Charges down the wicket, goes aerial. It's going to pick out long on. That's the wicket. Surrey needed it. Kelly, 69 off 93, and Kalia Moore provides the breakthrough. 172 for 3 now. Much needed wicket.
Yeah, didn't quite get there. And so the loft didn't have control about it and it's picked out long on. Didn't have to move too far to get there. It's a mistake really from the Blaze. And so they have to. Is that the wicket? I mean, it's been a long time coming, hasn't it, for Surrey, that they could actually get together and say, well done. Are we back in this game? And you don't give the game up at all at any point in the whole innings. You have to just now, if you want to try to put pressure on, you bring a man in now. You bring them in at the start, so it's very difficult for the new batsman to get underway. So that's an opportunity for them if they can do that and bowl well to the new batsman, and then put pressure on them. Stop and cut off the runs. Suddenly you get 2 or 3 overs where prior to it was all just runs coming and collecting easily. Suddenly the game can change, and who knows, that might be a change in this match.
113, that partnership between Georgia Airwis and Marie Kelly, but the captain is back in the sheds, and it brings to the crease Emma Jones, former Surrey player, signed a 2-year deal with the Blaze at the end of last season, back at Beckenham. Fond memories of this ground. One to come from Moore. And Surrey sticking with the 4 fielders out the boundary. 2 sweepers on the onside.
Back over the wicket.
Immediately comfortable single out to long on. So Jones off the mark to start, but a wicket to fall, and that over 6 from it from Moore. 173 for 3.
What was the score at the same time? $107. What over are we in?
33.
33.
Heading into the 34th.
Yeah, 151 for 3. Andrews just picked up a wicket.
33 overs gone. The Blaze 100.
And a 35. They're about to get another wicket of Chatley. So
Chatley fell in a similar fashion actually to Marie Kelly, holding out to long on. And this is a good aggressive call from Surrey. Change of bowling brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions, bringing Rhiannon McDonald-Gay back into the attack. She's just got 3 overs left, but she's been the most effective of the Surrey bowlers so far, so good intent. Immediately starts up, hit on the pad. Appeal for LBW, but just sliding down the leg side. Good angles from McDonald-Gay. Bit of movement as well early on. So McDonald-Gay, 3 overs left. Izzy Sidhu has 2. Alice Monaghan, the other seamer, 4. Alice Davidson-Richards as well. She's only bowled the 2 overs. She can offer some seamers. Again, just down the leg side and clipped out to Kalia Moore, who adjusts out to deep square leg. Danny Gregory bowled 4 overs so far, so 6 to come from her. Kalia Moore as well. Just hit the wicket. She has 4 left. Alice Davidson-Richards will be interesting to see if she's turned to, if seam is to work out. Okay, a bit wider this time, but a play and a miss from Jones, who's new to the crease. 100 balls remaining, 78 runs to win, 7 wickets in hand. It's just starting to look at this final target of 252. Three balls left for McDonald-Gay in her 8th over. 1 for 27 for her, and that's again wide, and again tries to cut, does Jones, but a play and a miss.
I think for me, I think the Gregory Moore Sidhu, perhaps from the end where the batsmen are having to hit into the wind a little bit further. I think that, so they would be bowling to the right-handers, maybe from the stand end, or the city end of the ground.
Yeah. Getting a bit fuller and another play in a miss from Jones. This is good bowling from McDonald Gay, just anchoring Jones, sticking her in the crease. 3 dots in a row now.
And depending on who of those three are operating well and looking a bit more confident, that would determine who it is, I think. None of them are really turning the ball a lot, but I think the slower bowling is important that you use them, and they've done okay. And then it's a question of the seamers where they're bowling at the moment.
Better from Jones. Bit too full from McDonald Gay, so a single to end the over, but only the 3 from it. Sorry, just looking to fight back now. 176 for 3.
So, and it's over the next 5-6 overs, I think, that Surrey, if they're going to make a move in the game, that's the phase that we've got to reach now, and they've got to pick up probably another 2 wickets.
Yeah.
And try to, I don't know the length of the batting for the Blaze. I would think they would be quite strong if they're leading the competition.
Yes.
So, nevertheless, that's, I think you've got to try and use the better bowlers, the ones who have worked for you on the day right now, over these next 6 or 7 overs.
Going to see Danny Gregory back into the attack from the City end, coming in for Clear Moore. 0 for 21 from 4. Dot ball to start. Into the 35th over now. Gregory 0 for 21, and this is straighter and pulled out into the onside. They'll jog through for a single. Starting to move the game now. A bit of a lull through the middle overs as Blaze were content just to tick it around. 113, the partnership between Elwys and Marie Kelly. Sorry, looked out of the game, but the wicket of the captain and a good over from McDonald Gay at the Beckenham end. Suddenly just start to put the ears up as Sweat out to deep squares. Got a bit of work to do. Well done, and good stop from Jemima Spence, but they'll get back for 2. Jeremy, are you sticking with Rihanna McDonald Gay? 2 overs left from Surrey strike bowler. As you said, you need 2 quick wickets.
I think that before they get started, obviously that's the hardest time to confront whatever the opposition are doing to you.
Yeah.
So I think you've got to, yes.
Just pierce the gap. That's going to pick up some pace over the practice wickets. As Monaghan gives chase, but it's going to be a 4 for Georgia Elwys. 66. She's seeing the ball nicely today.
It's a good stroke, isn't it? Just a little full from Gregory and being able to pierce, and that'll push someone back straight away, I would think. So got to keep her off strike and try and bowl as many balls as you can as a new batsman.
Yeah, this one's short from Kalia Moore, trying to adjust. Picks up a bit of spin, but fielded by Spencer deep square, just the single. 1 ball left of this over. Emma Jones, the new batsman. Kalia Moore doing the fielding out at deep cover. Danny Gregory to bowl straight, turned in 2 mid-wicket. So the end of the over, a good one for the Blaze. 7-8 from it, 184 for 3. Jeremy Coney's going to give way for Kirsty White with 69 runs needed now, the final 90 balls with 7 wickets in hand. Rihanna McDonald Gay just having a chat in the middle between the captain and some of the players, just discussing the right call, and as Jeremy Coney suggested, Rihanna McDonald Gay is going to continue from the Beckenham end. 1 for 28 from her 8 overs. It's a warm day. Brianna McDonald-Gay going to continue. 2 overs left of her 10, so you feel a wicket or two. It's worthwhile to keep her going. Kirsty White, welcome back. How do you read this?
Yeah, I agree. I think McDonald-Gay could be the key here. A couple of breakthroughs and you're, I hate to say it, but maybe into the tail of the blaze here. Turn the game on its head.
Coming in to bowl her ninth over full and driven beautifully to start. That's a classic cover drive from Georgia Elwes. She moves to 70. Not the start that Gay would have wanted for her over.
No, not at all. 65 remaining from 89 deliveries. Just not quite finding that stump-to-stump line that Surrey so often bowl. Far too loose today with their deliveries. Too much width on offer. That is a classic cover drive. That high elbow. Quintessential for that shot.
Again, pace off it, but a wide ball. Cool, just trying to adjust. Overcorrection, you feel, from McDonald-Gay. Georgia Elwes, she's had a lot of experience in these games against Surrey. Success last time out, 76 not out in the chase of 164. So she did the bulk of the scoring there. She likes to bat against this attack, but Brianna McDonald-Gay, new into the side for this one-day cup campaign, of course played a big role in the T20s. She's bowling nicely today. Straighter and just moves in, finds an inside edge, does Elwes, so brings Emma Jones back on strike, who struggled to pick up McDonald-Gay in the previous over.
Yeah, they need to target the fresh batter. Emma Jones is a see ball, hit ball kind of batter. She doesn't throw caution to the wind. But might just have to be mindful of what batting there is to come and think about how she's rotating the strike and ensuring that Elwes faces the bulk of deliveries, but they've got a fair few balls in hand.
Again, a bit more width on offer, and Jones just looks to drive that, throws the hands, beats the outside edge.
Yeah, she just looks like she's shadow batting for the keeper at the moment, doesn't she? Those keeping drills.
Well, she's got a warm chappy up for the England A duties that they'll be sharing. The T20 series coming up. So 63 runs requiring Surrey in desperate need of wickets, and you'd feel it would come from this bowler here. That's driven out to cover, so no run. In terms of the batting to come for the Blaze, Prisha Thanawala in next. Ella Claridge the keeper. She's got a international T20 half century for the USA against Namibia.
Yeah, Ella Claridge handy with the bat. She's a bit of a 360 player. She can tuck the ball round corners, strong sweeper of the ball. She's got a powerful batter.
Work down to square leg. They want 2 here. But Clearmore scampers round from deep square leg. Just reduce them to the single. Lucy Hyam, she's only batted 4 times this campaign, but not out twice. She's in at 8. Then Grace Ballinger 9, Charlie Phillips 10, Maria Andrews, of course, on debut at 11. So not as deep as this Surrey side. Played nicely. Single to end the over from McDonald-Gay. Wicketless, which is the crucial thing, and a further 8 runs from it. 192 for 3.
Yeah, really intelligent batting there to finish the over. You wouldn't expect anything less from Elwes to just pinch the strike for final ball. Start of the next over. Yeah, I think Blaze have done here what Surrey failed to do, which was rotate the strike. Bat intelligently in the middle overs and put pressure on the bowlers. Not try to force anything, but punish a bad ball. Just constantly use the crease. Nerdle round corners and just rotate that strike.
Batting in partnership as well.
Absolutely.
Already 20 for this partnership. 113 the one before. 57 for the second wicket. Tammy Bowman, the only batsman to fall cheaply. Fell earlier on to Brianna McDonald-Gay. Bowled top of off stump for 1. Which at the time felt like a massive wicket, but since then the Blaze have just slightly nullified the threat. Gregory's going to continue from the City end. Swept out to Spencer, deep square leg.
Yeah, Surrey got off to some starts, didn't they? But other than Spence, didn't quite build the partnerships that they would have wanted to. You always want to have a partnership of 50 and a partnership of 100, and then your 30, 40 run partnerships after that.
That is
Dangerous delivery from Danny Gregory.
done everyone all ends up, really. I wasn't quite sure what went on there. Could have quite close to clipping those bails. Jones, as you say, looked to get aggressive.
Like she was trying to hit the one off the tee there, didn't she?
Just down the leg side, so swept out to Spence again at deep square. He feels nicely. Just the single. Does Jones play a lot of golf?
I don't know that she does, no. I can imagine she can whack a ball very hard. Very far. Such a fickle game, golf. The margins for error are ridiculous.
It's tough mental. I guess it's quite good for cricket in that regard. Clipped out to deep mid wicket. Another single.
Alice Davidson Richards is fantastic with a driver.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Although we were on a pre-season tour in Desert Springs once, and we were on the back 9. And I'm not a golfer. It was actually my first round of 18, and she managed to hit one into someone's back garden.
Oh, no. Never nice. Again, swept. Slightly too down the leg side from Gregory, so another single. Comfortable run so far.
Yeah, I'm terrible with a driver, but good with a 6 or a 7 iron. That's about where I
That's all you
land.
need, really. Just play that club all the way around.
That's it. Just bunt it down the fairway.
Lots of cricketers play golf nowadays.
Yeah, they do. It's got too much time on their hands.
Last ball here for Gregory. That's straighter. And it hits the stumps. Does she get a hand on it? The appeal.
Ooh.
I'd like to see the replay of that because Gregory looked as if she got a hand in it. Question was, Emma Jones back in her crease.
That's got to be close, that. Full stretch, Emma Jones. Good effort to get back into her crease. I'll see this on the replay. We're asking from our colleagues, do we think it's out? Just waiting to see a replay and we might be able to confirm.
196 for 3. 57 required. While we're waiting for this, just a chat between the senior figures in the team, Kira Chatley, Alice Davidson Richards. Another change of bowling brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions.
Change of bowling and the Beckenham end, number 24, Alice Davidson Richards.
Davidson Richards back into the attack. 2 overs so far today. Naught for 10 from her too, coming in from the Beckenham end. 7 wickets in hand. You feel the blazer well in control here. Just the 57 required. 13 overs to go. Can the senior figure in this team make something happen for this Surrey side? Playing a miss.
Yeah, and I think this is where Surrey really needed to score a few more runs, where they're lacking in the bowling department, having lost Tilly Courtine-Coleman, Alice Kapsu, Priyanaz Chatterjee. They just need that buffer of a few more runs, particularly if you're going to have to bowl an extra 3 overs because you've bowled so many wides. You need to give yourself the buffer. They haven't quite got to play with.
And again, edged and caught behind the stumps. Kira Chatley, Alice Davidson Richards, the experienced campaigner for Surrey, gets the breakthrough. Emma Jones, she looked to be aggressive all the way through. 6 off 17 in the end. It's 196 for 4.
Seam from this end has certainly been dangerous today. Alice Monaghan picking up the wicket of Charlie Knott. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay with that spectacular cartwheeling top of off stump delivery. And now Alice Davidson Richards gets Emma Jones caught behind by Kira Chatley. Wasn't quite there to drive, wrong length, hasn't picked the length. Full high on the bat, caught behind. You don't drop those.
Brings to the crease Prisha Thanawala. Just the one inning so far for her this campaign, just the one match in fact. 47 against Durham. She was opening the batting in that game.
It really has climbed off a length, similar to that delivery that Georgia Elwes wore on the glove. So I think she's played the line and length from the hand rather than the bounce from the pitch. But what it does mean is that potential run out off of her own bowling at the other end doesn't matter, because the very second ball of the next over saw Emma Jones depart.
Yeah, nice hard length there, just rising off the surface. Comfortable catch for Chatley behind the stumps. Davison Richards, instant impact back into the attack.
Yeah, that is that hard length. You can't decide whether to play forward or backwards.
Forward to come to the new batsman, Thanawala. Straight away, just pulling it off her hips, gets a single.
The sun's getting warm now.
I know.
Drops down just below eye line.
I think it's a jumper off job, but
Yeah, I don't know how you're doing. I'm having to edge back
overheating.
into the shade.
Just that ball before, do you think they could have brought the fielders in? Thanawala, new batsman, not many runs left on the board.
Yeah, I agree. I think they could have put a bit more pressure on. You've got to try and win the game here, haven't you? As you say, that fine leg's coming up. Sorry, third's coming up to the ring.
So deep square recover and the third man to Elwes, and this is short and pulled out to Clearmore. It's square leg. Deep square legs had a lot of work to do actually. Spence on the other side and Clearmore just beneath where we are here.
Yeah, that low sun as well. I say low sun. Sun is dropping. It's not low. Just enough if you're fielding at square leg for it to cause a little bit of trouble in your eye line. Hats on all round, so it shouldn't cause too many issues. Slight kit adjustment for Davison Richards.
Sunnies, were you a fan of wearing sunnies in the field?
I wasn't until probably about 3 or 4 years ago, and then I just moved to them and never looked back really. But once they were on, they were on.
Oh, and a play and a miss for Thanawala. Dangerous from Davison Richards, bowling a nice hard length here.
Yeah, they if it was cloudy, they stayed on. I wasn't very good at adjusting. But yeah, into the sun. He's got to protect those eyes.
Yeah, you often see that when it's cloudy and a fielder's got their sunnies on, they drop it and you sort of...
Yeah.
Why are
Well, I'd
they
hate
on?
to drop a catch if I've taken my glasses off and I can't adjust.
Absolutely. Last ball here for Davison Richards is Fuller and just moves off the pitch a touch. So another player miss for Thanawala. Great over from Davison Richards. 2 from it and the big wicket. 198 for 4.
Yeah, you spend a lot of time in the sun squinting. You've got really got to protect your eyes now. Now in this professional era, a lot of work is done around how good your eyesight is and your vision is. And I've seen lots of drills of batters that are maybe lacking or they're sort of off kilter. So working on reaction times on the dominant eye.
So do you work on that in training quite a bit?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was watching Rory Burns a long time ago, but he does he's left-handed, isn't he? And I think he's left eye dominant, which is obviously his back eye, which is why he has that strange trigger where he looks over his shoulder because he's right eye dominant.
Quick single to start. Good running from the Blaze.
And Tash Farron as well. She would wear one contact lens while playing to sort the vision out.
Who's that? Is that just down to the fielding coach then, who sort of marshals?
I think it's just you use a specialist optician, like a sports optician, that really kind of goes into depth on actually that performance element, because those 1%ers are huge. If everyone's vision is ever so slightly off, you can make that adjustment, can win or lose a game.
Well played. Yeah, England could have done with that in the Dubai T20 World Cup just 18 months ago. Ring of fire.
Yes.
8 drop catches against the West Indies.
Catches, yeah, the hardest part is on a really blue sky day where there are no clouds around. It's that depth perception. Those are the hardest catches to take, because at least when there's clouds, you've got the depth within the sky to be able to judge how far away the ball is from you. But when there's a pure blue sky, it's really difficult, and that's why on days like that you'll see players wearing the blue lenses, like the skiing lenses, for that reason, so they can pick the ball out.
So it's not just a fashion thing.
No, no, not at all.
The red and blues.
No, no, not at all.
It's a bit full, clipped into the onside.
So you'll have the field lens, which is one that golfers often wear as well, so you can pick the white ball out of the green. That was the lens that I more often than not wore, because to be honest, we never really have a pure blue sky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, learn something new every day. I just thought it was more of a style.
I think
The
sometimes
Vipers.
it is as well.
It's just down the
But
leg
there is
side.
method in the madness.
Yeah. Professional sport for you.
There you
How
go.
it's developing.
Yeah. It's good over this from Gregory so far. Good 2 overs here from ADR and Danny Gregory.
Last ball here from Gregory's 7th, and was back and pulling it down to Laura Harris at mid-wicket. Hasn't had a lot of work to do in the field, but they'll get through for a single. So 202 for 4 at the end of the 39th over. 51 runs to win from 11 overs. So still Blaze very much in the ascendancy today. They'll need some wickets, and Alice Davidson-Richards provided one in her last over. She's going to continue.
Well, there's clearly something more interesting going on in the stands than there is on the pitch.
Yeah, I wonder.
Have you seen this? Australia? South Africa? What do you think? Can't be football, can it?
Can't be. The times are a bit skewed for that.
Yeah.
Between innings still.
Right. What can Alice Davidson-Richards produce here?
She starts with that hard length again. It's pushed to cover, no run.
Ringfield on the offside, I like. Trying to keep Thanawala on strike as long as they can and build those dots. See if they can balance out runs to win versus balls remaining, or almost tip the scales the other way.
Well, with this depth, you feel maybe just the wicket of Elwes, and this game will start to feel slightly different, actually. While Elwes is there, of course, Blaze are going to feel in control. Davidson-Richards again, a bit fuller. Thanawala drives this past cover. That's picking up pace off the practice wickets, running away to the boundary, but they'll push hard for a third. There's a run-out chance.
That's really well run by Thanawala. Good game awareness. She knows that she's got to get Elwes back on strike. So she's turned those first two really quickly.
So Davidson-Richards to Elwes now, 78 off 80, playing a gem of an innings here, chanceless as well. As I mentioned, if she was to go now, the game would just start to feel slightly different. 2 new batsmen. Blaze don't bat as deep as Surrey. This is short and pulled. Nice and controlled. Out to Monaghan at deep mid-wicket. Georgia Elwes' highest score in this competition, surpassing her 76 not out against Surrey last month. Defended out into the offside, no run.
Surrey are going to try and take this deep, which is absolutely the right way to do it. Put some pressure on, see if they can pick up some wickets. I think for Blaze, it'll just be a case of getting the job done. Hopefully not having too many issues towards the back end of the innings.
It's considerably hotter now, so whether that may affect the field or the running between the wickets, 2 to come. Richardson short, just lose her line a bit there down the leg side, but just get a single down to Danny Gregory at fine leg. So she'll have another at Elwes here. Dearly love to see the back of her today.
Certainly would be game on should Elwes lose her wicket now. She'll be fully aware of that too. Her job now is to win the game. Pure and simple. Be there till the end. Get her team over the line.
Full and driven nicely. Out to mid-off, but for no run. So 5 from that over. It's the end of the 40th. 10 to go. The Blaze 207 for 4.
Good end to the over there from Alice Davidson-Richards, keeping Thanawala on strike for the start of the next. It'll be really important for Surrey that they can bowl the bulk of their deliveries at Thanawala here.
40 overs gone, the Blaze
Well, You and I did sit here and say,
10
ooh,
overs remaining.
never know. Obviously, from a Blaze point of view, if you'd offered them this at the start of play, they'd have said, thank you very much indeed, we'll take that. 46 off 60 deliveries. But if Surrey could get rid of Alwis is the key here. She's played beautifully so far. Tanawara on strike here to Danny Gregory. 41st over. Ooh, it's a sweep down to short fine. Hector there immediately telling me it's so hot now. No pleasing some people, is there?
I think it's just that sun's a really awkward height for us.
It is.
Personally.
It does make
I'm
life
glad everyone else is
a
comfortable.
little tricky on the comms as well.
Yeah.
While I wait once more, we'll work this one leg side out towards deep backward square. Because the obvious thing here is they can do this in singles and still have balls to spare.
They can.
But you often see sides, even with that equation, do things they don't really need to do.
Yeah.
Alwis just has played superbly here and pulls this one away out towards deep mid wicket, takes a single.
Yeah, and then people like you and I sit here and say, what on earth were they thinking? All they needed to do was do it in
Absolutely.
singles.
But that's the wonderful thing. Even the best players in the world at times can lose the plan, really. Driving is Thanawala. Won't get a single on this occasion. So we've just got to stick in there. That really, you just have to stick in.
That's it. They've got to keep bowling dot balls. Like I just said to Hector, see if they can shift the balance of runs to win versus balls remaining. If they can starve Blaze of boundaries.
This one's down the leg side. I
Not
think
bowl
that's
extras.
number 16 of wide.
16
now
or 17, yeah. We're
that
approaching
is-
3 overs.
That is something they will have to look at because, you know, we're approaching an extra 3 overs
Yep.
and an extra 18 runs in a game where you left probably 50 runs out there when you batted as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you're giving the opposition 53 overs, really, to get the runs. That's nicely bowled. And Awada had laid back to punch that off the back foot. Just skipped onto a... Doesn't find a run, but... Yeah, you can't have that many wides
No.
in a 50 over game. It's going to kill you, basically, by the end of the game.
Oh, it's a sin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Sanawala again just pushes this one away into the offside. So tidy over this from Gregory. End of it. Alice Davison Richards making the breakthrough. Getting rid of Emma Jones. So 9 overs to go. Just 43 runs required.
Okay, Sidhu back into the attack.
Yeah, so this is an interesting move as well
Returning to
from
bowl
Kira
from
Chatley,
men, number 18, Izzy Sidhu.
who I think shaped up pretty well on her professional debut. We've seen her get better in each spell so far. Her dad will be doing another circuit
I'm sure he
off
will.
the ground now.
Absolutely. It would be nice for her to pick a wicket up on debut. For sure, that's the dream, isn't it?
Well, she's got 2 overs remaining. And her first ball's hitting the pad of Alwis, looking to pull it. May feel she's missed out a touch there. Ball just dropping down and picked up by Kira Chatley.
So another dot in the column there for Surrey. Gap being just 10 balls now.
Sidhu's in once more. Nicely bowled, nicely played by Alwis. Just turns this off her legs, jumped across to off stump and then just helps it into the leg side for a single.
Now, can Sidhu keep Thanawala on strike for as many deliveries as possible without conceding a run? That's the plan.
Well, over the wicket she comes. Short pulled firmly out to deep backward square. Again, the fielding's good out there. As always, Surrey's out cricket has been excellent. think that should be 212 for 4 rather than 211. As Sidhu gets ready once again to come in over the wicket. Alice uses her feet, drives, picks up another single. That's been the most impressive thing. It's what Surrey didn't really do against the spin of the Blaze. Get down the pitch, knock them off their line and length. She has been positive in everything she's done with her feet.
Committed. She's committed to every shot she's played.
In a proper captain's innings, this. Tossed up, sweeping, shout for LBW, not given.
Direct hit. Oh,
And the throw comes in and they scamper through. Leg buys the signal.
now you were watching the screen. I was watching the side on. What did you think of that, Churchy?
It's going down.
Okay.
Yep. I wouldn't have been giving that
Okay.
personally. Now it's back on strike. And that one just skipped a touch on her. Nicely bowled by Sidhu. Pushed into the offside. Yeah, the skipper and now West. That big partnership. Then Marie Kelly went. Then Emma Jones went. But that big partnership between those two, sort of the key to this at the moment. 8 overs to go. Tidy over that from Izzy Sidhu. And as you can see on your screen, 39 required. So Kalia Moore comes back into the attack. Change of bowling brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. Might be a bit of this in these last 8. While they're on strike. The other thing that Surrey have to do, which is a really simple thing to say, and it's very hard to do, is try to not let Alice see too much of the bowling. That's a good shot. Driven away. Oh, now mix up. Throw comes in, they'll get back for 2. Thanawala and Alice were sort of stood mid-pitch looking at each other there.
Thanawala wanted to give the strike, didn't she, to Elwes, and Elwes said, no, let's just get the runs. Doesn't matter how they come. I back you. It's always nice from a senior player.
Thanawala on 11. It's a full toss. That's driven away. Good fielding. Once again. Paige Goldfield there, diving away to her left. Another single. They need a wicket now, sorry.
Yeah.
Ideally, Elwes.
But the key to taking a wicket is not searching for one.
Kalia Moore. Reverse sweep out from Elwes. Beautifully played up and over the top of short third. Didn't get all of it, but got enough of it to get it up and over the top of short third. This has been a brilliant innings so far. Look at the number of balls faced as well on that. 84 off 88.
Yeah. Not many batters have come close with the strike rate today. It's been tricky. Like we said, it's been a sticky wicket.
Yeah, she's the one that's really got to grips with it. That's always going down the leg side. But really got to grips with this pitch. Georgia Elwes. Of course, got struck on the bottom hand early in her innings. And that was hurting her for a while. That bottom hand kept coming off the bat handle. Uses the feet again. That hits the pads. Get a run.
It's well bowled by Moore. She's seen Elwes coming and taken a bit of pace off.
As I say, look, the Blaze should win it from here. But Surrey are hanging in there. It's often in these situations you see a side just race to victory.
Well, yeah, just note now the ball's remaining versus runs to win. That gap is closing every over, and that's what Surrey will be aiming to do.
Elwes uses the feet, picks it up on the full, whips it down the ground. Just the single.
It's a game where boundaries have not come that easily, and therefore being able to close the gap with the runs required, balls remaining, puts the pressure on the batters, particularly at the back end, to then have to score off of every ball, or even force them to search for a boundary.
Just a reminder, the chase, Surrey, 252 for 9. Tammy Bowman went early, bowled by McDonald Gay for 1. Not then was caught on the boundary rope by Kalia Moore off the bowling of Alice Monaghan for 26. And then the partnership between the skipper Kelly and Alwis for that 3rd wicket. And they put on 113 for the 3rd wicket until Kelly was gone. The bowling of Davidson Richards. As this is reverse swept by Alwis. Start of a new over from Sidhu. Should get back for 2. Will get back for 2. And then Emma Jones caught behind for 6. But now it's 31 required by the Blaze. Just a reminder with the Blaze, top of the table coming into this one, played 8-1-7. Sidhu's in, and Alwis again just stands up tall, reverses this, and goes for another couple. Great batting.
Yes, really. She's got the game intelligence, and she's been playing for so long. Unshakable, and just knows that there's a huge gap between extra cover and backward point. It's forced to change now, so mid-wicket has come to reinforce this backward point region for that reverse. Obviously now leaves that gap at mid-wicket.
It's below 30 runs required now. Alwis just turns this one into the leg side, strolls a single. So 5 off the first 3 deliveries. And Alwis is on to 90 here. Seen quite a few centuries here at Beckenham in one-day cricket over the years. This would be one of the better ones from Alwis. Thanawala back on strike. Just turns this into the leg side. Quick singles taken, throw at the stumps. I think if it had hit, she'd have been all right, actually. This whole thing here is about Alwis and Thanawala trying to get Alwis on strike, but they almost made a Horlicks of that because Alwis came for the single. Thanawala then decided not to, and if that had hit, I think Alwis would have been okay. That's down the leg side. This will be wide signalled.
So that's 3 overs worth of wides.
I think that's
now.
18 now. So that is it. 3 overs worth of wides from Surrey today. Yeah, that will be something that you can mark down and say, right, that is something we have got to work on. Thanawala sweeps away. Little misfield from Danny Gregory, but she's okay. Yep, that is 18. 18 wide. So if this had gone to the wire, Surrey would have had to have bowled 53 overs in a 50 over game.
Well, there's that, but there's also the time restriction. So they have to be starting their final over. I'm not sure what the cut-off time is, but they've bowled 3 extra overs.
Yep.
So they're facing a fielding restriction of having to bring a fielder inside the ring, which actually may work in their favour.
Thanawala whips this one out towards deep mid-wicket. Monaghan does the fielding. Well, it drives a coach absolutely mad. Well, I think Izzy Sidhu on her debut's shaped up pretty well there. I think she got better each spell. And I think she can be pretty pleased with the way that went. 10 overs, no maidens, none for 48.
Yeah.
32 dot deliveries as well from her. But you look at the equation now, just 26 required off 6. And Thanawala's done a pretty good job here, just keeping Alwis company. Kalia Moore it will be to bowl the 45th. Sweeping is Thanawala. He's got a fair amount of that. That's whistling away to the boundary rope for 4. Very good shot. In front of square, all along the carpet. And away for 4.
That's an absolute gem of a sweep shot from Thanawala. There's nothing better than splitting the field when you sweep. It's not an easy shot to execute. That ball naturally curves towards the fielder.
Kalia Moore's in. She's trying it again. This time, Kalia Moore just gave that a bit more flight. Swept over the top of it. Thanawala. And Alwis won't mind about. She'd love to get 100, but all she cares about is getting over the line. Thanawala drives. Handsome shot again. That's going to beat the fielder. That's away for 4 more. Really good from Thanawala. So we've seen the sweep in front of square and then the drive through cover point. Lovely batting.
Yeah, Thanawala just looks like she's settled now. Understands what her role is here.
Well, I think
Don't
it's
just
since
have to rotate.
yeah, I think it's Alwa said you play your game.
Yeah, absolutely.
As forward she comes. Just working this one. Nicely taken by Kira Chatley there behind the stumps because, again, she almost yorked herself there. So it's down to 18 required now.
Thanawala, of course, took the catch that dismissed Kira Chatley on the boundary after Blaze had dropped 4.
It's nicely played as well. Just pushes it to the right of Ailish Cranston. So that does bring Alwis back onto strike on 90. 90 off 94 balls from Alwis. Lovely pace to her innings. It's really been the way she plays the spin though that has been the key difference today. And we've seen that all through her innings. Just positive footwork. Picks up another single down the ground and keeps the strike. So 5 overs remaining. Just the 16 required by the Blaze, and now looking very likely that the Blaze are going to make it 8 wins out of 9 and do the double over Surrey, because the Blaze beating Surrey up at Trent Bridge. It's been a different sort of game today, but it's still been fascinating. I do enjoy watching a side work out their sort of journey towards a target.
Yeah, I'd say aside from that passage of play where Monaghan and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay started to show some class, Jemima Spence had a bit of a flurry in the middle. I think Blaze have controlled this game really well throughout.
Change in bowling brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions, and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay back into the attack, and first delivery of the over turned by Alwis, and we'll take a single. So Thanawala comes back onto strike. What they need here, Surrey, is a McDonald-Gay 2 in 2, which we saw in the T20. Of course, on 3 occasions she was on a hat-trick. They sort of need that sort of thing now. Thanawala forward, thick inside edge, potters away into the leg side. Davison Richards comes around to do the fielding.
And it's something that's always on the cusp whenever Rhiannon McDonald-Gay is bowling. You can always feel that there's just something in the air. She's always on the edge of taking a wicket.
Oh, she's an all-action cricketer. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay with the bat and the ball. And in the field, of course. As she's whipped leg side. That is a shot. Beautifully played. And I just heard one of the spectators up here on the balcony said that's a shot, and it really is. Beautifully timed. Okay, it's straying onto the pads, but she has timed that to perfection.
Yeah, that's a really lovely head position there, Thanawala. Just getting her head over the top. Hands coming through and just flicking that through the leg side, picking the gap. Leaving 11 runs to win for the Blaze.
Nice up in the block hole this time by McDonald-Gay. But it is since Alwis went down. And the way Alwis has played this is she's made it perfectly clear to Thanawala, I don't mind. I'll walk off 96 not out. That's fine by me, as long as we get the job done. And Thanawala, since that point, has showed exactly why Alwis said that, because she's played some lovely shots. Just 11 runs required by the Blaze. Oh, look at this. Late cutting now, beating the dive of Cranston at backward point. Lovely placement. And they'll get back for 2 more. Thanawala has just glided now to 28, and we're down to single figures required.
Yeah, at the end of this over, had Surrey not bowled the extras that they had, they'd be starting the 49th.
Yep. Yeah, that is a great point. 3 extra overs. Now that would be a different equation. Still, Blaze would be in a good position, but nerves can play a part. That's down the leg side. Was there anything on that, or are we signalling wide? Yep, bit of pad on that. So 4 to go, just 9 required by the Blaze. Alwis 92, Thanawala 28, and you have to say that Blaze are good value for the win unless something spectacular happens from here.
Yeah, I agree. It's been a solid performance from the Blaze, and that's what you'd expect from a top of the table team that have only lost 1 game. Yes, they've lost a fair few players, but they've got some seriously experienced players that have understood the wicket, the conditions, the requirement, and their roles individually and as a team.
Return to bowl at the
Well,
City
another
X
change in
County
bowling
Level.
brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions, because Danny Gregory is coming back into the attack now. So Danny Gregory to bowl the 47th over. Georgia Alwis on strike, and Georgia Alwis sweeps, hits the pad, potters away into the leg side, and Kira Chatley does the retrieval work behind the stumps.
Sure, there's a small element of Elvis thinking 2 boundaries
Yep.
here.
Absolutely. Deserves the 100. This one, oh, she gone stumped. It's quick work from Chatley. It's be a wide. 19th wide by Surrey. Nope, she got back.
That was almost Looney Tunes-esque there, wasn't it? Full 360 from Elvis to reground her bat.
Lovely bit of work from Kira Chatley behind the stumps.
Yeah, that could quite easily have been 5 wides.
Another one to the total though, so it's down to 8 required. Alwis is pulling into the leg side. Just be a single out there to deep mid wicket. That'll bring Thanawala back on to strike. So of course now, with 7 required and Alwis at the non-strikers end on 93. Shingle here from Thanawala. Alwis can't get to 100. This is just run down to backward point. Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up between the two of them. Just for a second, they were going to take a single, then they decided against it. Probably the right decision. Yeah, that last thing Alwis needs here is to be run out after the way she's played. Down the leg side, another wide.
Dear me.
20th wide of the innings now.
That's one way to stop Elvis getting to 100.
Absolutely. That's another one towards that victory target. So it's down to just 6 more required by the Blaze. And they're going to extend their lead at the top of the table. Cutting and a while, but it's the fielder at cover on the edge of the circle. Couple of deliveries to go in this over, and waiting once again is Thanawala. Lays back, cuts this. Cranston will do the fielding at backward point. A few of the crowd are sort of waking up now, bar our 2 friends who have been asleep for the entirety of this run chase down there below us. They're going to, well, someone will have to wake them up once the game's finished, otherwise they could wake up at 8 o'clock this evening and there'd be nobody here.
I've just been reliably informed that Surrey have bowled 21
It's
wides
21,
now.
is it? 21 now.
Hampshire have won their game, which moves them further to the top. Not to the top, but
Second spot.
secures their spot at second. And Durham have also won, which, with a Surrey loss, puts them within 3 points of Surrey. So not ideal.
And it's a
6 to win is the
home,
total.
home game as well. But of course, it's their first game here. They played all their others at the Kia Oval. But with the test match next week, of course, everything being prepared there for the test match. So changing bowling, brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. Alice Davison-Richards, 6 required, 3 overs remaining. Alwys on strike. She's chipping this just past that left hand of Alice Davison-Richards. And there is no run.
Yeah, interestingly, this is the only one-day cup game Surrey have now. They have all fingertips.
It was, wasn't it?
That's a great reaction from Alice Davison-Richards. Then they have a week's rest where they'll probably play some friendlies, and they move into the T20 Cup.
Yes. And all the other sides are playing another game in this competition. There's the throw, comes in, they're coming back for 2. It's good running. Alice Davison-Richards was trying to help that back onto the stumps, but it means that Alwys does keep strike. Now, there was me saying, oh, that's the end of her 100. If she hits a 6 here,
absolutely,
she gets 100.
Yeah.
It's good maths from Alwys.
6 over this short mid-wicket boundary here. Or straight back down the ground.
4 required. Alwys on 95. It won't come here because she's just turning this one into the leg side, and it'll just be a single on this occasion. Interesting what Thanawala does here. I think from what we see from Alwys, she's just like, let's just get over the line.
Yeah.
3 required. That was the 250 up with that single. So they're going to do this with overs to spare. The Blaze.
It's been an excellent partnership, this.
Really has.
Thanawala, the rookie, has been guided really nicely by Alwys, and you can just see her relax into her natural game. It's always nice to see.
Played some lovely shots, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Looks a very natural player.
She's played really well square of the wicket.
So 3 runs required. And Thanawala settles over her bat. Has a cut at this slower one from Alice Davison-Richards. Beats the edge, bounces once before getting to Kira Chatley. I think so. Probably in the cold light of day, will think this is a game that we let slip a bit. Really, didn't score enough with the bat, and I think Alwys has showed the way to play this. This is turned by Thanawala into short mid-wicket throw from McDonald Gay. If that had hit, that would have been out, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Just struggling, but trying to get Alwys on strike is Thanawala. Now, Alwys still has an opportunity here because a boundary with 2 required would get her to 100. Always interesting when this happens. Alwys is on 96, 2 runs required. And short delivery. I think she's got away with it. No, she hasn't. Wide. And there'd be something sort of appropriate with it finishing with the wide. That's 22 wides now by Surrey. And it means 1 run is required. Alwys is still there, though, on 96.
She'll be gutted that she missed that as well. I think she probably would have thought she could have got that up and over backward point for 4. Just too wide.
Can Georgia Alwys hit a boundary to get to her 100? She's giving it a go here. Oh, she's out. She's chipped it straight up to Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, and Georgia Alwys will be so disappointed there. But Alice Davison-Richards straight down to shake her by the hand. What an innings that has been by Georgia Alwys. She won't get her side over the line, but she has got them to the line. And just trying to go over the top, toe end of the bat. But Kirsty, what an innings that has been from Georgia Alwys.
Yeah, incredible innings. Shame she couldn't quite get her team over the line with 1 run to win. But she's sharing the spoils with her teammates and letting Ella Claridge come out and win the game. Well, actually, no, it'll be Thanawala on strike.
Fabulous innings from Georgia Elwes.
Batter for the Blaze, number 33, Ella Claridge.
So Ella Claridge will probably just end up running a single here up at the non-striker's end. 5 quick wickets, tie's still on.
Well, yeah. 5 wicket maiden.
That would be something, wouldn't it? It's going to be Danny Gregory. 2 overs remaining, just the single needed after that wicket of Georgia Elwes for 96. Thanawala lays back, cuts, won't get a single. So 11 balls left, still 1 run required.
Just don't bowl a wide.
Well, yeah.
I can't. If Surrey lose this game by bowling a wide, I think that would just kind of
Sum it up.
seal the day, really, wouldn't it?
Gregory's in. That's short. That's pulled by Thanawala, and that will be the winning runs. And that will be victory for the Blaze by 5 wickets with 10 balls to spare. And you have to say they are very good value for that. And that innings from Georgia Elwes, 96. Well, she did get her side to the line, not quite over the line. And the Blaze beat Surrey by 5 wickets. And the 8th of July in the next game for Surrey in the T20 Blast. Everybody else has another Metro Bank 50 game next week. But as I said, Kirsty, I think Surrey will look at this one as not quite at their best on a slightly different Beckenham pitch as well.
Yeah, I agree. Not quite at their best. Lots of runs left out there. Didn't execute with the ball. Solid in the field as per. No, that doesn't drop. Those standards don't drop. But yeah, I think in one element they'll be happy that they took the game as deep as they did. But bowling 3.5, nearly 4 extra overs. It's not acceptable, I'm afraid. Not at this standard of cricket.
Well, you can see it there on the scorecard. Wide 22. 22 wides. So there's that innings as well from Georgia Elwes. 96 from 102 deliveries, and the captain 69 at the top of the order from 93 deliveries. Contribution there from Not as well of 26. But it is that extras. 22 wides today. There's the partnerships and the big one in the middle there. For the 3rd wicket, 113 between Elwes and Kelly, which got the Blaze the platform they required. And Georgia Elwes with the scores level out for 96, and I think quite rightly was looking for a boundary to go to 100. There's the bowling figures for Surrey. Sidhu on her debut, I thought bowled pretty well actually. None for 48. Wickets for McDonald Gay, Monaghan, Moore, and 2 for Alice Davidson Richards. But the tale of this game is that the Blaze have beaten Surrey by 5 wickets with 10 balls to spare and extend their lead at the top of the table and make it 8 wins out of 9 now for the Blaze. There's the scorecard as well. Sorry, 252 for 9. Jemima Spence 59, Alice Monaghan 49, and then the Blaze, as we were saying, Georgia Elwes 96 and the captain 69. Their partnership of 113. Word for Thanawala there at the end. She finishes 30 not outplayed very, very nicely. But it is the Blaze that beat Surrey here at Beckenham by 5 wickets. Kirsty, thank you to you as always. Thank you to Hector Vickers as well. And thank you, of course, to Jeremy Coney. Been absolutely lovely to have Jeremy with us today. So, a lovely day here at Beckenham in the sun. And a good crowd in. I think they've enjoyed their day. But congratulations to the Blaze. They have beaten Surrey by 5 wickets. From us all from Beckenham, it's a very good evening.